Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, day 7. She's the story. Raging Sea, a chance to make history. Last summer, she won the Shuvee. Today, her title defense. If victorious, she'd become the first ever back-to-back winner. Trained by Chad Brown, knows what it takes to capture this event. Already a 3-time winner. And back in the saddle, her regular pilot, last summer's record-breaking jockey Flavien Prat, picking up right where he left off. Last Saturday, in those resolute blue colors, Prat knocking down a third straight Diana. Today aboard Raging Sea. What will they do in the Friday feature at Saratoga? The spa on this Friday, weather having cooled off in the capital region. Picture perfect conditions for thoroughbred racing. And a live look in that gorgeous Saratoga paddock. Horses have arrived. New York Bred Maidens to start the show. Coming up next here at Saratoga. All that activity just behind us in the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The excitement of a weekend at Saratoga, the weekend on the horizon. And we'll be previewing throughout the broadcast the marquee events tomorrow afternoon, highlighted by the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. And today's program, solid. First of 10 races just around the corner, featuring the Grade 2 Shuvee this evening. Key prep for the Personal Ensign, the most prestigious race for older fillies and mares at the spa. There's the field, the Shuvee, much more on her in a moment. Dates back to the mid-70s. Older fillies and mares, mile and an eighth, immersive. The champion, reigning 2-year-old filly champion, morning line favorite at even, check, that's the Oaks tomorrow. Raging Sea, who is the favorite for the upcoming Shuvee. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper, Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, before we get to the race, the Shuvee, we wanted to start with the actual horse and who this race is named after. Richie, who was Shuvee? How good was she?
Oh, she was an incredible race mare. She was a Virginia bred by Nashua, trained by Mike Freeman, a tremendous horseman. And she was only the second filly to ever win the Filly Triple Crown at a time when it was comprised of the Acorn, Mother Goose, and Coaching Club American Oaks. She also won back-to-back runnings of the Diana Handicap when it was run on the dirt. A lot of people won't remember those. I remember them because I'm old. And as well as back-to-back Jockey Club Gold Cups, beating the boys at 2 miles. She had a lot of stamina, and she turned out to be a decent broodmare as well, and she was inducted into Racing's Hall of Fame across the street in 1975.
The type you say, they don't make them like they used to. In this particular case, they don't. Shuvee, absolute superstar. And as for the defending champ and the favorite in Raging Sea, her victory in this race last year, Paul, what is the key to a successful title defense?
Well, I think in this race it's just staying out of trouble, to be honest with you. I think she's really going to be really tough to beat today. But, there's some other horse in here with some speed, and she has the not the tactical advantage. I think she has the advantage in finishing the race compared to a lot of other of her rivals in this race. If you look at Dazzling Move, Malibu Beauty, a lot of these horses want to go to the front end. She can rate a little bit, can Raging Sea. In fact, she came from a little bit too far off the pace in the Ogden Phipps, but this time in the La Touraine, that's what kind of trip she needs. And a little less of a field, although Dazzling Move is probably her main competition, I still think she's the one to beat.
Alpha Delta Stables, Raging Sea, last summer JK, a breakout summer, sweeping the Shuvee and the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. Looking ahead, for her, how smooth or how rocky is that path moving forward this summer?
I think it's pretty rocky because she's the type of horse, in my opinion, that needs things to kind of go her way. If you look through her most recent races, right? You looked at the La Touraine, Torpedo Anna didn't show up. Randomized didn't show up. When she won that Personal Ensign last year, she got a supersonic pace to close into. To me, she's a very good horse. I'd love to own her. I just don't know if she's as dominant as her record might suggest she is.
Trying to become the first ever back-to-back winner, the Shuvee race number 8, post time around 5:05 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Good crowd on hand. Race 1, per usual. Starts the early pick 5. Pick 6 player sequence begins in the 5th. Programming note, we say goodbye to our FS2 audience at 3 Eastern. Coverage continues on YouTube, including the Shuvee. Saratoga Live on YouTube only beginning 3 Eastern. Just day 7 of 40. So much great racing ahead this summer at the spa. Now's the time to sign up, NYRABets.com. When you do sign up, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Field for the opener, New York Breds. $30,000 maiden claimer, all winless, all for sale. 6 furlong sprint, big scratch. Good Mission is out. 5 Dozen Roses is in, 8-5. With about 5 minutes to go. Let's meet the field as they hit the track just moments ago. Starting with Going for Glory. Has yet to develop that knockout punch.
Yeah, 0 for 13 at this level. I'm a big Dave Donk fan, but this horse looks a little tough.
Jackpot Julie and Rick Violet winning jockey Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, Christopher Elliott gets aboard. Had a nice win yesterday on the turf course.
Posse Rocks number 4, lightly raced 5-year-old mare.
Probably the speed of the speed in here. Comes off a decent effort at Finger Lakes.
Lady Delilah, Louis Saez won the opener yesterday.
Yeah, this horse just looks better on grass.
7-2 currently. Then number 6 in Sill's Pleasure, a back to dirt after 2 turf spins.
I was between her and the 7 because I just think she shows better speed on the turf, and she's faced fuller fields, which I think a lot of people don't pay attention to.
5 Dozen Roses broke better, showed speed in her second start.
She did, but she did it from the inside post, which is not the most comfortable place to do that from at times. Now she's drawn outside. She projects to get a much more comfortable trip.
Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. Early pick 5 starts here. Maybe just tuned in. Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Go to NYRABets.com/TV schedule and get all the past performances. Visit NYRABets.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs and all the races on today's show. Say hello to Acacia Clement, standing by in the winner's circle. Acacia, who of these New York bred maidens looks ready to graduate?
Well, it's going to be the day for one of them, Lafitte. And we'll start off with your favorite to the outside with 5 Dozen Roses, who, as Jonathan mentioned, had the rail last time out and had pressure throughout. Not to mention, you do see Irad Ortiz climbing aboard, so it's a perfect situation, I would say, for a horse to be a short price in here. But I do think it's encouraging that Irad takes the mount here. A smaller, handier filly. She's always been one with good energy in the warm-up. He took her right away from the pony out here on the track. She's pretty warm under the belly back in the paddock, comparatively speaking, when comparing to her competition in here, but she seems to have settled just fine out there on the track. I do think that she is kind of the horse to beat with the speed that she did show last time out. The number 6, Sill's Pleasure, though, is where I'm going to land, as this one goes back to the dirt. I know that she didn't necessarily show a ton in some of her previous dirt races, but to be fair, nobody's really shown a ton in their races so far. This is a horse that they tried stretching out 2 starts back, and I'd always written in my notes that she acts far more like a sprinter. While she does have size to her, she's really powerful in her hind end and compact, and she's also has the demeanor much more of a sprinter, incredibly sharp in the preliminaries as she was prancing going out, and I do think it's encouraging that Flavien Prat stays aboard as she switches back to the dirt. I don't mind the surface switch for her, and she is a better price. I wanted to mention the 2 Jackpot Julie because I think that she's a little bit interesting. Last time out, when going 1 mile and an 1/8, she was keen running off on the front end, and I'd written down that day that she's smaller and handy and does not look like she wants to go 2 turns. She looks like she wants to sprint, and that's what she gets to do today. I also noticed that they completely changed the noseband on her. Last time she wore a figure 8, which is basically a crisscross over the horse's nose. Be very helpful for horses as far as just being a little bit lighter on their face as far as getting increased air in. But they've switched to a drop noseband with a shadow roll. So there's going to be a piece of fleece. You can see her a little bit behind the gate there in that awkward shot, but she has that piece of fleece over the noseband. And the idea with that equipment, there it is that she will look out and down over that piece of fleece on the noseband. For one that was keen and running off, and I think going too far last time, that equipment should help her to hopefully settle. And I think that this is a far better situation and condition for her, and she is the biggest price on the board, Lafitte.
We'll see how she performs in this first race. Saratoga, Jackpot Julie, 3-race maiden. The favorite towards the outside. Paul and Richie in the corner of that filly, 5 Dozen Roses.
Yeah, this is a filly that completely blew the break first time and actually showed some interest late. Then the next time, drawn to the inside, she broke sharp. So they had to use her speed and allowed her to be involved in the race. I think the outside post gives Irad Ortiz Jr. the luxury of hedging a little bit, being more of a stalking spot. So maybe it's that Goldilocks effect, just right. And also you're getting a major rider upgrade, getting Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it's a big rider upgrade. And Jonathan's raising his hand. I thought he wanted to.
Oh, no, just waving at Mig Sun.
Waving to the masses.
Oh, there's Big Sun. I thought Jonathan was asking the teacher for a question over there. But, yeah, listen, 5 Dozen Roses, the draw is giant. I do think the 6 Sills Pleasure at 6-1 is a ridiculous price because the horse has shown more speed on the dirt, or at least he grabs a little bit more on the dirt. So I don't know. I mean, it looks like a wide open group. Should anybody be 3-2 in this race? Probably not.
A little goes a long way, JK, and you're going with a Posse Rocks in just her 4th career start, a 5-year-old mare.
Last time I thought she went entirely too fast, especially for this level, for the quality of horse that she is. If she can go a little bit slower early, save a little bit late in the race, I think she could get involved at 5-1.
Who's in front, Richie, when the field hits the far turn?
Oh, I do think it is the 4 Posse Rocks. Daughter of Bustin' Stones, probably the most underrated.
You're a fan.
stallion.
You are a fan.
They all run. They find their level, but they all run. And you guys know I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. And this horse showed really high speed at Finger Lakes last time. Posse Rocks is the one they all have to catch.
You just like to bust stones.
Well, I've been known to do that, a bit of that.
Posse Rocks, JK's top selection. And the favorite towards the outside, Paul and Mig going with 5 Dozen Roses. Early pick 5 starts here, first of 10. Here from the Spa, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Frank Miramotti standing by.
5 Dozen Roses. It's a lot of roses. They're in the gate. And they're off. A rough start for Lady Delilah at the back of the field. And a nice scramble for early supremacy. Going for Glory has speed, but it's Posse Rocks as expected to the front. Posse Rocks opens up a length. Sills Pleasure came away smoothly and is in second, and Going for Glory on the fence third. They're followed by 5 Dozen Roses, 3 off the pace in for Jackpot Julia's next. And Lady Delilah getting closer through a quarter that went in 23-1. Posse Rocks pressed by Sills Pleasure into the far turn. Going for Glory, 5 Dozen Roses is on the extreme outside, taking third clearly now with Aim at the top pair heading to the quarter pole. Here's 5 Dozen Roses after Sills Pleasure at the rail. Posse Rocks is under pressure. Going for Glory is in fourth there at the top of the stretch. 5 Dozen Roses head-to-head with Sills Pleasure. These two come to the 8th pole. Going for Glory dives toward the inside to chase the new leader. 5 Dozen Roses. Going for Glory's coming fast. It is 5 Dozen Roses. Going for Glory on the inside. 5 Dozen Roses going for Glory. Going for Glory takes the lead and wins under Jose Gomez. Running down 5 Dozen Roses. Sills Pleasure third. Posse Rocks a distant fourth.
She hadn't shown the ability to do that, deliver the knockout blow. Going for Glory graduates in her 14th start, 7-2, as she outduels the favorite, 5 Dozen Roses, to the wire.
And a really nice ride by Jose Gomez. The 3 horses that had to respect each other, right? The 4 Posse Rocks has speed, Sills Pleasure, and obviously 5 Dozen Roses. And they all kind of got engaged, and he just sat back with Going for Glory, made the last run, but threaded his way through the field, saving ground, made all the difference here.
No, and look, the 7 and the 6, the 4, they all kind of were ding-donging on the front end. And like Mig said, Jose Gomez just sat in behind there, dove to the inside, and Going for Glory was going best of all late.
Yeah.
5 Dozen Roses, you could tell, was calling for the wire.
You know, that race 4 back, this horse made up a ton of ground after being fractured at the gate. You know, you kind of go back and you always look when a horse beats you a little bit and you kind of don't like the horse. Check last time out. I think this horse had some troubled trips and got a pace to run into. And like Mick said, perfect ride for Jose Gomez.
Winning trainer David Donk, Jets, Jets, gets the day started off right. Another look here, deep stretching for a filly that's been a little bit one-geared, a little bit one-paced, and not able to accelerate in the stretch. A different Going for Glory we saw late today, Richie.
Yeah, but coming home the last furlong in 13 seconds certainly accentuated the way it looked, the way she was finishing, right? But that being said, Jose Gomez rides a good race. It just underscores how difficult it is here because there's so many good riders and only so many good mounts to go around. This one will help him a lot, his first win at the meet, just confidence-wise, and kind of get him more centered.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You want to get off the duck. You want to get that first win in you, and then you got that confidence. You kind of, now you're starting to play with house money.
7-2, Jose Gomez going for Glory. 1-7-6-4 in the opener to kick off this early pick 5. Just getting started on a gorgeous Friday afternoon at Saratoga. Going for Glory graduates her 14th career start.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. Off and running on a Friday at Saratoga. Going for Glory. Jose Gomez turns back the favorite. 5 dozen roses. Our coverage is always brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Going for Glory. 5 dozen roses to the outside. Arad Ortiz, JK, looks like he had his sights set on her, but Going for Glory had other ideas late.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations. These types of horses, they're not really built to get into speed duels and hold off other types. And you know, I thought the 7 ran pretty well considering the way the trip unfolded, but Jose Gomez and Going for Glory just got a better trip in behind a pace that fell apart late.
Jose's like, I just beat Arad and Flavian. Take that.
Confidence.
Take that. Going for Glory. Suication in the winner's circle.
That was a great ride by Jose Gomez, as I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Dave Donker. Runs at 1-3 in here, and Dave, start number 14 actually proved to be the lucky one, but Going for Glory got the right kind of trip today.
Yeah, listen, they kind of are what they are, you know, but she always tries. She seems to do well here. She had a rough trip last time, so yeah, it was a good effort. it's interesting. She breaks well, shows a little bit of speed. I'm a little concerned because then she doesn't finish as well, but Jose gets along with her really well.
And like you said, Jose getting along with her, how important is it, especially with lower level horses, that a rider is familiar with them and kind of knows what's in there?
Yeah, listen, Jose rides a lot for me throughout the year. When you come here, obviously you have most of the best riders in the country. So, you know, when you're pretty live, you're probably going to use one of them, in fairness to your clients, yourself, and the horses. But yeah, a horse like this, Jose really knows her well. You know he's going to give 110%.
It has to be rewarding to see her get that win, as she's been close a few times.
Yeah, she has been. It's nice. You know, the owners are here, so it's fun. And listen, it's Saratoga.
Always a good place to win. Well, congratulations to the whole team, Dave. Well done.
Thanks, Keisha. Appreciate it.
Lafitte?
That sums it up. A win at Saratoga, going for glory. No longer a maiden. Breaks through here at the Spa. Richie, David was talking about the relationship with Jose Gomez and the filly. Can you expand on that a little bit when you talk about, you know, that they get along well? What's that all about?
Well, just sometimes horses have some idiosyncrasies, little habits, and you get a rider that's familiar with that, and they know how to deal with them and work with them. But more to the point, you've got a maiden 30 here that's run 13 times. You put a marquee rider, probably not Irad, because Irad rides everything like it's a Kentucky Derby, but they're going to go, well, you know, 0 for 13, how much chance? They're not going to ride this horse with the same enthusiasm or hunger that Jose Gomez is. And so I think people shoot themselves in the foot saying, well, I'm going to reach out to the leading rider on a horse like this, because they're not as important to the leading rider as they are to somebody like Jose Gomez.
For him, it might as well be the CCA Oaks or the Shuvee.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, things go on in life in your career. Listen, I was a starting catcher for the Dodgers and was a 3-time All-Star. I could not get along with Chan-Ho Park, the pitcher. It was just the bottom line. I could call 17 different pitches and he would shake, and I would go back to the dugout and go, you only have 4. So they started replacing me, and Chad Kruger became his personal catcher. And I didn't take it personal at all. It was kind of like a day off for me. Chad sort of fought his way, and me and Chan-Ho just clashed. We didn't clash off the field. It's just calling pitches. So sometimes certain horses and jockeys clash, some don't.
Chan-Ho Park, I believe the only pitcher in Major League history to give up 2 grand slams in the same inning to Tatis. Fernando Tatis. At what point do you pull the pitcher? At what point? How does he see him again with the bases loaded again?
That's a Davey Johnson question. You might want to ask him.
Man, 2 grand slams, same inning. Incredible. Race 2, turning the page. Allowance optional claimer. New York Reds here, sprinting on the lawn. JK, Shoot It True, the favorite. What'd you come up with?
Shoot It True.
Nice.
So horse is getting on the grass for the first time for Wesley Ward, but luckily up here at Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track, you can see these horses work on the grass. Shoot It True worked on the grass, seemed to pass that test, went very fast, 45-3. You'd like to think he can handle the grass here.
More on Shoot It True and the rest. New York bred turf sprinters, race 2 in 20 minutes plus. A week at Saratoga, Mark Casse will never forget. All smiles, 4,000 wins, 4,000 at Colonial yesterday. About an hour later, 4,001 here at the Spa. And tomorrow, ready to unleash La Cara, seeking a 3rd Grade 1 victory in the coaching club, American Oaks.
And the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
The Saratoga Sale, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales. Ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. With an honor roll of graduates that includes the past 3 Preakness Stakes winners. National Treasure.
Oh, what a Preakness!
Seize the Gray.
Wade Lucas has done it!
And Journalism.
Oh my goodness!
The 104th Saratoga Sale. August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition. channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Torpedo Anna comes right to Leslie's Rose. Brian Hernandez Jr. hasn't moved, and they're in front at the quarter pole. 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 4. Candide will make her bid on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch, and Torpedo Anna has a 3-length lead. Candide is trying her best to close the gap, and Intricate picking it up from behind, but it's all Torpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She'll win for fun by 4.5 lengths.
Torpedo Anna last year in the Coaching Club American Oaks, JK, she essentially ran out of competition, just drilling the best 3-year-old fillies in the land, and on the strength of that win, later announced that she would compete in the Travers. Just denied by Fierceness in the end.
Yeah, I think that was a performance that probably said, all right, enough of this for now. Let's see if we can throw a bigger test at her. And that test was the DraftKings Travers, and she almost passed it. In fact, even though she didn't win, she still passed the test. She ran so well and almost beating Fierceness. She's a special horse. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try to bet against her sometimes.
You were that close to having to get that tattoo. Kenny McPeak got the tattoo. You were that close.
I was close.
That close.
I did. I saw Kenny's tattoo.
Coaching Club American Oaks. Did a little barnstorming. Let's go ahead and meet the field. Immersive, the reigning 2-year-old filly champ, drawn inside 8-5. There she is.
Yeah, Immersive, I think, is the horse to beat in here. She's a 3-time Grade 1 winner, a 2-year-old champion, and I think she's sitting on a big performance.
Godolphin already 5-time Coaching Club American Oaks winning owners. Immersive, the favorite, just her second start this year. Let's see what she does in the CCA Oaks. Sweet Seraphine, the Wilton winner at Aqueduct.
That looks like paint. I'm telling you. It looks like paint for her dot on her head. But this filly for Cherie DeVoe by Quality Road, I wouldn't count out Cherie, especially going a mile and 8. She usually makes the right decisions. I think this filly's going to have to improve, but I wouldn't dismiss.
Graded stakes debut, then a Scottish Lassie. Great third in the Grade 1 Acorn behind Lacara.
I like this filly. I think she's a major player here. Her Frisette last year was a tour de force when she broke her maiden by 9 lengths in a stakes race. Her Acorn was good. When Lacara was loose, she's a player. She gets a little more pace.
Take charge, Milady, who defeated Immersive in her 3-year-old debut in the Monomoy Girl.
She did, but in that Monomoy Girl, I don't think Immersive had everything going in that direction. You don't bring back a champion and say, oh, can't wait to win the Monomoy Girl.
Looks like she's ready for a nap. See if she wakes up tomorrow. In the CCA Oaks, Dry Powder here for trainer Chad Summers, second in the Wilton, defeated ahead.
Yeah, another filly that's going to need to improve, but she's done nothing wrong. She's working well here at the racetrack, and Chad Summers is 4 for 9, second time over, and like I said, she's going to have to be a big-time improver here, but she's been running well.
Tracy Farmer's homebred Lacara coming in hot, 2-time Grade 1 winner.
Lacara's way to go is go to the lead. She's a speed horse. They have basically announced that to the world in all of her starts recently. Marquez said, our filly goes. She's looking for her 3rd Grade 1 on the year and potentially laying claim to the leader of the division.
This was Belmont Stakes week, the eve of the Belmont Stakes, Paulie, and this is what Richie's talking about. Lacara, Cassie said to the lead. That's exactly what she did as she splashes her way to a front-winning Grade 1 tally.
Yeah, and I think you got 7 or 8 to 1 on her because in the Kentucky Oaks, she went so fast on the front end on a sloppy racetrack, and I thought a lot of people thought, okay, this is going to be kind of the same outcome. Well, not on this day. She just kept on going, and she went fast again on the front end. that is the key. I think sometimes, like, you know, Richie talks about this, JK talks about this. Sometimes the faster they go, the better they are, and I think she's that type of filly.
The race on paper, JK, strategically for Licara, race shape. How does the CCA Oaks compare to how the Acorn stacked up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a smaller group. You know, Licara, I think, was the hunted last time when she was facing Good Cheer. Now she might be a little bit more of the hunter. I just feel like you don't take away a horse's grade 1 style of wiring a field. And I feel like that Mark Cassie's going to be aggressive with her right back here to go to the front. And if someone's going in front of her, they got to be going faster. Dry Powder would be the only one I think that would try to challenge her, but Dry Powder's not good enough to hold her off.
Yeah, you don't take away her best weapon, Richie, but I'm wondering just how much pressure can be cranked up on her, being that she's not going to sneak in the back door this time.
No, you know, it's interesting. You get to steal races or, you know, win wire to wire more times when you're not respected. People take you lightly. That horse will come back. We'll get her later, and then they never get you. Now they know. We've got to keep her in our sights, keep her serious, and Dry Powder holds the key to the race. Just inside her with a lot of speed. Now I read some quotes from Chad Summers. Well, last time we got in a speed duel, we were hoping she would rate. It'll come down to intention. They're not going to beat Licara if Dry Powder sits off of her.
Championship implications in this 3-year-old filly division. Immersive, just her second career start, 8-5 morning line favorite in the CCA Oaks on Fox. As for trainer Mark Cassie with Licara, yesterday sitting on 3,999, Richie, and we didn't know for a few minutes, but in the end, it's witchcraft, providing Cassie with a 4,000th career win at Colonial Downs by millimeters.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mark would have preferred to do it here. He was here in Saratoga, but he got 4,001 a little later on in the day. But you get to those milestones, you just want to break through them. You don't want it to linger. Let's just it's like relief. Let's get it over with. And, boy, at least he got a real exciting photo out of it, didn't he?
He was watching there with wife Tina, Mark Cassie, and Paulie for a while. They're loading into the gate at Saratoga. Cassie has a runner there. We're waiting for the results of the photo. We did not know if Cassie had won his 4,000th win or not.
Hey, you gotta love that his wife Tina, she's leaning back. They're both leaning back, about ready to fall down. But Witchcraft got the bob of all bobs. JK and I we didn't know. JK and I, we were sitting right here, but he got the sign here in the winner's circle. So that's what matters the most.
We recorded Car Talk yesterday morning, and his assistant from Colonial called, and he jokingly said, "Hey, you know, slow him down a little bit over there, go into the paddock." And the assistant said, "Absolutely not." Everyone wanted to win that for Mark. Yeah. Obviously, and he had said that. It was more about others, I think, than it was about me. I think everyone wanted to be involved. And you saw after the race when he told Jose, he had told Jose that he had won. He goes, "Really?"
Yeah.
And I think that he wanted to get it.
A cool moment seeing that for Mark Cassie. Congratulations from all of us here on Saratoga Live to Mark Cassie, one of 17 trainers ever to saddle to win 4,000 career races in North America. And you have a chance to see Licara tomorrow in that CCA Oaks, the first of 6 consecutive Saturdays. Fox Saratoga Saturday is back. It's the biggest race. It's the best horses at this perfect venue. Marquee affair after marquee affair. Fox Saratoga Saturday tomorrow. Coaching Club American Oaks coverage begins at 5 Eastern. Race 2 started the early pick 4 Saratoga. There's the field. New York bred turf sprinters. Updated odds with Shoot It True at 6-5. The filly you're looking at, Shoot It True. Acacia's in the paddock. How does the favorite look to you here pre-race, Acacia?
Well, she looks like she's doing well, Lafitte, and it's interesting because she has not had a groom on her head the entire time she's come here into the paddock. She's been held by Lauren Wesley Ward's assistant on horseback on their stable pony, escorting her into the paddock, holding her while being saddled, and now escorting her out of the paddock as well. I saw her the only time back when she ran in the Notebook, and this was not what took place. She was sharp, but not over the top. She didn't do anything naughty. So it is interesting to see how they're handling her here. But she's only actually faced her own sex one time, and that was in that allowance race at Keeneland last time out, where she ran against very tough company. But prior to that, she only ran against the boys, including winning that notebook in incredibly impressive fashion. As Jonathan alluded to, she worked very well over the turf. Watching that work to back, she worked in company with Schwarzenegger, who's a 2-year-old colt, but the one that Wesley Ward told me he was really excited to see run, unfortunately scratched off the turf, and she finished much better than that one, really gliding over the grass. So I'm optimistic, and there is pedigree in the second generation. The 3 Bustin' Bullet, she has plenty of speed coming in off a bit of a layoff for Saffie Joseph. I haven't seen her in a while, but she's always been a very stout and solid type of built horse. And so she's one that I do think should be forward in here. She looks very strong, though could probably tuck up a little bit off the freshening. The 7, Carrie, gets blinkers on, adding cheaters. She goes back to Joe Sharp's barn. He did very well with her, but she's been very disappointing in her last couple of efforts, Lafitte. I think that she's one that really needs maybe a bit more than blinkers to turn things around.
Carrie at 10-1, Dylan Davis to pilot Lacara tomorrow in the coaching club. American Oaks aboard for the Grade 1 Acorn score. The favorite, though, here, Shoot It True to turf or not to turf, JK?
I mean, I think so. I mean, Wesley Ward is pretty good with these types. You'd like to think that he knows whether or not a horse is going to be able to appreciate getting onto this surface. And like Acacia mentioned and we had talked about earlier, the horse worked extremely well. And I think sometimes it's just hard. There's not like there is 2-year-old turf options for sprinting. There's not a million of them all over the place.
Post parade, we start with Weekend Rags.
Yes, one off the claim from Mike Maker. Usually he claims these horses and goes long, but he keeps this mare short.
Blossoming Erudite likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, add speed to this race. I think there's plenty of speed. Sign on. You get Christopher Elliott, so you get a break in the weights. Very impressive ride in the Rick Violet yesterday.
Mustin Bullet, she's fast. Gerardo Ortiz finishing second in the opener.
Another horse that has shown speed. Gulfstream going 5 furlongs. A lot different here.
Shoot It True. Frankie Dettori, Wesley Ward like being at the royal meeting.
Yeah, it is, right? Your worry would be that Wesley would have stuck this horse on the turf a little earlier, but when you win by 7.5 lengths first time out, that's a little tough.
Latest edition outsider, a little bit one geared, a little bit one paced.
Does have some races that would at least put her on the fringe. Seems like she needs a lot of things to go right to get it done.
Now Carey with those blinkers, Acacia reference, and Dylan Davis.
Does have a win at the racetrack here and showed better form in Joe Sharp's barn where she lands again.
Strictly Taboo, 2 for 2 in Saratoga Turf Sprints.
Blinkers go on for Miguel Clement, 2 for 2. Like you said here at Saratoga, and sometimes that can mean more than you think because horses really love it down here. And this horse is taking a little bit of money at 4-1.
That's the field. These New York bred turf sprinters started the early pick 4 in 6 minutes. And a heads up not to forget about the Saratoga Colonial 10K hit and split. Take home your share of $10,000. Play the late pick 5 Saratoga and Colonial Downs today. Hit the late pick 5 at one track and split $5,000. Hit it both tracks and split $10,000. Visit NyraBets.com to opt in. Saratoga Colonial hit and split. Another look at the favorite here. Frankie Dettori aboard Shoot It True. This was her last win, different surface, but still last November, the notebook at Aqueduct, Shoot It True. Paul, and you'll see her going wire to wire. Again, albeit on dirt.
Yeah, and when you look at that field, Kenny B, soon to be king, was a main track only the other day. I don't know. You know, this horse won, like I said, by 7 1/4. Then was fractious in the gate in the Kentucky Juvenile, and then in the New York bred, the notebook, you know, 2.5 to 1, and just trounced this field. I get it. And then next time out, got LASIK, faced a tougher field, and went 21 and change, and just went too fast at Keeneland, and then comes in here with Bullet Works again. Now they're going to try the turf. She is the son of Munnings, or daughter of Munnings, excuse me. You would think she would like it, but then again, after that clunker, I would think Wesley would have opted for the turf immediately, but we'll see what happens today.
Well, the thing about the 5 as well is that she ran against the boys in that notebook, which is at least worth a note. But I think if you look at the bottom of her, start at the bottom of her past performances, work your way up, you can see why she hasn't gotten to the grass yet, right? She debuted at Keeneland going 4.5. Obviously, then you go Derby week, you try to run in the stake. She's run well enough on the dirt. You show up and you run against the boys at Aqueduct. You're a New York bred. Why not take that chance? And then you run her one more time at home at Keeneland because that's kind of Wesley's home situation. Now it's like, okay, deep breath, reset button. Let's run her on the grass.
See our handicapper selections, and let's turn our attention to Bustin' Bullet, number 3 at 6-1. And her last start at Saratoga last summer. This was the eve of the Travers. Paulie and Bustin' Bullet, who controls throughout and just able to hold on in the end.
Yeah, just wins by a neck and really went fast. 22:45 and change, and then closed it out and was able to hold off quick power nap and Linerite. Now, Linerite was kind of horse that was always running a lot of seconds and third. Lately has won a couple races. This field is a lot tougher than she beat last year.
Getting 6-1, Richie Bustin' Bullet with Rod Ortiz.
Well, I think Bustin' Bullet's going to have a lot to say in how this race is run. This is another speed. The 2 is speed, Blossoming Erudite. The 3, Bustin' Bullet. Obviously, the 5, Shoot It True. I think there's going to be a very fast pace on here, even for a turf sprint. With Shoot It True, that 45 and change workout is glaring. It's in your face.
Yep.
They don't go that fast in the morning. Usually you don't go that fast unless you're getting paid to go that fast. When I was a kid, I let a horse go 58 one morning. I was a hot walker for the next 2 weeks. my boss made sure I never went that fast again.
Andy Serling made a good point this morning on the handicapping show Talking Horses that on July 4th the turf was very fast here. And still, I mean, even if it was fast, if 46 and change is still a fast work in the morning.
Yeah.
But I do think the 45 and 3 is possibly just a tad bit exaggerated. But I'm still picking this horse. I still think this horse is going to win. It was a good point I thought about the weather.
Do you think this horse is the speed of the speed? Do you think she clears?
Yes. When Wesley, there's some other speed horses in here, but when Wesley has a fast horse, he's not taking that away from him. And they're so good out of the gate that even if they're not technically faster early, they're going to be to that point before the other horses.
You know what I say to that when a horse works 45 and 3, that's like hitting a home run that goes 341 feet or 440 feet. They still count the same.
Acacia.
As with the number 5, Shoot It True, as I had mentioned back in the paddock, they were doing everything possible to keep her settled. She has settled out there on the track, but to Jonathan's point about how fast that work was, the Oklahoma turf course and the training track, which is where her last work was, it has been very fast out there. So yes, but she did it easily, which I appreciate. Now taking a look at a couple of others, starting things off with the number 1 in Weekend Rags. First off, the claim for Mike Maker. They cut her blinker cups back a little bit versus what she was wearing last time out. So a little bit shorter as far as the way that she's closed in. But this is the mare that kind of wears your heart on her sleeve type of horse. Sometimes she doesn't look the best in her coat. She always carries a lot of condition. She looks like she's doing very well today. I thought that she looked good last time, and she ran fine, just holding third. So there is reason to believe that she should run a solid effort once again, and she was a horse returning to New York Bred Company last time out, and she gets to stay against those foes. But she's one that I do think needs to show that she still has some of those faster races, including that December race down at Gulfstream in there. As far as the 9, Strictly Taboo, for my husband Miguel, she is getting blinkers on, just a short cup adding for her. And this is a horse that sometimes has not really had a ton of punch in the stretch. They added the shadow roll last time out to her, and then today adding the blinkers. So they have been experimenting with equipment. Now, rider off the number 5 in Shoot It True, Frankie Dettori. I just commented how she was settling and doing so well. Clearly, I spoke too soon, but looking like they're going to jog her up without the rider and load her first, Lafitte.
And Richie, is this something, generally speaking, that is planned ahead of time?
Yeah, the gate crews are so in tune with the different needs and peculiarities of every runner here. So this is something, obviously she's got some quirks to her. years ago, and they don't enforce it, but a horse had to carry their full weight to the starting gate. So if you were unseated, they had to bring the horse back to where you were unseated so you carried it the full distance to the weight.
That's crazy.
They don't really enforce that, but it is on the rule books.
And that's unusual. One thing about Wesley Ward, he's won a lot of his races because of the gate. I mean, and, you know, I had a couple horses with Wesley a long time ago, and I remember having a full conversation with him while he's just walking a horse in and out. He's just so calm, and he schools them unbelievably out of the gate. So Wesley knows, and I'm sure he tells the gate crew too as well.
She's so fast from the gate, she doesn't want to get in it.
Frankie Dettori aboard. Shoot It True for Wesley Ward. Post time, race 2 live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Strictly Taboo goes in. And they're off. And Bustin' Bullet is the first one out. Blossoming Erudite is up close in the opening stages, as is latest edition. They're followed by Weekend Rags. Kerry is 5th. Shoot It True is racing in behind this group, 4 lengths off the lead. Strictly Taboo is at the back of the field. Around the far turn. And it is latest edition to take the lead from Bustin' Bullet. Kerry moves up on the outside and claims 2nd. Blossoming Erudite right next to Shoot It True. Shoot It True takes 4th and has 4 lengths to make up. The opening quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds. Strictly Taboo trying to mount a bid from well out of it. They're at the top of the stretch. And Kerry moves up on the outside to challenge for the lead. Here's Shoot It True coming with a bold bid in the center of the course. And from well out of it, Weekend Rags has come alive late. Shoot It True has spurted clear and is going to power away. Shoot It True, hand-ridden by Frankie Dettori, airs. Weekend Rags got up for 2nd. Strictly Taboo 3rd. Bustin' Bullet finished 4th.
Powers away indeed. Pouring it on late. Shoot It True. Frankie Dettori by daylight as the favorite delivers to kick off the early pick 4.
He rode her with unbelievable confidence. She broke. He made her come back to him, rated her. This is the first time in her life she rated. He's looking around for competition. When a horse is in the bridle and they've gone as fast as they've gone, and watch her, take our look to the right. Now he's going to take a look under his arm. He's not testing his deodorant there. But watch how visually she quickens up, guys. When you could see a horse and go, wow, that horse just took off, that's when it's impressive.
Richie, I remember you telling me last week that would be considered a stylish win when you go back in the room, huh?
No, he won with personality. That was with style.
You see Wesley coming down the stairs, and he's so dangerous in these turf sprints. But look, and, you know, this horse was just ready to roll. And Frankie, you can see, look at Frankie right here. He does take a little look to his right, left, but when he quickens, my goodness, this horse finishes up fast because, you know, they went 21, 45, 56. I'd say that last eighth of the mile might have been sub 6 seconds.
Ears pricked. What else do you want from me? That second move that a sprinter, the really good sprinters, will give a rider. She took her cue. She re-brakes, and you can see, Rich, it was only a question of how far the other riders are asking their horses for everything they have, and Frankie was still waiting to give her her cue.
It looked like Frankie in his heyday riding First Call for Godolphin, the way he looked around. And then when he asked her, I mean, she quickened up. She put separation in 40, 50 yards that you don't normally see, particularly in a turf sprint.
Watching it unfold early, were you at all concerned, JK, that she wasn't in front?
I wasn't concerned that she wasn't in front. I mean, it felt like it was getting too cute. She had broke well enough, and, you know, she was a horse that has a lot of speed and obviously a lot of talent, but, you know, Frankie's rode a few more winners than I have, and he made the decision to take her back, and it was the right decision. She learned something today, too, which is good moving forward.
Yeah, it is. And then, like I said, that 45 and 2 work, I don't care if it's over pavement. That's fast.
That's so fast.
Yeah.
And, you know, this opens up options for them. You know, all good horses have the quality of speed. They possess speed. It's how they learn to use it. It's a big step forward in how this filly used it today.
5-1-9-3. Everybody at Saratoga to the winner's circle, because you know what's next. Like, you know what's coming with Frankie Dettori.
I'm not going to watch because it hurts my knees watching.
I don't know if he does the flying dismounts in maiden races or in different races or like that kind of stuff.
There's a certain amount of pressure and
True.
the encouragement from the kids and the fans and everybody here. It could be the lowest level claiming race. Doesn't matter. They want to see a flying dismount for Frankie Dettori.
I'll bet a lemonade he does it.
I think he does, right? It's his only mount of the day?
Yeah, and his first win at the meet.
Yeah, so he might do it, yeah.
So what for Dettori here? And, well, we'll see when we come back if we see that flying dismount. Frankie Dettori aboard Shoot It True, onward and upward, sensational in her turf debut. She wins at going away. Results, reaction, and maybe, just maybe, a Frankie flying dismount next from Saratoga.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright future proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
A pristine Friday afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale, Atalapa. Shoot It True. Just awesome, dazzling in her turf debut. Richie, Frankie Dettori, quiet passenger, gave her cue. She did her thing.
Frankie Dettori earned his money in the first eighth of a mile to quarter of a mile, getting her to settle and come back to his hands, effectively changing her style and using that speed in the back end of the race as opposed to the beginning of the race.
Here we go.
This is when Richie and myself's knees really start to ache about right now.
I cringe. My knees kill me watching it.
Everybody watches Frankie. I watch Richie watch Frankie. The flying dismount from Frankie Dettori. The winning ride aboard Shoot It True.
That was a little to the side. I got to give him a little bit of credit, but it was still, he's still giving it a little bit, but he's harnessing it a little bit to the side.
The ultimate showman, and he's with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And the fans were so excited to have a flying dismount. Frankie, but you have a message for Mig. The knees are feeling good.
The knees are okay. It's the ankle that I broke it twice. is a bit iffy, but you know, at least it's rubber. People want to see it, and why not? Luckily, I'm not like a ride win 5 races a day, so once a week is fine.
And it was so cool to hear just the reaction from the crowd. I mean, it's something that makes racing so special, that you guys kind of as the celebrities of the game, so to speak, the riders, you get to be up close with the fans.
I must say, listen, racing for the crowd's done a lot for racing. Even people who don't know nothing about racing, and it's nice to see people getting involved on the back of that. And yeah, listen, it's an entertainment sport. We should entertain the crowd and let us see and let enjoy it.
Nobody entertains them better than you do. But how about your filly today? She certainly was entertaining. Shoot It True, a horse that you won by open lengths on the dirt as a 2-year-old. Now open lengths on the turf. You don't win many turf sprints this way, is what you said.
Yeah, I mean, she's been working beautifully. Actually, too good to be true. And I was just hoping that she'd translate that work into the grass. The key thing with her is to keep her relaxed. And Wesley said, whatever you do, try to switch her off. And she switched her off. And well, I just asked her to go. And the turn of foot was instantaneous. And you don't win many 5-furlong races pulling up the last 100 yards. So she's got a bright future, and she's going the right way mentally as well.
Yeah, really impressive. And we saw you jumped off behind the gate, let her load without the rider, just all the steps to keep her calm, and it seemed to pay off.
Listen, Wesley's team's done a fantastic job. Plenty of schooling. And she's not nasty. She's just, you know, just a little bit temperamental and a bit sensitive about the gates. But once she's in, she's fine. And then you see exactly what she can do on the track.
And it's impressive. Well done to you and everybody getting this filly to the winner's circle. Good to see it.
Thank you, Kasia.
Frankie Dettori with a happy crowd here at Saratoga after that flying dismount.
Frankie, and you have to appreciate Richie. He whether it's a hard landing or a soft landing, he not wanting to let down and disappoint the fans.
Well, and listen, they are into it, and he does please the crowd a great deal, but that just doesn't look comfortable to me. I'm sorry. I know I'm a little older, a little brittler maybe.
So you think that we should put like a wrestling ring kind of winning circle for Frankie so that it will bounce off?
Give to it, right? Yeah. And obviously he took that from the great Angel Cordero, and I believe Angel learned it from Avelino Gomez, who was a champion rider north of the border, a Cuban-born rider, but made all of his success in Canada.
Frankie Dettori and Shoot It True. Wow. And look forward to seeing her. This is stakes caliber stuff that I think we saw today, and in a very bright future as a turf sprinter moving forward.
I'd be surprised if she's not in stakes company next time.
We turn the page. Race 3. Starter allowance. Back to the main track. 1 1/8. Scratch Ranger Battalion. Daiquiri Sommelier. 2-1 favorite, 19 minutes out as our coverage continues from the Spa on a Friday. Looking ahead to the Saturday headline events. And book 'em, Dano, the New Jersey bred, already a Grade 1 winner at Saratoga. What a story, what a sprinter. He sprints tomorrow in the Vanderbilt. We'll be right back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another Grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, DK horse Acorn Stakes winner La Cara faces Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner Immersive in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Join us 5 Eastern.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Saratoga Live. Picture perfect Friday afternoon live look in the paddock. Coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And the America's Best Racing's race of the week, top class sprinters. Grade 2, Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Grade 1 talent. $400,000 purse, 3/4 of a mile dash. We expect Skelly to defect. Skelly, the speed drawn inside, expected to scratch. So 7 strong. And Bookham Dano, number 5, Paco Lopez to ride, 5-2 on the morning line here, JK. Last seen in the True North, locking up with Mulligan. Bookham Dano, proving, as he has time and time again, one of the best sprinters in the game.
Absolutely, and it's you know, Bookham Dano is probably sad to see Skelly go, because Skelly was going to be a thorn in the side of Mulligan. Now, Bookham Dano was able to get by Mulligan here in a situation where Mulligan, I thought, ran really well. I just think Bookham Dano's probably a little bit better than Mulligan, although Mulligan is a Grade 1 winner as well.
Borgo winner last summer. Bookham Dano. What are you expecting from him, Richie? And as JK mentioned, the defection of Skelly changing the complexion of the race.
Well, I do think that helps Mulligan because Skelly would have been main speed from the inside, right? But that being said, Bookham Dano's not slow, right? He puts himself in the race. Yeah. He's tactical. It's not like he's a deep closer that's dependent on pace. He kind of makes his own trip. A horse that I'm a little interested in is the Damon's Mound now with the Bill Mott stable. This is a horse that was 3 years ago, looked awful good in the Saratoga Special up here, and I know has a lot of ability. He's been training really well here.
Pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano. Nakatomi. Paulie, can he reach back and find the stuff that made him a Grade 1 winner last summer when he beat Skelly in the Vanderbilt?
He was really good when he won. He got 105 Beyer, and he clicked 105 Beyer in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against Elite Power in 2023. Now, his comeback race in the True North, he was 5th out of 5, but, you know, maybe he needed that race. Maybe he does not want the slop, although he won on the slop at Saratoga, but that was against optional claimers. He's only got 2 races, basically, since that Breeders' Cup Sprint in November when he lost a straight no chaser and Mulligan was behind him. I would not dismiss this horse. I think he's got a decent shot, the 6-year-old son of Firing Line. We don't see many Firing Lines still out there.
He's hard to figure out for me. He's got races where he runs really well, then he runs poorly. He's you know, at one point he's a deep closer, then he wins a Grade 1 close to the pace. He's a very confusing animal.
When you're handicapping this race and when you're playing this race, the presence of like Baby Yoda, just kind of knowing that he's out there and what he's capable of on his best day, specifically here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's an in and out. I mean, he loves it here, and he's run really well here. His record here, 8 for 4, and some of his biggest performances, 8 for 4. That's bad math. 4 for 8. Some of his biggest performances have been here. I just don't trust him. You just don't ever know what you're going to get. And I also think that these are real serious Grade 1 type horses, and I think he's probably a cut below that.
Top class sprinters tomorrow, one of 3 graded stakes races. You'll see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday, the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. So much coming your way this weekend, too, from Saratoga. And tomorrow, part of the Fox Saratoga Saturday broadcast. Immersive, reigning 2-year-old filly champ. 8-5 morning line favorite in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. I'm sure the Ducks Congress Park, they're in the pond now, but as we mentioned yesterday, I want to know who taught them how to properly use the crosswalk, man.
It's wild. Ducks are a menace downtown. No, they're not. They're fine.
But they're walking downtown, like on the sidewalk.
Right there, like who taught them how to properly use the crosswalk?
It's the water. They've been drinking that special water down there.
To Acacia in the paddock is race 3 paddock report. Acacia.
No ducks hiding here in the paddock, but we will take a look at one of the most fun named horses I have seen, certainly the one on this card, Daiquiri Sommelier, coming in for Al Stall, as this is a horse who got the win last time out. It was for $50,000, so does step up to the next level and has to stretch out to the 1 1/8 distance. And always, I think that this 2-turn distance, which is a taxing one here at Saratoga, is a great equalizer. But this colt really looks like he should appreciate it. While he's not the tallest type of build, there's a lot of length to his frame. There's a lot of substance to him, and he's handled himself incredibly professionally here in the paddock for a horse that is still lightly raced as of yet, wearing those 3/4 cup blinkers and the shadow roll just as he did last time out when watching that race, and he was 3 wide, intent on the lead with the addition of those blinkers, and used the speed to his advantage. I do think that he is an intriguing horse stretching out, as the public would agree. The number 2, Holton, second off the claim for Rick Dutrow, has to show that he can stretch out to the 1 1/8, and I do think that that is a little bit of the question mark for him. But he's a horse that's always been the tall, leggy type, and he's one that can be pretty sharp as well. I'm going to watch him warming up because sometimes that's really the telltale sign for him, but looking at him here in the paddock, it's so far so good. He's walking fluidly, he looks incredibly fit. As far as comparing him to his competition and looking, can he get the distance, I'm pretty optimistic about it. Not to mention, he's a horse that broke pretty slowly last time, and given the fact that he was still able to get into forward position, I think was promising for him. Now going to the outside, the number 7, Tiz Marcus for Norm Cassie. This one coming in for Flying P, where last summer we did see their horses just be well spotted and be really effective and take money too. He regressed last time out when stretching out, and I think that the distance is the real question for him. This is a horse that was sprinting at Oaklawn when I last saw him, and he had that same kind of strong, powerful build that I see once again. I am a little bit concerned if he's going to be able to stretch that speed to the 1 1/8, but he's another one that promises to be forward, and I think the pace a big piece of the conversation in this race, Lafitte.
Pace, presence indeed. Tiz Marcus. Ricardo Santana aboard. Santana won on like a $47 horse yesterday or something. Tiz Marcus, nowhere near that, 3-1. He will make his presence felt early.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think this is a 2-horse race, in my opinion, between the 3 and the 7. The 3, we've heard Tom Amos, our colleague, say that the Churchill meet has been the most competitive he's seen in a long time, and I've been paying attention to that. These Churchill horses have been running well. I think Daiquiri Sommelier ran significantly better than it looks on paper. I think he's a good horse, and the 7, Tiz Marcus, is another one where I just want to give him another shot. You know, first time last time for Norm Cassie. When I believe in a trainer's ability, I don't need them to make the horse run great the first time they claim him. I just need him to figure it out eventually, and I think that Norm will try to get this horse figured out.
Pick 5, mandatory payout. Let's get started here. Call to post. Starter allowance, 1 1/8. Let's meet the field in blown cover. It's a great name. His mother, Secret No More.
It just has to run a little bit faster.
Has to step it up. Dylan Davis, date with Lacara tomorrow. Holton, coned and trained by Rick Dutrow.
I stole Richie's horse,
Go,
and
go,
I'm so thrown off now. This horse has a race 5 back that I could think could win this one, but the last one wasn't fast enough.
Like the first time we've ever covered a post parade. Daiquiri Sommelier, Kentucky Invader. Jose Ortiz, look out.
Well, first it begs the question, what restaurant has a Daiquiri Sommelier? But that being said, this horse has improved in every start and could take another step forward.
Senior Frogs, let's go.
always be smart. Last couple races dropped far off the pace.
Yeah, and that's not going to help this horse in this particular case, although I do think there is some pace signed on.
Contender, House United, 12 career starts. Rod Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, it was on the grass the last couple of, 2 of the last 3 starts. One that should get a nice little setup if the 3 and the 7 hook up.
Tiz Marcus saw those Flying P hot pink colors in the winner's circle yesterday.
Yeah, incredible summer last year for Flying P, got off the mark, and this horse is definitely a player from the outside. I do have a question about the pace, though, and maybe you guys can answer it better. Isn't the one blown cover supposed to be a part of that pace, too? He's been showing good speed in 1 turn 7 furlong races.
I think he's a speed, don't you think so?
Yeah, I mean, I would defer to you, Richie. I know you study a lot of these riders. Do you think Dylan feels like the type from the inside that will be aggressive and send away?
Well, Dylan was riding, I think, in terrific form, and I'll be honest with you, over the last week or two, I see him sliding into some old, what I consider bad habits.
For example?
Not being aggressive, not protecting that inside position. You know, he's being a little bit more
passive.
And you know, and it's not a good way to be, particularly at this meeting. And I don't know why that is, because he was riding in a very aggressive fashion before that. If blown cover's not involved, or at least protects that inside position, that's exactly what I'm talking about, and that would be a prime example.
Something to watch right from the start of this 3rd race here, Paulie, of which you're invested with Daiquiri Sommelier. Our handicappers have 1,000 a week, 200 max a day. You're going with 100 to win on Daiquiri Sommelier.
Yeah, I am. You know, this horse had shadow roll, everything, blinkers, and the whole 9 yards on, but it worked last time out. So I went to watch his race 2 starts ago when he cut back to 6.5 furlongs. He had a horrible trip, so I can understand why he came out and he won last time out. I think he's very dangerous. I'm kind of with JK. I think the 7 is the other horse in here. So $100 to win on Daiquiri Sommelier for me, who right now is probably your 3rd or 4th in the will pace. So 5-2 is probably where he'll probably end up.
So you were mentioning, JK, that last effort, a much better effort than at first glance.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know the pace wasn't particularly quick. The horse got loose, and some might say, oh, well, it's just, you know, it was a maiden 50 race and, you know, facing a bunch of horses that hadn't won. But I will say this, I feel like that performance didn't just come out of nowhere. They added the blinkers. I think that kind of helped this horse wake up and finish his races a little bit better. I thought he ran well last time.
On occasion number 6, House United, all those races, the 12 career races in Louisiana, Kentucky today, his New York debut.
I don't have any notes to compare him to, which is always a little bit tricky because I do tend to rely on those quite heavily, especially with a horse that's acting like he is, Lafitte. And he's been pretty revved up since stepping out onto the track, and I wanted to reserve judgment on him until seeing him warm up and to see if he would settle a bit, because he was sharp getting the tack on back in the paddock. He was kind of sidestepping a little bit with the pony out there on the track, just getting very, very sharp. And typically that's not something I love to see for a horse that is stretching out in distance to go this 1 1/8, talking about the 6, House United, because as I mentioned back in the paddock, this can be a taxing distance, and you do want to try and reserve as much energy as possible. There he looks a bit better, like he's settled down a little bit, but he's still kind of pulling a bit, kind of putting his head up like that, which I don't love. I wish that he would just be responding to his rider, or Rod Ortiz opting to keep him with the pony, trying to get him to settle and to be a little bit more of that coiled spring type of energy instead of expending a lot of it beforehand. Physically, he looks like he should be able to handle it. It's just his demeanor and the way that he's been acting that concerns me a bit, though he was impressive in his last dirt race 2 starts back and has some races on the go back that would make him competitive, as he's now ticked over to favoritism, Lafitte.
House United, does that surprise you, JK, this kind of support here? And I guess the handicappers following the same trend that you were just discussing, and Kentucky invaders, shippers, to be even that much more respected here at Saratoga.
And IRAD as well. You know, I think it's part
that.
of the equation. And also, if you look at this race, just, you know, from a pace standpoint, it feels like the pace could be at least honest. And I think it could set up perfectly for a horse like House United who's going to sit in behind. I don't think the 3 and the 7 hook up. I'm going to assume that Dylan won't be overly aggressive from the inside. We'll see, Mig, if that happens. But I think the 3 and the 7 are both going to get good trips, and it's going to be the best horse that wins.
Yeah, but I do think it'll be ample pace. Maybe not a fast pace, but an honest pace for sure. And listen, I'm not saying that the one blown cover with Dylan needs to be sent to the lead. But when you're riding well, you use your horse enough to get your position going forward, and it makes other speed horses commit, and that gives you options. It creates separation.
Do you find when you're trying to figure out how a race is going to unfold from a pace perspective that you're looking at the horse and saying, okay, I just think that horse A is quicker than horse B getting out of the gate? Or is it also the riders, their intent and their characteristics to try and figure out who's actually going to be where early on?
I think riders and trainers' intention is very critical to making that decision. Tom Amos runs a horse that has speed. Tom trains his horses to run the entire race if they need to, and he knows the importance of speed. So he's never going to instruct his riders to take back. We saw it was a little different last race, but Wesley's horses, usually they got speed, they let them show the speed. And then you always have some trainers, and usually it's trainers with a little bit more of a European slant to it, that want their horses taken back and covered up. They would want Dr. Fager taken back and covered up.
Yeah, it's just the way they train. Yeah.
Just the way they train. So, yeah, it's a twofold thing. Obviously, the horse has to have speed to begin with. And second of all, you have to have a rider and trainer on the same page to allow them to either use that speed or inhibit that speed.
Quickly for Dylan Davis, the breakout meet last summer, like a career-changing success at Saratoga. Every athlete in every sport slumps from time to time. Why do you think that's happened right now, where he's not quite as aggressive, not quite seeing the same approach from him as you did all last season?
I mean, I'm just speculating, so this is my thoughts on it. I think last year there was very little expectation. Came up here, rode tremendously, success built on success. Come up here this year, there's different pressure. There's expectation of that kind of a meet. And if you don't get off to a good start, which he hasn't, now you start pressing.
Date with Licara tomorrow in the Grade 1 Coaching Club. American Oaks aboard Blown Cover here. House United steps forward. It's post time. Race 3 live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Blown Cover, Holton, Daiquiri, Sommelier is quicker than both. Tiz Marcus on the outside, House United, and slow starting Always Be Smart is at the back through the early stages, where Blown Cover has taken the initiative and opens up 3/4 of a length on Daiquiri, Sommelier in second. They're followed by Tiz Marcus, deepest of all in the pink silks on the outside of House United. Inside of that pair comes Holton and Always Be Smart. 23-3 for this contested opening quarter as Daiquiri Sommelier gets on even terms with Blown Cover. Those two heading toward the half-mile pole with Blown Cover once again asserting himself to the lead. House United is in between rivals, Blue Silks on the inside of Tiz Marcus. Holton still inside of them and Always Be Smart. No change running order, 4 lengths front to back. They're almost at the half-mile pole. And Blown Cover leads a half a length. Daiquiri Sommelier continues to match stride sharply alongside. A length and a half, Holton, House United. The half went in 48 seconds flat. 3 more lengths. Tiz Marcus losing ground. He's back to last. Always Be Smart is in front of him. Daiquiri Sommelier takes the lead. House United takes up the chase on the outside. And Blown Cover is down at the rail. Holton is in for 3 lengths off them with a 1/4 mile to go. Daiquiri Sommelier just in front. House United 1:13-1 for the top of the stretch. And Daiquiri Sommelier hugs the rail and goes on willingly. House United, Holton is gaining momentum in the center of the racetrack. He becomes the threat to Daiquiri Sommelier, and it's a big one too. Center of the track, here's Holton and Junior Alvarado coming at Daiquiri Sommelier. In between, House United is fighting bravely. It is Holton, House United, nose and nose to the wire. It will be Holton by a head. House United ran his eyeballs out. Daiquiri Sommelier was third.
Slugfest to the wire. Daiquiri Sommelier trying to hold on. Surrendered the lead. Holton, House United, and Holton with Junior Alvarado up in time to take down the third at the spot.
The two horses that got the 2 best trips in this race ran 1-2. They were sitting in behind what was a contested pace. The 1 horse Blown Cover did go with Dylan Davis, and that was the thorn in Daiquiri Sommelier's side. And House United got first run on Holton. Holton had to wait, come out. He was just best and ran him down.
To the wire. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the the pace materialized, like Mick said. The 1 went up the inside and caused some pressure for the 3. The 7 was empty all the way around there. He was on the backside. Ricardo was asking, but yeah, the 2 and the 6 sat right in behind. It's back-to-back races where we've seen, even on the turf, every race today, even on the turf where they've sat in behind the pacemakers, produced and made 1 run, and have got there and got the money.
And Dylan Davis did what he was supposed to do to give Blown Cover his best opportunity. Took some pressure from Daiquiri Sommelier and packed it in, but that's the approach that you thought best suited him.
There are certain basics of riding that if you adhere to consistently, you're going to be successful with it. Now, Blown Cover maybe it's the wrong spot. He wasn't good enough, probably too far. But he gave his horse his best opportunity, and that's all you can ask of a rider. When you're too passive and you allow horses to just take your position, that's a recipe for failure.
Not just on Sovereignty, winning a first Derby, winning a Belmont Stakes. What have you noticed from Junior Alvarado over the last calendar year or so?
His confidence level. He just, and the relationship that he's forged with Bill Mott. Now, obviously, this is a Rick Dutrow training.
Yeah.
But being able, you learn to communicate with trainers when you have the kind of relationship he has with Bill Mott. To be able to, things go wrong, how to explain it in a way that's palatable. If things go right or you think a horse needs a change of equipment or something, communication's key. And when you forge that relationship with a Hall of Famer like Bill Mott, it carries over to how you communicate with other trainers.
Earning that trust that he has in the biggest of races. And another win here, Junior Alvarado teaming up with Rick Dutrow, co-owner trainer Holton. Exciting finish, able to out-duel House United to the wire. Results, reaction when we come back. Holton in the 3rd on a Friday at Saratoga.
Far outside, Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power got him right on the money.
The power of Juddmonte.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Saratoga Live on a spectacular Friday from Saratoga. Coverage brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. We're all in on Hawaiian shirts. More on that in a moment as you take another look. Race 3, deep stretch. Junior Alvarado goes to Holton. Arado Ortiz, House United. Ortiz, 2 dirt races today, having to settle for second in both. Junior Alvarado, Rick Dutrow teaming up. Holton would not be denied, Richie, in the end.
Yeah, perfect trip. Got to sit there. Did have to wait until House United made the first move and came out and got it done. Junior Alvarado, such a strong, physically fit
Because he does
rider.
curls. Curls,
Man.
baby. Curls and more curls. And standing by live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he's very strong, that's for sure. As Junior joining me. Junior, you rode Holton last time and then back again today. How much confidence, more confidence would you say, having gotten to know him a bit? Because I know he's a horse that sometimes can be a little quirky.
Yeah, I think more than confident. I think I just, I was happy that I rode it last time, get to know him a little bit, and trying to buy my time because I know him, when he gets to the lead, he wants to wait, he wants to start looking around. And, he did the same thing today. I waited as long as I could, then I swing him outside. And once again, when he get to the lead, he kind of want to wait on the horse, and Ira's horse kind of came back a little bit to it, but he got the job done today.
He did, and yeah, House United with Ira kind of re-engaged when you came alongside. What do you feel in those moments when your horse gets close to another horse and they kind of both kick on a little bit there?
Well, it's not a great feeling, you want to kind of go by those horses and clear them right away, because normally I say most of the time that when a horse, fights back from the inside, they'll normally come back and win the race. But, my horse was pretty brave today to hold on the win today.
It was a nice effort. But coming up a little bit later on in the Shuvee, you'll be aboard Sidamara for Belmont. Blinkers going on. She always had the talent. What do you think with the equipment change today?
Yeah, I think, we're kind of looking for something where she can put herself a little more like in the race. I think last time we were laying in an okay spot, and I think she was just kind of lost by herself right there. So I think adding the blinkers today, we want to be a little more forwardly placed, and hopefully, she shows what we thought she was.
Thanks for the insight, Junior. Good luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Cassia.
Junior Alvarado timing it right with Holton Lafitte.
The timing. Junior Alvarado, Kentucky Derby, winning pilot. Belmont Stakes, winning pilot. Look forward to seeing Sovereignty on Jim Dandy Day in the Jim Dandy. And if it sounds like I'm a little distracted, it's because I am. And now you are as well because of that. Kimono giveaway or a Hawaiian shirt?
Listen,
what are we doing?
I'm two-fisted with the Hawaiian shirts here. I like this, and I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm trading in the tie, the jacket. I'm going all JK all the time.
This was the protest that we were supposed to stage like years ago. If he gets to do this, we all get to do it.
You know what? Those humid days, like today's nice, those humid days, this would work.
I'm a little cold right now, to be honest.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I like it. These are nice, by the way.
Nice material?
Yeah.
This is...
These are way better than...
You're gonna upset him.
These are way...
You're gonna
way
upset
better
him.
made than... No, I'm
So how does this work? If everybody at Saratoga is in a Hawaiian shirt, do you show up in a tux?
We'll have to see. Have to tune in to see.
Can't wait.
Top hat?
The Monopoly man.
Oh, man.
Giveaways. Hawaiian shirt. The blanket, right? You got the pennant, the tote bag, the quarter zip, and it's great. The fans that show up, the crowds here at Saratoga, seemingly every summer, the giveaways get a little bit better.
You appreciate, listen, the Hawaiian shirt, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a zoo for the Hawaiian shirt. But Lafitte, he appreciates the pennant because we all, as baseball kids, had pennants on our walls.
Every team.
Yep.
Every team. That was
it kind of went away, the pennant,
yeah.
didn't it?
The pennants and the helmets.
And the posters.
Of every team, yeah.
I had the Bo Jackson, the one where he had the football in the bat, yeah.
Memory unlocked. Love it. The giveaway on Sunday, Hawaiian shirt. And the racing continues on a Friday. We'll have much more on this fourth race. Fillies and mares on the inner turf course, a mini marathon mile and 3/8. That's coming up next. Wide open. With a 4-1 favorite, race 4, Saratoga. She will not be 4-1 in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Lacara, dual Grade 1 winner, immersive, a champion, looking to get back on track. Last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner. What will she do in the Coaching Club American Oaks tomorrow on Fox?
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 tomorrow. Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. Big Blue Godolphin with immersive spin-away winner as a 2-year-old filly last summer. She was 12-1 in that spin-away, 10-1 when she graduated, and finally JK started to earn some respect as the favorite in capturing a championship in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last fall at Del Mar.
I'm not even sure she was as respected as she probably should have been in this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, but she was after the race. It was one of those situations you get the call of these races when it's a slam dunk for who's going to be the champion. It was obvious. I think the call was included that she'll be a champion in here. She won 3 grade 1s. That's hard to do at any situation, let alone for a 2-year-old.
3 different tracks, Simply Dominant. Just the 1 start this year, immersive, 8-5 morning line favorite. Lacara towards the outside, dual grade 1 winner, 2-1 on the morning line. The tail of the tape and how they stack up. Immersive, who has the hardware. Lacara on the ascend. Lacara, a major edge in experience, 6 more starts, 1 more win. Lacara, earnings, you win a Breeders' Cup race, those earnings, they're going to inflate $1.65 million for Immersive. But this year, Holly, Immersive, just the 1 start, she was defeated, while Lacara she's in rhythm, a 3-time winner already this year.
Yeah, maybe that's the advantage that Lacara has on her. And, Immersive lost in the Monomoy Girl, and it was a big upset for her. But you know what? She hadn't run since the Breeders' Cup, so maybe it was one of those races where she kind of needed the race. But then you kind of worry a little bit because Brad Cox has always got his foot on the pedal. So when they come back, that's almost like Chad Brown. You expect for them to run well and win these type of races, especially when you're 41 cents on the dollar. She's going to have to run to beat Lacara.
And in the Kentucky Oaks, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America, Brad Cox and Godolphin, we watched Good Cheer do her thing. Part of the conversation is he chased for a 3-year-old filly title, Jonathan. And at this point, Good Cheer, undefeated, 7 for 7. She wins this race, and you're thinking, okay, it looks like a title is well within her reach. But just a couple months later now, it feels like it's still an open division.
Well, I'm a little sad for Godolphin. They don't have any good 3-year-olds.
No. Male or female.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Good Cheer, if she comes back and she runs well in the Alabama, she's right back into the conversation. In fact, I think she's the leader of the clubhouse to be the champion 3-year-old filly if she wins the Alabama. But she was pretty bad in the Acorn. She's going to have to take a step forward.
What are you expecting from Good Cheer the rest of the season? Was she exposed in her last race or just have a bad day?
It's really tough to tell because we kind of got fooled by Idiomatic a little bit. And I'm wondering if Good Cheer is going in that same direction. Did she peak? I don't know. I mean, that was just too bad of a race to be true.
I think we really got to look at it from a physical perspective coming up to the Alabama because I thought she looked incredibly thin and dry-coated going into the Acorn. And, she ran a hard race in the Kentucky Oaks, and maybe she just hadn't recovered enough. She's had ample time now, skipping, obviously, the Coaching Club, waiting for the Alabama. If she looks more like the filly I think she should look like, then I'll have more respect for her. If she looks the way she looked going into the Acorn, then I don't care for her.
No, right now, leader of the division.
Oh, good one. I guess Good Cheer. I think the Kentucky Oaks carries a pretty big weight.
Carries more weight, yeah.
But I think the Alabama, the winner of the Alabama, whoever that will be, whether it's Nitrogen, whether it's Lacara, whether it's Immersive, or whether it's Good Cheer, I think they'll be the leader after that.
Deep, contentious, and for that reason, why the Coaching Club American Oaks, as it has over the years, an impact on the chase for a 3-year-old filly title. The CCA Oaks tomorrow afternoon on Fox as Fox Saratoga Saturday returns. As our coverage for the Friday program continues as well, in this 4th race coming up shortly, wide open. These maidens, 1 3/8 on the inner turf course, and Pemaquid pictured at 4-2-1. Believe we're going to revisit her debut. No, we're going to go to Acacia standing by live in the paddock. Acacia.
And we'll start there, Lafitte. As you can see, a 4-1 tepid favorite just kind of highlights how wide open and contentious this race is. And Jose Ortiz will climb aboard this one, as Dylan Davis will be aboard the number 11 Speed Shopper, who does draw into this race, giving preference to that one. But Taking a look at Pemaquid for Shug McGahee on debut at Keeneland, going 1 mile and a 16th. Didn't take any of that money that day. Showed no speed, dropped back several lengths, tipped out very wide in the center of the track, and actually ran on a bit. Just an oddly run race as she comes back here for her second start and gets to go longer, which I do think that she should appreciate. Does wear that shadow roll. She looks very fit. She has been pretty forward since coming here into the paddock, but it's just interesting looking at that first effort. And typically we have come to associate trainer Shug McGahee with a patient approach and giving them a little bit more time moving forward, that you should anticipate she will improve having a race under her belt. She had the outside post that day as well, and it just seemed to me like she was a little bit bewildered in the early part of that race when she broke out and then dropped so far back, and it was late in the race that she started to kind of figure things out a bit. She does appear to be clued in here in the paddock, which I appreciate. She has that nice energy bubbling beneath the surface. The big thing for her, is going to be if she can get out of the gate a bit better and into the race today.
Mendy at 9-2, and there she is by Mendelssohn. This was her latest mid-June Aqueduct, similar company, Richie. 2-3-5 finishers all reunite. Mendy, an Esprit, and Abundant Love.
Yeah, listen, Mendy got to set a very controlled pace. She was in control of the race throughout. Javier Castellano gave her a beautiful ride, and she just didn't see it out. But isn't she in a similar situation today where there's really not any pace signed on? Doesn't she get a very similar trip today?
I think she does.
Going against the grain?
Yeah, I think she does. I mean, you know, one thing about her trainer, Carrie O'Brien, is that she basically trains a lot of jump horses. So getting out to the mile and the 3/8 is probably what she always wanted and just missed. I think the 10 maybe Green Jobs, putting the blinkers on, and Flavian's always heads up. There's a couple other horses, but maybe the 4 is the other horse. But you might be right, Mig, because this horse got passed last time, and you talk about maybe they'll take this horse for granted. They went 1:15 and still went past this horse, so maybe this horse will get taken for granted.
Keisha, you get favorites in the Derby at 4-1. The favorite for this fourth race, 4-1, Mendy.
I know, pretty amazing. And Mendy, I agree with Meg. Her pace makes her dangerous. Now, I'll watch her on the track, but she's pretty laid back here in the paddock, which I appreciate because last time she was very aggressive in the preliminaries, trying to run off in the warm-up and kind of tipped her hand to how much speed she was going to show that day. And I thought that she ran exceptionally well. She ended up going off as the favorite, but Kaylin Dano is a new face who had taken a lot of the early money in that race, and Mendy showed she could handle added distance. Like I said, she's acting very professional and switched off, which I am happy to see here in the paddock. But another one coming out of that race is the 9 Abundant Love, who she was mid-pack, and she looked like she just never really had any room to run late. I don't think that she had enough kick, really, maybe to kick on to reach the top horses in there, but I don't think that she ever really had any clear running room to do her best running in the late stages of the race. So if she gets any sort of pace to run at today, which will be the question, she is one that has a little bit of ability in there. And while her races out of town haven't been necessarily as quick, she did show that she belonged with this level of competition in here today. And also out of that race is the 4, Inesperé Lafitte, means unexpected.
And for Abundant Love, operating in tight quarters in her last race, as Acacia mentioned. See if she finds a clear path today. And Johnny Velasquez riding for the first time. And a reminder that you can get in the game with Naira Bet's YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/@NairaBets. And again, we're going to be saying goodbye to our FS2 audience at the top of the hour. Coverage on Saratoga Live continues over on YouTube for the remainder of the afternoon, including the Shuvee. So yeah, 3 Eastern coverage moves over to YouTube. Very simple to find our programming.
That's what they say, unless, you know, you're one of those people that gets frustrated by technology. All you got to do is just turn on your TV, and if you have a TV that isn't like a square box, there's probably YouTube already on it. If it's not on there, then you look for these 4 letters, APPS, apps, maybe. And you could download YouTube. And then you type NYRA, Naira, and then you can watch it on YouTube.
And if you have one of those unsmart TVs, just go get a Roku.
If you have one of those unsmart TVs, you need to do some evaluation.
You do, because now you can get a smart TV for less than $100.
Tech tutorial to go with the handicapping tutorial. I feel like you're talking to those who have a cell phone who text in green.
Hey, you can watch it on your
I
cell
feel like
phone,
that's
too.
who this message was for.
At least they can get YouTube on their phone if they text in green.
You know, I'm quite a bit older than you guys, and my first job, I was the remote control, okay? My father would say, get up, go change the channel. Yeah, and you guys were talking about putting in apps and different things. Yeah, and the coat hanger is the
rabbit ears. How's it look now? How's it look now? Gearing up for a post. Freight call to post. Race 4. Long distance. Mile and 3/8. Fillies and mares on grass. Maiden special weight. Wide open. 4-1 current favorite in Mendy. We'll meet the field and start with dimensionality. Finishing for her has been the problem thus far.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana won on a big long shot yesterday on the grass. He's riding very well.
Lady Mays, number 3, Irish mare, winless in the States.
Yeah, this is one of the horses that exits that common race on June 19th that a lot of these horses leave. I think she ran well in there, and I like her at 6-1.
Keisha can say it. I can't. I think it's an Esprit, something like that. She's still working on that knockout punch.
Yeah, she was the one right on that pace in that same race, and Joel Rosario will stick.
Rescue Me, lightly raced, farthest she's run.
It's not often you see Chad Brown running on the grass at Saratoga at 11-1.
Unlimited Spending, Mike Rapoli's Japanese-bred filly.
Yeah, like you said, bred by Sade Farm in Japan. And horse that's been slow early, but okay late.
Pema Quid, make the rider Jose Ortiz.
It's a little overbet. One of these situations where they're closing going a mile to 16th. Oh, they're going to probably like longer. I don't think that's always the case.
Mendy, 2 races this year. She has improved.
If she can get to the lead again, she's going to be tough again at 4-1.
Keisha mentioned the traffic and abundant loves last race. Johnny Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, I like this horse too. I thought this one was trying to close into a pace that I'm not sure if it wasn't pretty slow.
Green Jobs, blinkers on, heavy hitting connections.
Well, you know, tough horse to gauge, but you know, Chad does a good job when he puts the blinkers on. 31% on this move.
Speed Shopper from the outside draws in.
So reminds me, Speed Shopper, low-key one of the best TV shows of all time was that supermarket TV show where they were running around getting the hams.
Supermarket sweep.
That was a show, wasn't it? I would have went straight to the I would have learned the whole strategy. The hams and the laundry soap.
I think I caught it.
You never saw that?
You never saw
I don't think I
Oh, wow.
Well,
Whoa.
You guys, the look on, oh, wait, hold on here.
No, the 8 just dropped the rider, and off he goes. You can see he was acting up. Whoa, what a job by the outrider.
He get her?
I think he might have. Is that Jesse Costa?
Wow. We can hear the crowd cheering from here. We're back in the paddock. Obviously, all that taking place front side. Mendy, who lost Javier Castellano. There is a live look, Javier Castellano. Good to see him walking under his own power. I was looking at you guys talking about supermarket shopping, whatever. Did anybody catch what happened?
I did not see
she
exactly
just kind of
what happened.
She just reared up a little bit, and then Javier, I think she got, you get to that tipping point. You know more than this. You get to the tipping point where you don't know, and I think that Javi had to bail, and then she kind of took off. And I was referencing to Jesse Costa, the main outrider here, who does an unbelievable job.
Yeah, and that is him. Yep, that is him.
Amazing.
What a job. And here's the thing, Mig. So now she got away. He got away. Is it more of a warm-up now?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. You see the examining vet there. The horse will be checked out before they make a decision.
Acacia, what did you see?
Well, it was a split-second thing where Mendy was acting fine, and then she reared up and I think caught Javier Castellano off guard because she had been, up to that point, as I mentioned back in the paddock, so switched off. But as soon as she got on track, she reared up, dropped the rider, caught her rider and the pony, the person on the pony next to her, but tremendous job by the outrider who caught her in the length of the stretch, and she is being inspected right now by the attending veterinarian. So I'm not exactly sure what's taking place as her number is still up. Javier Castellanos on his feet. He got up very quickly, but tremendous job by the outrider to catch her in very, very quick fashion. She did not get that far, Lafitte.
So yeah, Mendy, Acacia, she is the 4-1 lukewarm favorite. And can you expand a little bit on what Acacia just touched on, Richie, and the process to take place determining whether or not Mendy is going to compete in this fourth race?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't go very far, and she probably went a pretty quick eighth of a mile. You see they're dragging her back to the gate, and I think they'll just make that determination on how she's acting and assess what kind of energy she did use. Honestly, she didn't go very far, and I don't think it's that big a deal.
It wasn't Jesse Costa that actually caught that horse. It was somebody else, but great job by the outrider there. And, yeah, I mean, the attendant veterinarian looking at the horse, it looks like they're discussing everything here. And I would think that Javier Castellanos tried to explain to him what happened. You see some of the EMTs coming up to Javier, seeing if he's okay. So just they're checking all the boxes here.
And that was Omar. Omar, the outrider, Richie. Can you explain just that skill set and what we just saw him do as this filly is taking off, and he has the ability to get his hands on the reins and to corral her and to keep her from sprinting off and potentially injuring herself.
Well, we call non-race horses on the racetrack ponies. They're not. They're horses. They're a 1,000-pound animal, and you've kicked this 1,000-pound animal into gear, and basically catching a horse at full run had to lean all the way to the left. So now you've got to contend with your horse, staying in the middle of your horse, getting a hold of a horse that may drag you off of your horse, and able to stop both of them once you've got. It's unbelievable. When I was a kid, they sent me to the track to pony a horse. So I didn't have to catch the horse. The horse was in my hands. Well, I came back alone. The pony came back without me. The horse came back without me. I just couldn't do it. It was too many things going on at once.
Acacia, front side, keeping her eyes on everything taking place. These fillies and mares. And Acacia, another Lady Mays, number 3, the Irish mare. What is she showing you?
Yeah, but first, real quick, Lafitte, Javier Castellano just got a leg back up on Mendy. The crowd is applauding, which may not be the best case scenario for a filly that just acted up, but great to see tremendous horsemanship on display there, and she has been okayed by the veterinarians to run in here. As I mentioned, she did not go very far. We will check in, though, with Lady Mace, who comes in for Lindsay Schultz, as she has had quite a few chances already, but that being said, I did think that she ran well in that common race where she was in the 2-path throughout, and she flipped back onto the left lead late, just trying every length of the stretch there, and wasn't able to have as much punch as you might appreciate. She looks fantastic today. She's dappled from head to toe. She has been very sharp throughout, but not agitated, not over the top, not like she's expending too much energy, and she settled beautifully after that warm-up. The number 10, Green Jobs, it's a price horse if you like Chad Brown, and you'll get a price on this one. She adds shortcut blinkers on today, as Flavien Prat last time out, if you watch that race, he really urged her hard out of the gate, and she did get steadied sharply on the turn, but it seemed that Flavien really wanted to get her into the race. I don't know, but I would guess that he was a part of recommending the equipment change in here, which hopefully should help her to be a bit quicker and get into the race a little bit more, because she really was just outfooted last time. Physically, she should appreciate the distance. We'll see if the blinkers do help. Lafitte?
By Medaglia d'Oro, Green Jobs, a Jim Dandy Travers winner back in 2002 during his 3-year-old season. Mendy, Richie, after everything that just took place, and she reared and she got away for just a moment. Javier Castellano back aboard. She's going to race. Have you ridden horses like this where something like that has happened and the horse has gone out there and delivered an A performance?
Yes, I have. I mean, she didn't go far enough, I think, to have a big effect. She got a good warm-up, opened her airway up a little bit, and then she was walked all the way back, so she had a chance to catch her breath, relax a little bit more. She looks like she's handling herself fine now. I wouldn't let it deter you if you liked her to begin with.
Like, it's way better obviously see it's way better to have that happen with 5 or 6 minutes to both so she can recover. If it happens like 1 to 2 minutes, it'd be more, no?
Oh, no, absolutely. They had plenty of time. And then also she was really checked out by the examining vets. And you see all the protocols in place to make it safe as it can be for horses, jockeys, and protect the betting public.
Any final thoughts as they file in this wide open mini marathon?
No one makes any rule. I want the 8 and the 9. That's I'm saying I want both of them. I like the 8. The 9, I think, got a little bit of a better
All those
warm-up.
people on the rail are rooting for the 3 for me and Mig.
They are an energetic crowd, enthusiastic crowd on this Friday, on a gorgeous Friday up at Saratoga. Moving into line 3 turns, mile and 3/8. Race 4 live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
And here are the colors of Ripoli's stable, with Unlimited Spending taking up her spot, and Green Jobs to the outside, followed by Speed Shopper, who will be the last one to load. Lots of well-known silks in this event, including those of Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners here, as Speed Shopper moves into line. Just a little hesitation from her, the others standing very well. Speed Shopper guided back once again. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mendy is very quick. And Mendy will go and take the lead immediately, challenged by Green Jobs, who's prominent in the early stages. Down on the inside, Inespere is right there too. So it's Inespere and Mendy sprinting clear as Pratt takes a strong hold of Green Jobs to keep her away from that pace battle. Abundant Love is close up in the opening stages too as she cruises through along the rail. That group is followed by Lady Mays, who's in mid-pack, racing a length and a half in front of Speed Shopper. Then comes Dimensionality, followed by Rescue Me, and then there are 2 more behind her. Unlimited Spending and Pemaquid is a dozen lengths off the pace. It's Inespere just in front, 3/4 of a length to Mendy. And in behind them, Johnny V and Abundant Love getting a good tracking trip along the rail. And outside of her comes Green Jobs in 4th. The opening quarter went, let's go to the half, in 49 and 1 after that quarter that was in 24 and 1/5 seconds. So it is Inespere, 3/4 of a length to Mendy. Then Abundant Love, traveling kindly on the inside 3rd. Green Job still outside of her. Lady Mays is next. Then comes Speed Shopper, 6 lengths off the lead. Dimensionality is next. Rescue Me, a length and a half to Unlimited Spending. And still Jose Ortiz and Pemaquid at the back. 3/4 in 1:15. And it is Inespere and Mendy who pass the half-mile pole together. Still Abundant Love and Green Jobs. No change in the top 4 as now Speed Shopper makes her move. She takes the 3rd spot with a nice bird on the outside. Dimensionality is now following that run. So she'll be 3 or 4 wide, but Dimensionality is getting into the race. Lady Mays down on the inside. Unlimited Spending is racing in between rivals. Outside of her, Rescue Me and Pemaquid is still last there at the top of the stretch. Mendy takes the lead, challenged by Speed Shopper. Speed Shopper with this sustained bid takes over and opens up. Pemaquid is angling to the far outside, trying to get a minor piece. Still 10 back on the inside. Abundant Love. It's Speed Shopper, and she's long gone. A big effort from Speed Shopper under Dylan Davis to score by 5 lengths. Abundant Love was second, and then it was a photo for 3rd between Dimensionality and Lady Mays.
She draws in and draws off. A dominant performance. Speed Shopper and Dylan Davis at 8-1 in the 4th at the Spa.
Well, it turns out Speed Shopper was crying out for more distance because it looked like she jumped in at the quarter pole and she really finished the deal. Listen, big field, 3 turns, you're going to have trips. There's a lot to decipher. I think we can all agree, though, Speed Shopper was just decidedly best today.
By far the best today. The 9 and the 3 really sat good trips where the 9 sat on the rail, could make no progress for a second. The 3 tried to make up some ground and ended up running 4th here. And the 11 just ran all by him, Lafitte, going 115, 140, and just cruised on by. And Bill Walden's been sending horses in here with with intent.
Had her ready to rock and roll. 8-1 Speed Shopper, 11-9-1-3 Dylan Davis. So maybe a boost there, some confidence for Davis there. A victory here, a well-timed ride, and much the best in Speed Shopper. We're headed over to YouTube. Coverage continuing there for the remainder of the afternoon. Flavia and Pratt, a date aboard the favorite, trying to go back-to-back a little bit later on in the Shuvee Raging Sea, trained by Chad Brown. Off to a fast start in Saratoga. What else is new? Can she become the first ever back-to-back winner of the Shuvee Raging Sea? We'll find out this evening. We'll see you over on YouTube as our coverage from Saratoga continues. Saratoga Live on YouTube. We'll see you there.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga Live on YouTube. Welcome, everyone. Live look at the spa on this gorgeous Friday afternoon. Coverage continues, day 7. Gearing up for a big weekend here at Saratoga. On set just outside the paddock, champion jockey Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We just saw a wide-open 4th race, a race that looked really competitive on paper, Jonathan. In the end, not so much. A Speed Shopper absolutely dominates with Dylan Davis from an outside post.
Yeah, the horse was impressive, right? He started with Michael McCarthy for Eclipse Thoroughbreds, one of the owners of journalism, and they gave Will Walden a chance with this horse. And Will Walden, in the last 3 months, he's winning at like 31%. And for a young trainer, that's pretty good. That's the kind of business that'll get you going. That's the kind of business performances that'll get you horses for Eclipse and other big-time owners.
He's been winning a lot of races. I know he won the last race on Foster Day. He won the stakes. That Speed Shopper goes into the winner's circle. Maybe Dylan Davis was choosing this one over the 7. He got off the 7. This horse was impressive today, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, she just really kept finding, and the mileage race was obviously what she was looking for. And listen, guys, we're talking about Will Walden. The Walden name in thoroughbred racing is akin to royalty. Generations of top horsemen.
Elliott Walden, campaign victory gallop, denied a Triple Crown bid by Real Quiet by a nose back in '98. Son Will Walden at Speed Shopper, ready for an A-plus performance, 1880 in the end. What surprised you most, JK, about the result here and how everything unfolded?
I mean, I didn't really see Speed Shopper. He wasn't on my radar, but I'm not shocked. You know, like I said, a very productive trainer. I guess the one thing would be is but the prices told you this was going to happen, and that, you know, when there was a turf race where Chad's got 2 in, he doesn't hit the board.
Yeah.
But like I said, they were long shots in there, so I think that made a little sense.
Pick 6 gets underway next. Also have Raging Sea and the Shuvee a little bit later on as we take a look at today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 5 in 20 minutes kicks off the Pick 6, the Shuvee, Race 8. All of it right here on YouTube. And the Jersey Shore from Monmouth Park on Monmouth's biggest weekend of the year. Speaking of Eclipse Thoroughbreds in journalism tomorrow, the favorite in the Haskell Invitational. Get involved. Just getting started at Saratoga this day 7 of 40. Go to NYRA Bets. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Race 5. No 4-1 favorites here. A 7-5 favorite in Olivia's Grace, New York Breds. Fillies and mares sprinting on grass. Olivia's Grace, Jonathan. Trustworthy, or are you going elsewhere?
I'm going with the other Grace, Garden of Grace.
Better price?
Better price. I like the way this horse ran last time. Ran into a stablemate in Silsby who made the lead, and it feels like Garden of Grace could have probably been a little bit more forward, but when you have 2 horses from the same barn, there's no reason to do a speed duel.
See how it all unfolds. The Pick 6 gets started there. Race 5 in 20 minutes from Saratoga as our coverage continues from the Spa here on YouTube. We'll be right back.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Here with my husband, Tom Morley, sending out Cherico, and as a first-time starter, $230,000 purchase at OBS March, worked quite nicely, 10 flat, son of Yalpon.
Stephen Rocco and Joe Migliori decided that we would have a go, try and buy them. And I love the Yopons as yearlings, and I've been very impressed by them at the 2-year-old sales as well. So I'm delighted to have them in the barn, and I'm excited to see them start.
47 and change with Javier Castellano in the irons out of the gate. What about that breeze solidified you putting him in?
Just the manner he did it. He came out of the gate very, very fast. Went 4 lengths clear of his work partner immediately. And Javier just wanted to teach him a little bit. So he actually had to take him back in the work to wait for the work partner to get up sides him. And then after they'd gone a couple of furlongs together, he put his hands down and let this horse go on. And he readily went away from his work partner, finished 6 or 7 lengths clear. I think he has got the ability that he certainly has a bit of a chance, yeah.
Good.
Don't you?
Chero Rico, Maggie Spendthrift report. Been on fire with these Spendthrift reports and the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day in race number 6. Field looks like that. JK, a lot of first-time starters, all first-time starters, and one of these exciting 2-year-old affairs we get to see. Did you have any opinions going in?
Yeah, I mean, I liked the 5 before the 2 and the 1 scratch. So, unfortunately, you're not going to get that 7 to 2. Don't get too excited. The 5 will likely be odds on. You'll see in a little while. I'm going to give a pick 5 out where I'm going to single the 5. In fact, I'm going to start with 2 singles. Very affordable ticket.
Are we going to see that now or later?
I think it's going to happen later, Lafitte.
A little bit later on?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have
Do
that for you a little bit later on.
Do you know anything about TV? We'd wait to show
Not
things.
on, and you just unplug on YouTube. Just completely unplug, man. That's a tease. You will see that a little bit later on. Meantime, this upcoming 5th race starts the pick 6, about 15 minutes out. Take a look at the field and updated odds here. A 7-5 favorite where Olivia's Grace, who is the current choice. Number 8, though, Ultra Cameo and jockey Christopher Elliott. What a moment yesterday, winning the Rick Violet aboard Leon Blue.
I remember being 2-3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, you know. When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, you know. It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, you know, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, you know, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. You know, when they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him and, you know, he says, oh, you did great, or you could have done this, maybe you should have done this. And I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, you know, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York. My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast, takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back in the jockstrom was him.
It's very exciting, it is. You know, just in the last year when he started, he accomplished a lot. He got his driver's license, he graduated high school, and he got his jockey's license and got off to riding races, so I'm very proud.
Lots to be proud about. Christopher Elliott and the start to this meet, Richie, at Saratoga. In the first race of the meet, he's on the favorite. He's involved in a spill. Very fortunately escapes injury. Rode in one more race, then had to go get x-rays. Again, good enough, still healthy enough to ride. And then yesterday, a moment he won't forget anytime soon. Not just the win in the Rick Violet Stakes, but how he won the Rick Violet Stakes.
Well, that's just it, Lafitte. You know, winning a stake as an apprentice anywhere, but particularly Saratoga, and then contributing a ride like this that aided greatly to secure the victory. You know, you got Flavien Prat, last year's champion, Eclipse Award-winning rider, comes up outside you. He's trying to make it tough on you, would love to lay you in behind that horse in front, and he fought for his position. You see he turns his horse's head out, keeps his horse's shoulder on him, within the boundaries of the rules, race riding. This was a tremendously professional, strong ride from an apprentice who loses his bug next Saturday, by the way. He loses apprentice allowance.
And, you know, a lot of bug boys, their one struggle is most of the time on the turf. I thought this was his most impressive ride and has shown his progress from the beginning. Not many people get the best of Pratt deep in the lane.
No, and he's gotten considerably stronger since when he first got to New York. And you ride with good riders, good habits, good things are going to rub off. You're going to learn from the best. It's hard to compete with them, but the best. But I, like his dad said, he did a lot before he started riding. He graduated high school. He got his driver's license. Well, I still haven't graduated high school, and I never took my driver's test. My brother Michael took my driver's test because back then you didn't have a picture on the license, and he mailed it to me. I was at Hialeah. So I actually didn't do either, but I do have a driver's license.
You looked into the statute of limitations for that kind of thing, and what
well,
kind of punishment you could be facing?
Yeah, if state troopers are outside, I know I messed up.
What a moment yesterday, Christopher Elliott, that story, and Leon Blue in the Rick Violet Stakes, and a young rider mixing it up with the very best there is. And here at Saratoga, we'll see what kind of success he has the remainder of the summer. Pick 6 time here, race number 5, horses in the paddock, 10 minutes out. New York bred, turf sprinters, fillies and mares. There is the favorite, Olivia's Grace at 8-5. Acacia, the favorite. What's she showing you?
Well, I've been keeping my eyes on her closely, Lafitte, because she is a high-energy filly. As this was a horse the first time out, very difficult to get the tack on. Last time, she was a bit better, just very sharp in the preliminaries. And today, while she has been sharp and has been forward, she's been much more professional, opting to saddle her outside. And she's gotten much more on her toes since then. But she is a horse that I thought ran very well. She was part of the early pace, 3 horses on the front end, hit the front, and then just got run down. And she also ran exceptionally well on dirt in her first effort too. She's certainly, I think, with her natural speed and given what she's shown on both surfaces, a worthy favorite in this spot. The number 1, Saratoga Snow, is a horse that I've been chasing a little bit because I was very intrigued by her switching to the turf. She is the half-sister to Caldwell Loves Gold, who's a multiple stakes winner on dirt, but a horse that has also handled the turf and going longer as well. But this filly's by Vekoma, while she is built like a horse that wants more distance, I think with the Vekoma influence and the way that she runs, it's okay shorter. She does get blinkers on, a pretty significant blinker cup, 3/4 cup. She wore that shadow roll throughout as far as her equipment is concerned. But this is a horse who did not have an easy trip last time out. She checked back and steadied sharply early in the race. And when sprinting and you get checked back, it's hard to come back from that. She looks even more fit and even better in her coat today than she did last time out. Now, George Weaver sends out 2. We'll start off with Garden of Grace. I actually saw Garden of Grace paddock schooling the other day as she schooled during the races because she was very difficult and over the top. I have not been in the paddock for either of her 2 races, but knowing that about her, everything that they've done with her today made sense. She came in with a training saddle, accompanied by the pony throughout. They've had 2 handlers on her head, and given the way that she acted in paddock schooling the other day, she's so much more settled today, and it seems that all that schooling they've done has paid off. She was very sharp from the gate last time before losing the lead. If she can keep it together mentally, I think she's a horse that has ability and certainly looks well spotted as a turf sprinter. George's other horse, the 9, Red Llama, she is cutting back in distance, which I like. She has a little bit of size to her, but the way that she runs, I think shorter is better. She looks sensational, and she faced Mommy's Turn last time, who would come out of that race to finish 2nd, and then won the Susie O'Kane, and now a stakes winner for Chad Brown. Lafitte?
Casey had me at George Weaver in a turf sprint. 3 wins this meet, all in turf sprints, including that monster in the quick call last Sunday. Weaver with a pair. And Paulie with a bankroll play here on a No Ordinary Love. Sing it, my friend.
Yeah, I like myself a little Sade. Very underrated. Very smooth operator.
My bankroll play would.
My bankroll play.
I thought you would. I thought you would sing it. I thought you would sing it. YouTube, man.
$100 to win on No Ordinary Love. Horse that was actually favorite or second choice in her debut did not break well. I love that Flavian Pratt sticks because he could have went to maybe a couple others in here, including the 7, who I thought had a look in here. So 100 to win on the 3. Got to get off the schneid this week.
Like that she was bet. Tripped up at the start a little bit. Better start today. Lots to like.
Always look at first-time starters. I want to see an eighth to a quarter of a mile someplace within the race. Could be in the middle, could be the beginning, late, that they show run, they show ability. And after she blew the brake, she showed me enough ability to think she's a major player here because she got back into the race. And I thought she ran particularly well considering the circumstances.
100 to win for Paul on Ordinary Love. Jonathan, you're going with a 5-1 shot in Garden of Grace.
Yeah, if you watch that last race where Silsby won impressively, Silsby made the front, and Garden of Grace broke on top as well. But I think that, Flavia decided I better take back here. I don't want to get into a duel with my trainer's other horse.
My Aunt Millie found us on YouTube.
Look at that.
Millie. She says, think I got it. It only took 20 minutes.
Well, that's in between post parades.
she won't miss a thing. Post parade. Saratoga Snow and Jose Lascano.
Yeah, blinker goes on here for Mike Deeney.
Olivia's Grace 9-5 favorite.
Has shown good speed in both starts, one on dirt, one on turf, and obviously the public is on top of her, 9-5.
Paulie has 100 riding on No Ordinary Love.
Looking for Flavian to get back in the winner's circle.
Bodegas number 4, second career start, turf debut. There she is in the blue colors.
And this is a filly that wanted the turf first time. He got rained off. Now she gets a preferred surface.
My Omaha Beach, Arkansas Derby winner. Defected before the Kentucky Derby. Would have been the favorite. The number 5, a one last knock here. The field's lone first-time starter.
This horse has been working at Fairhill Training Center and been working pretty well. You're getting 20 to 1.
Garden of Grace, a big overlay. No, only 5-1.
Well, Aperitif is, I think, a player here at 16 to 1. Way too big a price, and I like Jose Ortiz picking up the mount.
See, I did. I skipped her. Aperitif. There's Garden of Grace.
Yeah, for West Point, the filly by Salamini.
Ultra Cameo and Christopher Elliott in the saddle.
Horse, good speed on the turf last time. Has been off the pace at times, but Christopher Elliott's been pretty aggressive.
Red Llama, second at 2 for George Weaver.
I think a player in here, if I wasn't going to play the 3, I'd play the 9. Look who she lost to last time. Mommy's Turn, who won the stake yesterday, and she was not bad in that race. So I did think the 9 horse could be live in here, but I ended up with a 3.
Just a perfect afternoon here at Saratoga. Summer racing at its finest and out west. Del Mar, I'm sure it's crystal clear there as well. Opening day, Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf, and an offer here where you can bet Del Mar with a bonus. Hit a win bet on any Del Mar race and earn a 10% bonus. Opt in now at NYRABets.com. This time of year for a racing fan, summer racing coast to coast from Del Mar to Saratoga. Haskell Day tomorrow. Lots for the racing fan to get excited about.
Yeah, I mean, this, people always ask me what's racing season. I say, well, it's all year, but the summer and the spring are where a lot of the big highlights happen outside of the Breeders' Cup, of course. So, Olivia's Grace, is that where we're at here?
That's her.
Yeah, okay.
She pounces on the leaders, but not home just yet.
Yeah, she wasn't able to hold them off. I mean, she made that move. She's definitely one that I think makes sense in here. Her style should work out really well from this inside post position. She should be able to get into that nice pocket trip, but she can't get stopped. I don't think she's good enough to overcome that.
Are you worried, you two, that she kind of fired her shot last time?
I mean, she's lightly raced. It was her first time on the grass. She's got an opportunity to continue to improve. I mean, at 9-5, I don't really have any interest. If you're playing a multi-race wager, I wouldn't want to get beat by her.
Paulie with his 100 on No Ordinary Love. Richie going with No Ordinary Love. Look at this good crowd, big crowd here on this Friday at Saratoga, gearing up for the big weekend. I imagine the at the very start is going to be that moment of tension there to see whether or not Nor Ordinary Love does get out of the blocks today better than she did.
Well, that's going to be the key for her, right? I mean, sometimes it could be just a one-time thing. Sometimes it could be a habitual thing. We'll see what happens today because they remember. They remember the gate. You know that, Meg.
I'm willing to kind of forgive her that because it was her first start.
It's common. It happens all the time.
And it does happen all the time. Something like Paul said, though, if she had gotten bounced around, buffeted about between horses, I would be more concerned because they do remember. Yeah. Secretariat was notoriously slow the first stride or two because he got creamed in his first start and he remembered it and he was always kind of taking care of himself a little. We would be remiss not to talk about the trouble that the one Saratoga Snow had last time. It says checked, impeded 7/16 pole. Horse lost critical ground at a key part of the race.
I think Acacia's top selection is the one, Saratoga Snow. Acacia with more also on No Ordinary Love.
Yes, I am going to stick with my girl Saratoga Snow with the blinkers on and hope she gets a better trip today. But as far as No Ordinary Love is concerned, I am with Richie. I do think that there is a chance that she can move forward today. I know that the connections were really high on her first time out. She was a little bit of a buzz horse going into that race, Belmont Stakes week. And I remember really liking her and writing in my notes that she was well put together, but she just seemed to lack focus. She looked like she was just a little bit bewildered by the whole thing of what was going on in the paddock, what was going on track. Once they got the tack on her, she got onto the walking ring and started kind of rearing up and just being a little bit playful and a little bit green. Today, she is so much more professional. She really looks like she got a lot out of that race last time out. And so absolutely, she can take a step forward, and Flavien Prat gave her a big warm-up away from the pony because she was off slow and got quite keen first time out. The 6 Aperitif, I also agree. I think that she's too big a price, and I mentioned her last time at a big price getting onto the turf because she actually has a turf pedigree, and while she can handle the dirt, and I was just talking to her trainer, Lizzie Merriman, about it, I think it's typical of the family. My father-in-law trained the half-brother, big prankster, who never actually won on the turf, but he was always convinced he's a better turf horse, even though he handles the dirt. And I think this filly is very much the same. I think she meets deeper waters today than she did last time out, but watch her at the gate, Lafitte. She was really bad to load last time out, so hopefully she can be a bit more professional about that today.
Let's see if she's a little bit more professional this time. Keep a close eye on her, Richie. When you ride a first-time starter, a young developing prospect who's gawky and awkward and kind of lost out there, can you really see like how much improvement can a young racehorse develop from start 1 to start 2?
Most of them an infinite step forward after their first start. You know, they've gone through the drills. They've gone to the starter gate in the morning. They've worked in company. They've never experienced a big field of horses and the atmosphere they deal with. And some of them, it's just they need the light bulb to go on. Now they're more clued into what their actual job is.
We know you guys want to see No Ordinary Love get out clean. There she is about to move forward. Where do you want to see Garden of Grace, Jonathan?
I want to see Garden of Grace break away from there and be very, very, very forwardly placed. I don't know if she has to be on the lead, but I'd like to see her sitting first, second, or third.
And the other Grace favorite, Olivia's Grace. Frank Mirmati with the call, race 5, live from Saratoga.
Two more now. Bodegas and Rad Lama will complete this lineup. Rad Lama coming up. And they're off. It was a clean start. Rad Lama with that customary early interest. And now here comes one last knock. Who's quickest? And one last knock is up to take the lead. Aperitif racing in between horses. One Rad Lama is in the mix through the opening furlong. And just steadying right out of there was Aperitif. Ultra Cameo in the meantime moves up between rivals to take second. It's a gap of 4 to Olivia's Grace. Garden of Grace is now some 10 lengths off the lead. Saratoga Snow is next on the inside of Bodegas. And No Ordinary Love, 21-3 for one last knock, who leads narrowly. Rad Lama puts the pressure on. In between horses is Ultra Cameo. Olivia's Grace is coming on the scene from the back of the field. as they reach the top of the stretch. One last knock still there by 2. Rad Lama trying hard. Out in the center, Olivia's Grace continues to make headway, and now there's room for Aperitif, who's trying to overcome that early trouble. Far outside, No Ordinary Love, and Garden of Grace inside of her. Wild finish. Olivia's Grace hits the front in the final 16th of a mile, and it's going to be Olivia's Grace. A good trip to victory. Photo for second between No Ordinary Love and Garden of Grace. Aperitif was fourth.
Olivia's Grace. Mad scramble, wild finish. These connections really good here at Saratoga. Sean Bridgmahan, Melanie Giddings, Olivia's Grace in the 5th at the Spa.
Yeah, Sean, like an unofficial assistant trainer to Melanie Giddings, doesn't ride as much as he used to. He's a former Eclipse Award-winning apprentice, and he delivered a nice ride here. He rated her just off the pace, where she's been up on the lead or on the pace, and worked out a good trip. Paul, I think you and I were unlucky with the 3, No Ordinary Love. She broke slow again and had a lot of ground to make up.
Flavien did an unbelievable job, though. He was able to save ground, swung outside. I think he gets the bob here for second, but no doubt about the winner of the 2 here at 9-5. And a good job by Melanie and Sean. They've been winning a lot of races here at Saratoga the last couple of years.
With horses at prices.
Yes.
This one not so much. 9-5. Another look here. The ISO on the eventual winner, Olivia's Grace. Richie, this one of those races you have to go back and watch 6 or 7 times to pick up everything that happened and all the key trips.
Turf racing is all about trips. Sean got to save all that ground. Now you're going to see. Now he needs a place to go. He was able to ease out to the clear, and then she kicked on nicely and was able to hold off No Ordinary Love and Garden of Grace, who ran extremely well, Jonathan. And Aperitif at a big price did outrun her odds, 22-1 to be fourth.
Yeah, Garden of Grace just was, wasn't a bad ride by Eric or anything like that, but he did have a lot of work to do. He had to shift like 4 or 5 lanes in the stretch. And, Meg, I've heard you say it, when you're going sideways, you're not going straight. You're not going forward as much as you could. And I think it cost him a little bit.
Yeah, there's a point, particularly in turf racing. The race is going forward, and if you're going sideways or to the right to get in the clear, they're getting away from you. What you have to do is identify who's live in front of you and follow them through the line, like the linebacker, like the fullback, the halfback following them through the line.
Exciting finish in this turf sprint. Olivia's Grace, 9-5, 2-3, 7-6 to kick off the pick 6. Jonathan, you got a poker tournament you're headed to after this?
It's nice outside. I'm about to go outside and have fun. I'm about to go.
Are you Phil Ivey right now?
No, I'm just getting ready, guys.
No,
the show's almost over. I'm about to go, or our part of the show's over. I'm going to go get a Shake Shack and enjoy this beautiful weather and try to hit this pick 5.
All the new options, you're still doing Shake Shack?
Yeah, I like the Shake Shack.
No, I know you're loyal. You're
I like
loyal.
the Shake Shack.
Yeah, so no poker.
No poker.
I'll
play
even though
poker.
you're ready for it.
I just wanted to get ready to go.
But you are ready to unveil that late pick 5.
I'm ready.
Yeah, let's see it.
I'm ready. We got to hit that like and
smash that like button. Smash that like and subscribe.
Yeah. So to get started here, I'm going to start with 2 singles. I love the 5 Cerro Rico for our friend Tom Morley. We'll get started there in race 6, the first leg. The second leg, the 5, I'm Very Busy. It's a grade 1 type animal facing some allowance horses in the third leg. 1, 3, 5. I don't quite trust Raging Sea. I like the 1 Sitamara. I'm also going to use the 3 Leslie's Rose. In the fourth leg, Ashbury Park. The 1 horse could be a single. I'm not going to single. I'm going to use the 4 Found Farewell, the 5 Plinsa, and the 7 King of Ashes. And then to wrap it up, 4, 8, 9. The 4 Princess Summer, the 8 Artistic Success, and the 9, I have no idea how to say that.
What is with all the but when it comes to Raging Sea? Yeah, she won the personal incident. Yeah, she's trying to go back to back. Look at my man here. Don't ever wear sunglasses on television. That's a rule, man.
I know.
You can do it now. What is there? It seems like there's a kind of always a hesitation to embrace her as really a top class filly mare.
Maybe because she doesn't just do it as flashy as a lot of people think she does, and I think she just lays over the field today. I don't know how she loses today, but I do give the Saffie Joseph runner a look, but she's kind of the horse that gets no respect. Well, she got this set up to beat this horse. Well, she got this well, she still beat him.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why she gets that little bit of a knock on her all the time. I get it, she's a cut below, but she can be tough to beat today.
She win today?
I like somebody else, but
I guess not.
I'll tell you who won today. Colleen won, because I'll tell you what, that polka dot tie on Tom Amoss, wait till you see it, folks.
Look at Sharp.
Now,
And you don't have to wait much longer to see it, because Tom Amoss on set next. Greg Wolf and the crew. That'll wrap things up for us. Look forward to seeing you next time. Coverage continues on Saratoga Live, the Shuvee this evening. Raging Sea trying to become the first ever back-to-back winner. Can she do it? Find out in just a couple of hours as our coverage continues on YouTube. Smash that like and subscribe.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching seven-figure yearling and two-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to four-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as race 5. It was Olivia's Grace to get the victory, as I'm so happy to be here in the winner's circle with her happy connections as we see Olivia's Grace and Sean Bridgman heading into the winner's circle. Trainer Melanie Giddings joining me here, Greg Sacco and Phil Sacco, not to be confused with trainer Greg Sacco as well. As Phil says he's older, but Mel, I want to start with you with this filly and how she's come along. She has improved every time mentally and really put it all together today.
Yeah, you know, she's been a little bit of a goofy filly, and just I think the education has helped her a lot, and we've been kind of working with her, trying to get her to relax a little bit, as she showed a lot of speed, you know, when she was first running, but she showed today that she's learned a lot and come a long way.
She really has. And Phil, you were just telling me this is an emotional win for the team here. Given the name, can you give us a little history behind it?
Yes. My brother's son's daughter passed away March of 24, and we're looking to get into business here, and we found Melanie. She was my 5th call, by the way. But I never met her or Olivia. So Melanie picked out Olivia. We bought her. Melanie trains her, and it's in memory of Olivia Grace that passed. And she's looking down on us because I'm not the most religious guy, but she was a good girl.
I can certainly understand that. Greg, I know you're feeling some emotions here, and understandably so, and certainly our hearts going out to your family and what you've experienced. But to see that name carried with this filly winning at Saratoga, how special is that?
Well, again, Melanie, Sean, the crew over there, Gigi Cakes, everybody is made us so welcome, made us so accepted. The barn is just great. The people down here are great. I can't say enough about this person here, Sean, again, and everybody over there. It just makes it a wonderful experience, and to have this is just the icing on the cake. Dream come true, right?
I can certainly understand that. A really happy winner's circle. Congratulations, a very special win. Yeah, we hope you enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Acacia.
A special victory here, breaking her maiden in race 5. Olivia's Grace carrying a special namesake along with her, Sean Bradrahan, in the saddle. When we come back, we'll have 2-year-olds coming up next in race 6, as we will also have a new crew joining us on the desk. Stay with us.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Saratoga.
Welcome to Friday from Saratoga Racecourse at the premier meet in the country. In today's feature, Raging Sea and pilot Flavian Pratt look to go back-to-back in the Grade 2 Shuvee as she seeks a 7th graded stakes victory. Dazzling Move will meet Raging Sea again after out-finishing her in the Ogden Phipps. Will she add to her lone graded stakes score in Florida? Can 2-year-old champion Philly Immersive get back to her winning ways in Saturday's Coaching Club American Oaks? She makes her second start back off a 6.5-month layoff. And former Woody Stevens winner Bookham Dano, victorious in the Grade 3 True North. This New Jersey bred has had a second graded stakes score at Saratoga in Saturday's Vanderbilt. We'll look ahead to those races coming up on Saturday afternoon. That and a lot more on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs. During breaks, that's where we'll be heading over to those tables, partaking of the spread just to our right, the infield lake. We will not be taking a dip
there. Good to have you with us. What a day we have. What a weekend we have. Coming up, Greg Wolf, one of the top trainers in the country. Tom Amos. I know Andy would argue that point.
I was trying to think I know somebody else was on the set. I got excited for a second.
And Megan Burgess with us as well. Good to have you back. Tom, big weekend obviously coming up with a couple of graded stakes ahead.
Oh, yeah, a couple of graded stakes. I'm very excited about the CCA Oaks. I think that's going to be a big race for us.
I'm curious to hear who you like in there, actually.
Well, I'm going to keep it a secret until daytime.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? That's pretty good.
That's
I think it's a fun race. You know, you got 3 Grade 1 winners in there, Megan, and it's really a good race. LaCara in a position where she can solidify her position as potentially the leader of the division if she wins her 3rd Grade 1 of the year. But there's a lot of race to go, and I think it's possible this is going to be a far more competitive race than people realize.
I do, and you mentioned a good point with LaCara, but I know me and you might be on that Take Charge My Lady train as far as seeing her develop and be able to progress. But as far as LaCara was concerned, I think the time to get her was maybe at 7-1 last time out, and I'm excited to see these fillies hopefully shake it up here tomorrow. It will be a really, really good race, and will definitely tell us a lot about this division in its entirety.
That's a 3-year-old filly division. Distaff division, older fillies and mares featured today. Grade 2 Shuvee, and winner of this race likely moving on to face the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, in the personal ensign. And, of course, Andy, it was Raging C who won this race last year, and Pratt was aboard.
And she was one of the great underachievers of the entire year last year, and arguably a great training job. They're obviously fortunate to win the personal ensign because of the big pace. I'll tell you something, and Tom, feel free to disagree with me. I think this entire division is in shambles. There's just no, I mean, I understand Torpedo Anna ran well last time out, and she's obviously got the credentials from last year, but I don't think she's the horse she was last year, but she may just be better than the horses that are left.
Well, you're watching Raging C right there win the La Troyenne, and, you know, when she does it, she doesn't create great separation from the 3 horses behind her. It's a pretty tight fish between these 4 horses, and so I guess you could say it's anybody's game in this older horse division at this point, but for her, she came from well off the pace that day. To me, it was a speed-favoring racetrack at Churchill that day. I thought she ran well.
I think she's a really nice horse, and she probably gets some pace to run at, and I think she's absolutely the horse to beat in this race. But she doesn't really get my blood flowing at even money in here, and I'm interested to see what Leslie's Rose does, a horse that was one of the better 3-year-olds in the country last year, had a good comeback, and then she caught a sloppy track, Megan, she just can't handle.
Exactly, you said it there, and Todd Pletcher was very adamant prior to her last effort. She didn't want any part of the slop. We knew it going into it after the reins had fell. It was very much playing towards those speed-favoring horses, and Safi Joseph, the trainer of Dazzling Mood, said, we got the advantage in this game, and it's definitely going to be a completely different picture here as she also continues to maintain her campaign as well.
Raging C, short price, morning line favorite, but has not been near as fast this year, 2 starts back as she has in the past. We look forward to that. Our feature to come, race 8, Grade 2 Shuvee. As we dig into our Friday coverage here, here's what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm, races 6 through 10. Start of the late pick 5, about 13 minutes away. Includes that Shuvee, and we have action from Monmouth Park with the Jersey Shore coming up as well. Well, kicking off the late pick 5, which we'll get to it here in a second. It's a New York Bred Maiden Special. 5.5 furlongs. That's where you can play it at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, the $200 deposit match new customer bonus when new members punch in that code at sign up, SPA 200. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. So this race changed a little bit. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Of course, Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire into Mischief. Sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty, with both the 1 and 2 coming out of here, Tom. They both were going to take a lot of money.
Yeah, they were major players in this race. There's not a horse in this race that has started yet. Everybody's making a debut today, and with the scratches of the 1 and the 2, I fell on the favorite, the 5-horse, Cerro Rico. I've watched those workouts for Cerro Rico, and they're very good.
Sales work was good for this horse. I just want to be clear. I'm rooting for this horse for Maggie, not for her husband, Tom. I'm on Team Maggie. Just want to make
Trained
that
by Maggie's
clear.
husband, Tom Morley. We wish all the best. 8 to 5. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
That poor Tom Morley guy can't get away from me, can't get past being known as Maggie's husband. Anyway, you know, this race, as the guys mentioned, losing 2 major players, is now down to a horse that might be very talented, But for a trainer that does not get them ready to win first time out versus a barn with a horse that might not be as good, but they win first time out. I'm talking about Steve Asmussen, but let's start with Chero Rico first here, as yes, he worked 10 flat at that OBS March sale, has a really nice extension to his stride, and it was on display two back where you can watch his gate breeze and 47-4 with jockey Javier Castellano in the irons on First TV. And he got out of the gate well. He went quickly clear of an unraced mate, waited for that rival, and then kicked clear, well clear, late down the lane. And here in the paddock, he's by far actually the most professional of any of these horses in here. He's a very much an old soul, having been around him in the barn. You can just see it in his eye. He kind of has that very honest eye that just takes it all in stride, and he does look fit for, you know, Tom, whom I often say of his horses, they just appear as if they need a start. So we'll see, can Chero Rico get it done here at First Asking, as he does take on a Steve Asmussen trainee who has done most of his preparations, Rocket Rob, in Kentucky. And thanks to Tom Amos, now I am privy to the workouts that you can watch online, and his 1-3 back at Churchill Downs. He was outside of an unraced Indiana bred. When he came around the turn and he switched leads, kind of strode awkwardly for a little bit, the rider kind of gathering him up and got him down to the line, but then he kind of needed encouragement on the gallop out to see the job through. Now, those workouts at Churchill, pretty good. At Keeneland as well, very fast. He looks like a horse that should be very fast, especially out of the gate. He's a bit bigger, a bit bulkier, has a lot of muscle mass to him. The only critical thing I can say is that he's acting just a bit greener than his main rival in here in Chero Rico, just a little unsure of things, came in with the training saddle on, but physically, there's definitely a lot of power to this horse. So I think an interesting matchup between these two. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 9-5 favorite. Her husband's horse, Tom Morley with Chero Rico. Yaupon, first-time starter. Javier Castellano will ride. 9 minutes away from the start of this late pick 5. Tom, you have put together a ticket for us. How are you going to play it?
Well, I'm going to be narrow. So in this first leg, I'm going to single. I'm going to single to the 5, our favorite. I loved his workouts that I saw. And look, we've got a big favorite in the next race in I'm Very Busy. This is a horse that is a graded stakes horse, but welcome to Saratoga, where you enter a second level allowance race, and the next thing you know, you run into a horse like I'm Very Busy coming out of graded stakes, and a true graded stakes type caliber horse. I'm going to spread out after that, so I'll sweat for the next hour watching my singles perform. And after that, I think I'm going to kick back, maybe have a beer, watch the race with you guys, and just let it all come together for me. Well, you know how it goes, Andy.
Well, usually you're just drinking bourbon on the set, so today you're going to have a light afternoon and just have a little beer. Well, we're on YouTube, so, I mean, there's no reason we shouldn't just have a bottle on the set, don't you think?
Why not?
I'll tell you what I'm curious, particularly about the 5. I'm sorry, Greg.
Go ahead,
quickly. I want to see the Yaupons, because they were very hot at the sales.
Okay. We'll talk more about it in a minute. I'm going to go back to Maggie, and I have a question for her with Pepper J. Did you ever used to put pepper on your cornflakes?
What are you even talking about right now? This obviously named for a football player, Greg. Pepper J. For Mel Giddings, looking to go back-to-back with this son, Bo Liam, whom I haven't seen any of his progeny, though he is 2 for 12 so far in his freshman year. Damn, she did win going longer. And watching this guy's workouts, in which he has been in company at times with Mel's other horse in here, Diamond Child, I thought Diamond Child was going better than the 2, but obviously being sent out here for Coach Parcells, little green, not that fit, wears blinkers. I think this is all a learning process for this horse who, yeah, there might be some ability, but I don't think we've begun to scratch the surface to get that ability to the forefront here at First Asking. The other horse I'm a little interested in is a price, and that's number 7, Sunday Boy. He is a full brother to Sunday Girl, very fast dirt sprinter for trader Dave Duggan. She won first time out, and this guy actually, other than Chero Rico, was the other most professional horse, most fit looking, comes in here for Jimmy Ryerson, who will fly under the radar with a lot. Now, he did have a slow OBS April work, going 10-3, but he really wasn't asked for much. You know, I think a lot of the co-signers at these sales erring towards just getting their horses more to gallop, just to demonstrate how they move. And I like the way he moved, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. And yeah, Pepper J, named after Pepper Johnson, who, a horse owned by Bill Parcells, August on Farm, was a New York Giants linebacker for a long time. His aunt noticed he liked to put pepper on his cornflakes. That's where he got his nickname.
I thought everyone put pepper on their cornflakes.
Sounds good to me. Race 5 at Monmouth, the Jersey Shore 6-furlong sprint coming up and reduced to a 4-horse field. Here's the 4-5 favorite, Donut God.
Showed speed, and that's going to be his game today. Precocity and 2 undefeated starts, and now he seeks back to get to those winning ways here off the layoff.
Paco Lopez rider change on Fire Pit.
The first of 2 horses with very little chance on paper.
But Paco's there, so he's going to take attention, of course. 21-1 long shot, Persistent.
I get the remainder of the duo there as far as the horses that are outmatched, I feel, in this particular group.
And coming out of the Grade 1, Woody Stevens, Neo Equos at even money.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say by the time the horses pop from the gate, Neo Equos will be favored, and I think by the time they hit the wire, he'll be in front.
I would think most are in agreement with that. Would you concur, Tom?
I would. I think it's a 2-horse race between Donut God, the 2-horse, and Neo Equus, the 5-horse. But the recency in form for Neo Equus, the 5-horse, as well as a horse that really didn't have to ship very far down to Monmouth to run against Donut God coming all the way from Churchill Downs and off the layoff since December, the advantage goes to the 5-horse.
I want to know who the Donut God is. Isn't that really the only story we don't want to know? Nobody?
We'll have to ask the Flying Dutchman to give us some intel on that. They've got some creativity in those names over there for sure.
I guess it's Excellent Truth now, isn't it, after winning the Duncan Diana?
There you go.
Back
Very
to
good.
That was
the
good.
start of the late
That's
pick
why
5.
he's the star.
Here's Smart Kenzie to kick off the post parade at Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this horse does. This horse is a half to a couple runners that ran pretty well and taking money.
Steve Asmussen, there's a Maxfield first-time starter, Rocket Rob.
He's shown speed in his works. I expect him to be forward, but he kind of lacks some punch as far as finishing his works.
The favorite, Cheryl Rico.
Yeah, this horse after a couple horses that could run, work well at the sales. Probably the horse to beat, but who knows?
Melanie Giddings sending out a firster Diamond Child.
First for 2. First juvenile win is definitely what she's seeking here at Saratoga with a duo here in this race.
Jose Lascano on this first-time starter at 14-1, Sunday Boy.
Half the talented Sunday Girl, but the other 3 foals of the dam weren't very good and worked slowly at the 2-year-old sales.
And Pepper J for Bill Parcells, August Dawn Farm on the outside.
Rounding out the duo for Melanie Giddings. Solid work up for an up-and-coming sire, I think, there for Bo Liam.
4 minutes to post in this first leg of the late pick 5, excuse me. We'll get back to it. So Monmouth and this Jersey Shore. So Donut God, look, is interesting, Andy. Comes in 2 for 2, but long time away. But this horse has improved as a 3-year-old. Maybe does make this interesting.
Well, I haven't run in a while, so every right to improve by some figures. I would prefer the 5, but, I mean, honestly, it's a saying it's a 2-horse race, Tom, is one of the understatements of all time.
I mean, well, I think it's a 2-horse race right out of the gate as well. These horses both show speed. I think it's going to be a challenge right from the very beginning, and I think in the end, one's going to say uncle, and the one's going to say uncle's the 2.
Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's the Jersey Shore.
Close to the outside post. And there's Fire Pit going through the front of the gate. Paco Lopez certainly earning his paycheck today, as we saw in the last race. Mike's Magic nearly pulling off the impossible. Fire Pit went through the gate. Now they're going to lead him back behind. Stand by.
So Fire Pit, as you saw with Paco Lopez breaking through the gate. Everyone patiently remains in. They'll take that one behind. Hopefully it'll be a quick reload here with just that horse.
And now, you know, look at the odds. They're both 4 to 5 here. I really thought the 5 would end up being 2 or 3 to 5. And no, now it's 1 to 5 and 8 to 5. And there you go.
So Neo Equus, yeah, as we expected, ran in the Kentucky Derby. Grade 1 Woody Stevens as well. Huge favorite. Back to Matt Dinnerman.
It back behind the gate. Fire Pit given the green light to move back into the gate. Now we're ready to go for the Jersey Shore. They're off. Donut God was off slowly today. No problems from Neo Equos, who's on the lead with the long shot. Fire Pit, who strides out and clears off. So it's Fire Pit, a long shot, setting the pace here from Neo Equos. And Donut God, who's a length and a half behind down on the inside. Gap of 5 to Persistent is the trailer. The quartet heads down the backstretch. Here's Neo Equos turning up the heat on Fire Pit. Fire Pit neck in front of Neo Equos. Donut God off the fence. In his first 2 lifetime races, he was on the lead. Today he will track. Let's see what he does with this new dimension today. He tips into the 3 path. He's 2 off the pace, and Neo Equos goes a little bit better as he takes the lead away from Fire Pit. Now Donut God's on the move. Third, sent along. He's only a length and a half behind, though. Persistent, he's been outrun. Coming to the top of the stretch, Neo Equos has command of the race now. Donut God, the only one with a chance to beat him. Fire Pit behind in third. Off the turn, Neo Equos has a challenge. Here's Donut God on the outside trying to catch him. Neo Equos, furlong to go, finding more on the lead. Donut God trying hard, but he's behind in second as Neo Equos opens up the lead again. And it's Neo Equos and Samuel Marin to win the Jersey Shore by 2.5 lengths. Donut God second best today. Fire Pit third, Persistent fourth.
Class prevails and running the Florida Derby, Kentucky Derby, Grade 1 Woody Stevens, Neo Equos. Bit of a test, though, does get that win.
Well, it certainly helped that Donut King didn't get out of the gate. And if Donut King broke, I'm not saying he would have won, but it would have been closer, Megan.
Donut King or Donut God? I mean,
Donut God,
Donut
sorry.
Kings, no.
I get my gods and kings mixed up. It happens all the time.
We've got the hierarchy there, but you're right. I mean, the trip was certainly in Neo Equos' favor, and he got it done in the end.
Back to Saratoga and the start of the late pick 5. That is Chero Rico for Tom Morley, the favorite. Let's go back to Maggie.
Checking in with the inside runner going out for Rick Dutrow as we see Smart Kenzie, a son of Practical Joke. Now, if you do a little digging with this horse's pedigree, the dam is half to a graded stakes winning dirt sprinter by the name Girl with a Dream, who was a daughter of Practical Joke. So obviously this crossing does tend to work. He's a very long-bodied horse, and I just feel like sometimes these horses, you know, they struggle a little bit when they're younger to kind of put it all together physically, though he does look fit in here. He was bewildered back in the paddock, but since hitting the track, he's behaved a lot better. Do want to talk about that full to Sunday Girl, Sunday Boy, really sent by Jose Lescano in the warm-up, wondering if he'll show as much speed as his full sister. Greg?
Yeah, we'll find out shortly here. Tom, real quick, with Rocket Rob, you see a lot of gate works for this first-time starter.
Yeah, look,
what will be
that's
the point
too
of that?
many gate works. That means they're not happy with how he's leaving the gate, or he doesn't work well unless he goes from the gate. Watch Rocket Rob out of the gate. Look, we're talking about a horse that's 2-1 in this race. When I see that many gate works, look, 2 is the optimal number. 3 is okay. Anything after 3 workouts on the racing form, you're looking at a horse that's not a very good gate horse.
And
He's had 5,
Is
by
it
the way.
because they're not getting the gate card that they need, and that's why they have to keep
It
doing
could be that, or it could just be the trainer's not satisfied with how fast they're leaving. But I'm paying close attention to how the 4 leaves the gate.
He just loaded in. Jose Ortiz, Rocket Rob, 9-5 favorite. Right next door to this one, Chero Rico for Tom Morley with Javier Castellano. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Diamond Child coming up. Sunday Boy will be next. And Pepper J. Just 2 more to go in now. Sunday Boy, son of the big boy, Central Banker. Pepper J to the outside. They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for Chero Rico, who goes straight to the front. Rocket Rob will try to match strides with him. The 2 favorites square off right out of the gate. With Diamond Child 3 lengths back in third. It's another 4 back to Sunday Boy. A big gap to the 2 trailers. Smart Kenzie and Pepper J, who was off a tad slowly, is at the back of the field. A ding-dong battle on the front end between Chero Rico and Rocket Rob. They zipped an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat, and they're coming to the quarter pole head and head. 8 lengths back to Diamond Child in third, who's followed and passed now by Sunday Boy. They turn for home. Rocket Rob is the leader, putting a length on Chero Rico. It's Sunday Boy looming on the outside. And down at the rail comes Diamond Child looking for a spot inside a weakening Chero Rico. It's Rocket Rob or Sunday Boy. Rocket Rob keeps going, 3-length lead. And Rocket Rob and Jose Ortiz, too strong, putting away the early speed with plenty in reserve late. Sunday Boy second. Photo for third ends up going to Pepper J, who was picking it up.
Rocket Rob, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, CJ Stables winning the debut impressively.
He did, and he broke super sharp. Maybe those 5 times is what he needed, but that's an excessive number of gate works, and they're not doing it for show. There's a reason behind that, but it worked out today.
No, and he buried the favorite in the speed duel, who basically just was completely empty. You could see it on the turn. And he ran very well, Rocket Rob, to win. Sunday Boy ran well to be second, but he could not have gotten a better setup.
So first time out, Rocket Rob with the victory here is the second choice at 9-5. And we expect to see Megan, Steve Asmussen, have a lot of good 2-year-olds at the meet. He's got a nice New York bred here.
He does, and of course, Stanford winner Obliteration was a horse that was so impressive in the mornings, and honestly, this particular horse I was a touch against because in some of his works, his exercise rider was kind of nudging him along almost, trying to get him to gallop out strongly, and he had absolutely no indication of that here. He finished so well. Unfortunately, as it mentioned, he did get involved in that speed duel, but just absolutely put him away. This is a horse we will be seeing move forward and hopefully be able to do well.
It's interesting looking at the times. You know, you see that first quarter of 22.15, which is pretty quick. It's not rocket ship fast, but it's quick. And obviously it took a toll as they went the last 16th of a mile in 7 seconds flat, and yet nobody could make it up any significant ground.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Andy, but you know, making a quick pace and being challenged with another horse is a lot different than being on your own out there. So, okay, it's not super duper fast, but it's a very challenging pace.
It's one of those speed figures where the final number figure is not going to be that fast, and it shouldn't be that fast. But I think if you look at the Timeform US figures, which I do, which are pace-based also, I look at them in the buyers, it's going to be a much better number because the horse involved in the pace, and as you said, Tom, not cruising along all by himself, but working with another horse. And considering how badly the 5 ran, and we know the 5 can run, but this horse beat the 5. This is a better performance than maybe it looks like if you just look at the time.
Yeah, that other speed completely backed out of the picture. 4.783. What a start to the meet for that man right there. Jose Ortiz. An incredible opening week, and he's kept it going here in week 2. Rocket Rob starts off this late pick 5 from Saratoga.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
450,000, 350,000, 325,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care, they sacrifice, they make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Could not ask for a more gorgeous afternoon here in upstate New York. Rocket Rob, all those gate works in the morning, it paid off. First time out winner here, Tom. Jose Ortiz aboard for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Jose Ortiz. And Jose, you know, we were just talking about being by Maxfield, Rocket Rob, a horse that you're familiar with as well. You were concerned that he wouldn't have as much gate speed as he did.
Yeah, you know, based on his pedigree, maybe 5.5, I would say maybe I was a little bit too short, but he broke good out of there. I was able to keep my position. You know, Steve is very good with babies. You know, he gave me the first jump, so that helped me a lot. I was able to keep my position going into the turn, like I said before, and when I asked him to go, he was there for me.
Exactly. Steve's just so adept at getting them ready to rock and roll. First time out, I do want to ask you about Dazzling Move, who you'll be aboard in today's featured Shuvee. It seems as though Connections want her to have a target. Is that your game plan? Because the speed's to your outside.
Yeah, you know, she's fast, obviously. Little bit of speed on the outside. We'll see who breaks better. She's a little bit keen in the early stages. If she relaxes and come back to me, I will be happy to have a target. She already run like that, and she run very good. But, you know, she's a worker of the day 3.8, and she was very sharp. So see how she come out of the gate and what the other horse does as well.
How often, give me kind of like the percentage, how often do you come out of the gate and go immediately to something that wasn't discussed, and how often does the plan work out?
Most of the times it's unfold. The perfect plan that we plan doesn't go like that. Sometimes similar, but most of the time it's 50-50. You know, when the gate opens, it's very difficult. But with a horse like her, I think it just have a good break. She breaks good, he breaks good. The other horse break better, so I'll let him go and sit, but I would like to go too.
You're always a cool customer. I know you'll figure it out. Best of luck later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Rocket Rob winning it first, asking and doing Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen things here in this maiden breaking score. Guys.
He's won 3 riding titles here at Saratoga. And he's right in the mix after this victory in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 12 wins now at the meet, just one back of his brother Irad.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with what his decision that he made back in September. He said, I'm going to spend my winter at the fairgrounds. And that's what he did. He dominated down at the fairgrounds. Then he went to Churchill Downs. He dominated there. The Churchill Downs horses, I keep waiting for Andy to push back on this. That was the toughest meet that I've ever competed in.
What was your
and
record?
I have a feeling that when they came up here, they were going to be very competitive, if not better than the New York horses. Thus far, I think they've done very, very well.
You know, I'll be honest with you, Tom. I've heard that from other people. I have not seen how they've done. I did bet a Churchill horse from Al Stall earlier today, and two New York horses ran by him like he was tied to a post. In the last, actually, one of them was a Churchill horse, and one was a New York horse who won. I don't know. I mean, maybe possible. I really don't. I haven't paid that much attention. To me, I don't upgrade or downgrade where they're coming from.
The point is, Jose has that business.
No, I'm not disagreeing. It was a good meet there.
And,
I'm just saying,
his attitude is fabulous. He was the first one in the paddock when I saddled the other day to come get on my horse. First rider out the room. He's ready.
It was a race, too. Going into the final week, Megan, he won, Jose, 16 wins the final week of the meet. Just run away with it for 10 different trainers.
I am the president and vice president of the Jose Ortiz fan club. I was there down there at the fairgrounds and was able to see him. They featured him as well as far as his road and his process to getting to this point and his momentum. And now into Churchill and now into Saratoga. I love the way Jose Ortiz carries himself as a jockey and is able to really, I think, do the homework that it takes to be able to succeed with the business that he has gotten. And yes, he has diverted his business to fairgrounds. He did get away from Irad and some other riders there, but he has not only dominated that, but as mentioned, that Churchill Downs meet win was extremely impressive. And seeing him now continue it here is all the more special.
Okay, I'm going to say something, and I'm not knocking Jose. He's a great rider. That's given. If he doesn't win the fairgrounds riding title by a lot, then he should retire, okay? Because he's so much better than everybody who rides there. It's a joke. To be fair at Churchill Downs, there was a guy that didn't ride at Churchill Downs that usually does pretty well there, right? Tyler Gaffalione. So I'm not knocking Jose. He's a fabulous rider. There's no doubt about it. Anybody doesn't know that doesn't pay attention. But the fact that Tyler Gaffalione wasn't there had a big thing to do with the fact that he did so well at the meet. Do you disagree with that? Are we going to not at least mention it?
Well, look, I'm not going to disagree with that, but at the fairgrounds, they ride a lot of cheaper races. And for a rider, it's hard to get up and ride your best and your sharpest every single race on a 9-race card when maybe half those races are maiden claim 5,000 or 10,000. And Jose was there for every one of those races. I mean, he literally took those riders to school. You know, we often say a rider that can ride more than one horse in a race, and by that I mean see the vulnerabilities of the other horses and play against those vulnerabilities. You even heard him say it on this race he just ran in. You know, hey, my horse broke well. I'm not letting that guy get the lead by himself. I'm going to challenge him early. That's my horse's best game.
When he's riding well, he's an incredibly good rider. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I agree. His brother does the same thing down at Gulfstream, and I don't know if you're paying a lot of attention to Gulfstream. They're running a lot of lower-level races there as well, and his brother does the same thing.
Well, he's come here and done incredible these first couple of weeks. See if he can continue that momentum through the rest of the summer. But as we've said, multiple riding titles here. He's won 3 of them at Saratoga. In fact, 9 of the last 10 won by the Ortiz brothers. Race 7, you know who else got a win on the card for the first mount of the meet? Frankie Dettori winning in race 2 for Wesley Ward. And he'll show up here on Nelson Avenue. Big long shot for Jorge Abreu.
Well, he's an important part of the race because he's an extreme speed. The funny thing about this race is if you just look at the first 3 in here, you would think it's a dirt race, not a turf race.
You would.
Because General Jim's done a little bit of running on the turf, but he's a better dirt horse. And then suddenly you realize the turf race is like full screen. The 8 is a dirt horse, and that's one of the reasons the race is that competitive. But with Nelson Avenue in the race, it makes the number 7, Big Ever's job extremely difficult.
Somebody poked the bear.
Look, I don't want to be the one. I don't be the one to say this.
You guys are pretending Tyler Gaffalione rode at Churchill.
I don't want to pretend that the one doesn't have speed. Doesn't one have some speed in here, Andy?
Backstretch
Not
heroes.
the speed of Nelson Avenue.
We'll go behind the scenes with Scottish Lassie, who's going to line up at the Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday. Stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
I'm so happy to be joined by Jose Gutierrez, who is the regular groom for Scottish Lassie, running in this weekend's coaching club, American Oaks. Jose, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Excited for the race?
Just a little bit nervous, you know. It's a tough race, and but the filly, she's okay, so we're gonna run good.
She's a filly that's shown a lot of talent. Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. How exciting was that?
Oh, it's very excited, you know. It was last year running in Ecuador, so she broke the maiden in that race. So she's a nice filly. She's staying good in the stall, you know. She's very happy in the stall too. So I work good with her, you know. She's really feeling good and doing a good race.
How many years have you worked with horses?
Like 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I started when I was 16. So I worked a long time for one trainer before Titi. So, but now I'm happy here with Titi, you know, with Jorge. I love horses, so that's why I love this job. But the horse is very special for me. So that's why I had a lot of time working on the horses.
We'll talk more about Scottish Lassie in just a moment. What's that like to celebrate with the whole team after a big win?
I'm going to use my go-to race, the Kentucky Oaks, 2019 Kentucky Oaks with Serengeti Empress. I remember my long-time assistant, Kathy Sanchez, wearing the blanket of flowers back to the barn. So proud of her filly, and we all were very proud of her that day. The next morning is really fun. You know, you didn't get much sleep, but everybody comes to the barn, they're energized by a win like that.
Coaching Club American Oaks, Scottish Lassie, very interesting. We'll talk about it. I know you've been very high on her in the past, and as a 2-year-old filly, had that huge performance in the Frisette. Take a look at the field for this big one coming up in the 3-year-old filly division, Grade 1. We'll start with last year's 2-year-old champion filly. For Brad Cox, Immersive suffered her first defeat in her comeback race off a 6.5-month layoff. Immersive.
Yeah, Immersive, undefeated and champion 2-year-old filly last year. First defeat was off the layoff, as you said, Greg. Should come back a little bit stronger in this next event.
I think she still has to show she can step it up.
Next door, Sweet Seraphine for Cherie DeVoe comes off a win in the Wilton.
A very, very fortunate win because of the fast pace. She's going to have to step her game up quite a bit.
Meanwhile, the dominant winner, you just went behind the scenes with connection, Scottish Lassie of the Grade 1 Frisette as a 2-year-old for Jorge Abreu.
I really like this filly, guys. I think that she's going to also provide value with the 2 headliners of sorts with Immersive and Lacara, and she is a tactical horse who's handy, finds her own trip, and guys, she just ran a speed figure last time out that's higher than that of Lacara's Ashlyn win, so she is very much in this race.
Joel Rosario will ride. Next door, Take Charge Milady, who just beat Immersive when they met in the Monomoy Girl.
You know, a lot can change between 2- and 3-year-old year, and for Take Charge Milady, that last start and win suggests that she may be the now horse in this midsummer 3-year-old filly division.
Dry Powder, Jose Lezcano will ride. She just missed in the Wilton to Sweet Seraphine. Does her speed pose a problem for Lacara?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, Greg. She was super last time. What a brutal beat if she's your horse in there. I mean, she fought tooth and nail through a wicked pace. She runs the kind of pace she ran last time. Lacara's got a real problem on her hands.
Lacara, Grade 1 winner of the Acorn, adding that to her Ashlyn tally earlier. Is she the leading 3-year-old filly in the country right now?
I loved her in the Acorn because I thought she had everything go her way that day, and guess what? She did. I think this is a very much of a different dynamic in this race, and as Andy mentioned, I think why not be aggressive with Dry Powder? I think that it's going to be, as far as the speed is concerned on the front end, a duel there, and I think that, you know, Mark Cassidy had said, we're going to send her, and it's going to either be suicide for us or for them, and it's definitely going to be a lot different for her getting to the fast track and having some speed influence there early.
I respect you, Megan. Totally avoided the question. Well done.
Sweet Seraphine.
Wanted no part of that.
Somebody told me that, anybody heard Sweet Seraphine might be scratched out of the race? Is
that true?
Somebody just texted me and said it's the case. And we're not making her scratched. Look into it.
Race 7, mile, inner turf. And we'll start the late pick 4. Let's go to Maggie.
pick up with the inside runner here. That is General Jim returning to the turf, actually the scene of where he broke his maiden up here on the Spa Green. And he's a horse that I've always thought is actually better for the turf. Now, I know his form may not bear that out, but just looking at him physically, to me, he looks like a horse that never really grew and filled out to become that big hulking type of dirt sprinter or even middle distance type of runner. He's always stayed kind of on the smaller side, slightly effeminate looking, and he's always, to my eye, kind of struggled a bit with his hind end. And I always feel like horses that do struggle there prefer the turf because they can just push off from it easier. And watching his work too back on the Oklahoma turf, he was with Sherlock's Jewel, who is an accomplished turf horse, and before his last race was in pretty good form. And I thought General Jim on the inside held the advantage throughout, and it was a good work going 48. I know the turf course is pretty firm during that period of time, the first 2 weeks we were up here, but still I really liked the way he did it. So getting back to the turf, to me, it makes a lot of sense. It's just, what kind of trip does he pull here? It feels as though there's a lot of speed signed on here. I think Johnny Velasquez will do right by his horse, get him out of there, but get that inside position, let any others who want to go faster than he clear on off and have to go around him. Moving on to number 5, I'm Very Busy. Long layoff to overcome now as the favorite, as he took a lot of money actually going back to that Grade 1 Manhattan. He's already a Greatest Stakes winner, so he should find this field, as far as class is concerned, quite easy to handle. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that comment line, head turn break. I don't think it affected him in the break. I thought he had a pretty good trip throughout. He just didn't fire that day, and obviously with the long layoff, something may have happened coming out of that race. There's been documented illnesses and just several issues that have just compounded to equal the long time away. He looks great here. Honestly, this is a horse that I don't typically like pre-race, especially coming off of a layoff or even in his first start. I always thought he needed a race for his fitness. This is by far the most fit I've ever seen him look, especially with a gap in his form. So all things good for I'm Very Busy, guys, who Chad Brown is looking to kickstart what could be a very good latter half of this afternoon.
Yeah, you're telling me, a very good chance this is a Chad Brown pick 3 coming up. He has very heavy favorites in each of the next 3 races here.
None with a better chance than I'm Very Busy. He's a tough horse to ride, I'm Very Busy, but he's going to get plenty of pace in here. That's his game. That's what he wants up front in front of him. He's got a devastating late kick.
Yeah, listen, the other thing is, you always have to be concerned about layoffs, especially when you're dealing with short prices. But I'm going to give you some numbers. Last 5 years overall, Chad Brown is 44 for 175, 25%, with a $1.95 ROI, with horses coming off 250-plus day layoffs. This is for a trainer, every horse he runs basically is overbet. How about in Saratoga? He's 13 for 49, 27%, and a 260 ROI. His horses are winning at over 25% clip and playing $10 for a guy whose horses are usually overbet. So he's even winning with horses that shouldn't be winning.
So much to like and so much in those numbers you love. Do you win against him?
Well, I got an idea on another horse. I didn't go strongly against, to be fair. I think Regalo is a very interesting horse. Now, I know he's a forward horse and there is other speed. He's going to have to show that he can rate. But this horse completely turned his career around when he went to turf last time. And while I'm not saying it's a race good enough to beat I'm Very Busy, I think it's a race that makes him competitive if that one isn't ready to run his very best race off a layoff. And he's a big price, so I'm going to bet 80 to win on him. I got $200 I got to spend today. Then I'm going to bet an $80 exacta, 5-4. And I'll come back with a $40 reverse, 4-5. So try to make money if the 4 can run first or second, and obviously second to the favorite.
So without poking a bear,
go ahead.
Where does Regalo show that he can do anything from off the pace? He looks like a total one-dimensional speed horse. Okay. I understand the last race was his first time on the grass, but, I mean, where are you getting this from?
Well, that's a very fair point. And as I said, he's a forward horse, and there's clearly their speed. I don't disagree. Having said that, he's a big price in here.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like I don't particularly like General Jim. He's not impossible, but I love him. The 2 and 3 don't look like turf horses. The 8's not a turf horse. And Big Everest is a need-to-lead type, so there aren't that many other options in here. So I think, among the others, he's like the best price of them, and you're not going to disagree with his last race was good. Can I read a tweet, since we're on YouTube, that was just sent to me? it's not as if you need any extra ammunition to rib your man Tom Amos, but I hope you express to him your excitement on his chances in an allowance race tomorrow at Fairmount Park. So I just want to say good luck.
You know what? You run where they take you. That's been my motto for a long time, and it's served me well.
All right, we may preview that race a little bit later on. Let's go back to Maggie. Maggie, a lot of speed in here, and some of it, of course, outside with Big Everest.
Yeah, Big Everest here, Greg, is a horse that I just thought, especially coming back on May 8th, was a horse that really needed that start. He just didn't look fit, and he's kind of taking his time to get totally race fit. Probably third off the bench, the most defined that he's looked overall, but we'll see what he does. And like you said, he has to deal with some other, at least on paper, horses that look as though they want to be forward. Now, I am actually walking out here hoping to catch up with Lauren Robson, who I'm stalking and probably really annoying her. But talking about her horse, I know we don't have a camera here, guys, but I'm just going to talk to you off camera, right? Okay. That's easy. Nantasket Beach. Lauren, looking at this paper, or this race on paper, I was just talking, it feels as though there's tons of speed, and it could set up perfectly for your guy.
Seems like it. I mean, the last time they went quick and he sat as far off as he has done, and he came with a big run, so hoping it works out like that today.
You've done so well with him since you claimed him. Talk a little bit about just kind of your rapport. I know you get on him yourself every morning.
Yeah, no, he's a fun horse to be around, and he's just, like a big kid. He's 6 years old, but he doesn't act it. He acts like a young horse, and he just has fun, and we kind of spoil him and just let him do his thing, and that's it.
You did scratch him out of the Kelso, opting for this spot here, a little bit easier, maybe outside of I'm Very Busy.
Actually, just came in and was a little bit quiet and just was a little off. So I think he just needed a little time to settle in, and just wanted him to have his A game. So we just felt we'd wait, and this race looked pretty good timing. So let him see how he was, and he acted really good. Came here, breezed well, and he's done everything right since. Good energy. So
I was going to say, he is full of energy as far as these prelims are concerned. But Lauren, thank you so much, and best of luck here.
Thanks, hon. Thank you.
All right, Lauren Robson sending out Nantasket Beach. Guys, we'll see. Did she make the right choice waiting to go in this allowance race?
Maggie, thank you. Talk about coming up under some good trainers. She got her first winner, Lauren Robson, February of last year. She worked under Jonathan Shepard, Wesley Ward, Jerry Hollendorfer, and Richard Mandela, even galloped for Todd Pletcher.
That's a good resume. And that resume has been successful out of that Pletcher barn.
7-2 on Nantasket Beach, who has won 4 of the last 5, Megan. Obviously a tough test here, though, with a graded stakes winner she's going up against.
This is my selection in this race, actually, number 6, Nantasket Beach. I thought that, and I know we had the argument earlier, guys, don't get me too, criticized on that, but as far as the Churchill form, this horse beat a good field last time out. He's really coming into himself, and I know it seems like a big race on paper, that lone race, but he's been marching towards this race. I know it's been albeit versus much weaker fields at Gulfstream Park, but this horse is in form. He was obviously intended for a stake race against much tougher, and I think that he just fits in this field. And I know that we mentioned Chad Brown, the number 5, I'm Very Busy, looms extremely large. However, this horse, last time this horse took an extended layoff, just did not come back with this big of a punch from 2 to 3. And as horses get a little bit older, they might take it a little bit longer to get back into the form. And as you mentioned, I mean, he's definitely the horse to beat on class, but I still have my reservations as far as the number 5, I'm Very Busy, and his ability to really pack a punch here coming off the layoff.
The problem with the 6 is he's 3-1, and he's what Greg and I talk about quite frequently as a 1-number horse. Now, I think you could make the argument and say, well, maybe he just didn't really like running at Gulfstream and got to Churchill and he preferred that turf course, and that's fine, because I agree with you. He ran his last, when he comes back with his last race, he's absolutely the other horse in this race. It's not really even close. But the problem is you're getting 3-1 in a horse that's got 1 race. I mean, this is let's be fair, this horse was claimed for $20,000 4 starts ago, and is basically a $16,000 claimer. So I'm not ready to, I think everything you said is true, Meg. I'm not arguing anything you said, except I'm not ready to take this horse as the other horse in this race based on 1 race and 1 race only.
Yeah, but Megan makes a very good point about our favorite that you're watching right there, and I'm Very Busy. So this is his 5-year-old debut. Horses are like people. Look, if you go to the gym and you're in your 20s and you take a few weeks off, you can step up and pick it up right where you left off. But the older you get, just like with horses, the harder it is to get back to that old form. And he's going to have to get back to his old form to be as good as he's supposed to be.
Came back pretty good from 3 to 4, and this barn, one of the best at bringing them back as well as we go to Maggie.
Now, as I would generally agree with what Tom and Megan are saying, I know this horse pretty well based upon the notes that I have kept on him when running on the NYRA circuit, and half of his career starts are here. Like I said back in the paddock, he looks incredibly fit, and I'm usually hypercritical of this horse in the fact that he does tend to carry excess conditioning and weight. But furthermore, he is moving like a tremendous machine out there. It's like his feet aren't even touching the ground. Now, just because he's 4 to 5 and, you know, it's like my general rule that I don't take horses as favorites off this long of a layoff, I'm going, because I'm really intrigued by General Jim getting back to the turf, I'll take him. But there is no ounce of me thinking that this guy, I'm very busy, isn't ready for this comeback. Greg?
Moving like a tremendous machine in the warm-up. That's high praise.
Yeah, I thought that was saved for one horse, the Great Secretariat.
So 4 to 5. We'll see how he does here in his return coming back. I'm going to go back to the conversation you guys were having about Regalo. And, you know, we don't know. He's had the one turf start, as you said, Andy. It was very good. I'm intrigued with him, too. I can't believe he's 17 to 1. He didn't even necessarily show he has to be on the lead, does he, in the debut?
Well, Tom's point is based, and it's a very valid point. You even look at the races on the dirt where he did well. He was forward in those races. So I think your point is more than valid. It's accurate. Having said that, I just feel like I want to give him a chance at that price. I think that is the Achilles heel is he's stepping up into a tougher field, and he's, you know, you don't know how he can do at the lead. But having said that, he's almost 20 to 1. So I don't worry about that stuff. You know, you worry about those things at shorter prices. If the 6 horse was 15 to 1 or 12 to 1, I couldn't care less whether or not I feel he's a 1-number horse. But he's a super short price. For that reason, I'm a little against him.
And I will say this, Brittany Russell doesn't run horses here very often. She's very well meant. And, you know, Luis Saez is very good as far as getting him forwardly placed. But as far as the past 5 years, her last out winners in Allowance Company, she's 1 for 2. Both of them were in the money. So Andy is very much valid in his claims about the number 4 Regalo, and honestly, you could make the argument that he's kind of also a one-horse race. And as far as if you're comparing the number 4 Regalo and the number 6 Nantasket Beach, I don't argue with you. I'm taking that 17 to 1, 18 now to 1 as far as the value is concerned there.
And the 1 number is only turf race, so I'm hoping that he's just a different horse in the turf. And your reservations, Tom, are absolutely legitimate, but at that price, I couldn't care less.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He's going to have plenty of friends hanging out with him when they leave the gate. He's not going to be by himself up there.
If he's in front in here, it means that the 3 and 7 fell down coming out of the gate. They're faster than he is. I mean, they're fast horses,
yeah,
so I don't see him in front.
Let's go to Big Everest for a moment. It's a multiple stakes winner. He's compiled over $600,000 in earnings in his career. Is he being a little forgotten here at 6 to 1?
Absolutely. He's almost won half of his starts. All of those were on the grass. And he's a horse that wants to show a little speed himself. He's on the outside. I give him a little opportunity to maybe be something less than having to be on the lead.
He was awful last time. He was on a strong rail. He had everything his own way, and he got run down in the stretch. One horse, Kojina, is a good horse. The other horse is okay. I disagree. He has 1 rating, to be fair, but I don't see it.
I'm with Andy on that. I feel like this horse gets trips and gets to the front end and just doesn't finish his races. He's got the turf form, which in this race is a commodity.
He's a 7-year-old. It just seems like maybe he's getting a little older. But I've been wrong about him a lot of times before, so won't be the first time today.
If he's in a race that's full of speed, he has the right post for the speed horses. He's to the outside. He's going to break sharp. He's going to be able to look over. Andy has one from off the pace before. Obviously, he'll be very close. You can't say that about the 4. Not yet.
Not yet. You can't say not say
that man right 21. There finally broke through with a milestone win yesterday, and not long after that, getting number 4,000 out of town at Colonial. He collected number 4,001 here in the nightcap, and he got number 4,000 with DJ Stables. They've won 2,600 races together.
It's
incredible.
Unbelievable. An owner has 2,600 races. How many ownership groups do you think have 2,600 wins?
Mark and DJ Stables won 2,600 races together?
Yeah. 2,600.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
That's almost as much of a committed relationship as you and Andy are in right now.
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
Yeah.
I don't buy that. That would be 100 races a year for 26 years.
Well.
I'm not buying it, but I could be wrong.
Came from them.
I don't see how it's possible.
Okay.
I'm probably wrong.
Twitter said it.
Yeah.
Has to be right.
I'm sorry. I'd like to see the. I don't know about that.
Late pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off. Big Everest is out very alertly, and he'll go straight to the front. Nelson Avenue comes away a joint second with Regalo right next to him. Nantasket Beach is fourth through the opening furlong. They are followed by I'm Very Busy, who's in between horses, and General Jim right on horse's heels has to back off. A 4-wide full screen trying to get into the early mix, and that leaves Caramel Chip at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 23-4. Joel Rosario has Big Everest on an uncontested lead. Has it by a length and a half over Regalo, who races in the second spot. It's another length and a half to Nantasket Beach, Red Cap third, and Nelson Avenue is just inside of him. I'm Very Busy fifth, 4.5 or so off them. Full screen, General Jim following him, and another 2 back to Caramel Chip, 47-3, Big Everest in control. With Regalo in second. Nelson Avenue, Nantasket Beach is fourth, has 3 lengths to make up. I'm Very Busy is just in behind them, followed by Full Screen, General Jim, and Caramel Chip. They're coming to the quarter pole. Big Everest turns for home in front, hasn't been asked yet. Here's Nelson Avenue angling off the rail into second. Down on the inside, General Jim, I'm Very Busy is in between horses. Nantasket Beach has dropped back. Big Everest a length, threatened by Nelson Avenue. Big Everest on the outside, Nelson Avenue, Big Everest, coast to coast. Nelson Avenue was second. General Jim third. I'm Very Busy finish fourth.
In a race that looked like it had several speeds, Big Everest got the lead to himself. Under Joel Rosario, goes gate to wire for the win.
You know, Greg, you brought him up right before they went into the gate, and it's about post position. So for Big Everest, you know, Rosario can look over when they break. Nobody's really going at the beginning. He can make the lead. Look, when a horse that wins almost half of his starts makes the lead on a group, his heart gets big, and those kind of horses are hard to run down.
My viewpoint is, when you have a horse with speed, not saying in the ending stages, I feel like when you have a horse with speed, and this was always going to be an outcome of Big Everest getting on the lead, and some of those dirt horses that, yeah, they were forward on the dirt, but things change when you get to the lawn, and Big Everest took every advantage of that.
There was bad riding in this race. I mean, obviously, listen, Nelson Avenue ran second, so it's a little hard to believe that, you know, hard to really knock it, but there's no way you could predict that Big Everest was going to be walking on the front end. And don't kid yourself. 23.97 is 24. Stop yelling in my ear. They went 22 3/5 the last quarter mile.
Let's check out
Nobody
the start
can
of this
close
race,
into
Andy.
a 20. The
I mean,
start in this race is that
this is the win. The win is made in the first
because
150 yards.
Other people were unaggressive. The 3 is the fastest horse in the race, not close. They showed no interest in going the lead. Now, he ran second, so I can't really knock it. It's a surprising tactic that no handicapper could expect. But Luis Saez is at least supposed to be looking at him and doing what Richie says, get your position going forward. He took back 2, and they just conceded the lead to a horse who, as you accurately pointed out before the race, is a stakes quality horse when he can control on the front end. When he said those fractions, this race was over. It's actually amazing how well I'm Very Busy ran when you consider what this pace was in here, and nobody gave up. My horse stakes. He can't rate, and he's just not good as these horses. A bad bet by me. But the running of this race, handicappers no longer can rely on trying to determine how races are going to be run around here when races are run like this.
Well, credit to Big Everest, credit to Joel Rosario, who understood what was happening right out of the gate, took full advantage of it, made the lead, and I'll tell you, in that first 100 yards, the race was over.
6-1. The veteran Big Everest, 10th victory on the lawn in 23 tries. Miguel Clement continuing to produce here and having to take over immediately for his father, who untimely passed away, one of the titans in this industry. And Big Everest with a big upset here with an odds-on favorite being beat here in race 7. Our feature coming up next, grade 2, Shuvee and Raging Sea looking to go back-to-back. Big performance with Pratt aboard in this race last year. We'll try and do it again with Pratt back up.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Saratoga Live. And short walk from the racetrack, Congress Park, where you guys take a stroll, right, every summer?
Tom and I meet on the dark days in Congress Park and have a nice picnic.
That's what I thought.
We
Do
sit
some
together, get a
handicapping?
bottle of wine, bring our PPs, and we just hang out and have an all-around
I
good
take
time.
my son on the carousel, so I'm always there. Big Everest able to get the lead all by himself under Joel Rosario, and at 6-1 goes gate to wire.
Pace makes the race, and you got to credit Joel. He went, and everybody else was sleeping.
Reeves Thoroughbred Racing soaks there, worn by Joel. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dean Reeves. And Dean, Big Everest is the gift that keeps on giving now as a 7-year-old.
He is just amazing. 10 wins for this horse. And you let him out on the lead, he gets so comfortable, and he's got that determination when he turns for home. He just doesn't want to give it up. And, you know, Joel did exactly what we needed him to do. He got him relaxed, and he did his job turning for home. He just kicked in, and it's a satisfying win. And I love it when you get a horse at that age that can still have that determination. It's amazing.
He hasn't lost a step. Now, it feels as though maybe he got, took him a couple tries to get back in action today, but this mile, third off the bench, it was the perfect recipe. And like you said, Joel Rosario, kind of putting the fear, I think, in all the other speed horses really worked out.
Yeah, it did. He knew he needed to get up front because that's just that horse's style. He likes it. I think he builds his confidence up during the race, and Miguel's done a great job of bringing him back. And it takes him a minute to kind of get the feel for things, but my gosh, at 7 to keep running like that, it's incredible.
It really is, and Miguel was giving you pointers as to what to say in this interview leading up to us coming back on camera, but doing such a tremendous job taking over for his late father.
Yeah, he has. He's done super. He's been so successful. He works hard, and really proud of him and what he's done. And I want to give a shout out to Bill Branch, our other partner out in California. I know he's excited about this win. He loves the horse, and you know, hey Bill, and congratulations.
Can we get Bill to New York? What's up?
Yeah, we should. I mean, he should come to a race. I don't know what he's waiting on out there. So.
Probably the really nice weather that they let us borrow today.
Yeah, all Miguel wanted was some more fast horses, so I got to work on that.
I think you've really nailed this interview. I think Miguel will be very happy. Dean, congratulations.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, Dean Reeves here, Big Everest, and it goes to show patience, perseverance goes a long way in this game, guys.
Pretty remarkable to have a 7-year-old continue, Tom, to produce at a high level.
It is. I mean, they don't make them like that anymore. You know, it just, those kind of horses, those tough, hard-knocking horses, I love those horses in the barn. Those kind of wins with a horse like Big Everest, that makes a trainer proud as winning a great stake. Just love coming to the barn and seeing a horse that tries every time.
And he also shows the value of having speed. And while he's been opportunistic, one of the reasons he's been able to be opportunistic is that nobody wants to go to the lead anymore in horse racing. Turf, dirt, and the fact that he commits to it, he makes his own trips. So you can say, and I'll say, that he was fortunate to win today, but the reality is he puts himself in position to do it because of his speed, and Joel's not afraid to use it.
Friday feature, Grade 2, Shuvee, mile and an eighth in this Distaff division. Winner of this race last year, who was runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Raging Sea, will look to go back-to-back. Flavien Prat back aboard for Chad Brown. Let's go, Shuvee. By the numbers, learn more about this race, named in honor of Hall of Famer and former Alabama winner. Twice beat males in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Fastest ever run, Latruska, back in 2020. Would add a personal ensign the following year in a championship season. Todd Pletcher and the Chief, the most to win it as trainers. 3-year-old champion Philly Ness won it for Pletcher off an 8-month layoff. John Velasquez, 5 victories as a jockey, including Storm Flag flying in 2004. She'd add the personal ensign, beating future Hall of Famer Azeri in that race. 4 ownership groups have won it twice, including Ogden Phipps, whose second was with personal ensign, who retired perfect. Paid up subscriber, 3-horse field, which he won by 32.5 lengths. 6 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup, including Lady Secret, who added the Whitney in that year, Horse of the Year campaign in 1986, and 10 Crown Champion, including Beautiful Pleasure back in 1999, who would add the personal ensign and distaff. Some great history in this race. Let's go back to last year. We have her coming back again. It was Raging Sea getting the victory.
Yeah, this was a small field, and she kind of started, you know, getting better with a race like this. But I feel like she's meeting a tougher field this year. But she's obviously been a great overachiever.
Last year, I feel like she was just at a better point in her overall form at this point in the year. You can argue the win off the layoff in the La Troyenne was extremely impressive for her, but I'm interested to see her be able to back that up now, 3rd off the layoff.
Yeah, you know, she'd already run that big race in the Double Dog Dare to start her year, and you're absolutely right. She has not come close to those kind of figures with both of her starts this year.
So is that a concern? Is she just not the same, now a 5-year-old mare, but against this group still might be able to get it done? Obviously, the public feels she can.
Yeah, I mean, the public feels very, very strongly she can. At 3 to 5, you know, that changes the complexion of what you might want to do handicapping in this race. That's a tough price to accept on our favorite Raging Sea.
I agree with you 100%.
We'll talk through some of those we think maybe can pull off the upset in this spot. So do you think a lot of this is just past reputation she's being bet on?
Yeah, I think it's the Chad Brown factor. Obviously, Flavien is riding this horse as well. He's starting to take a lot of money, and I think it's reputation. And looking at her, and I don't think anybody here is going to tell you that they don't think she's the horse to beat. And I think what you're saying, and I think Megan and I feel the same way, is that at that price, she's just bad value.
Take a time out. We'll be back. Grade 2 Shuvee. When we return, Raging Sea, odds on, trying to win it for the 2nd year in a row.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Coming into the stretch, along the inside, a restless tornado with Polly Piper and Seal Verdict. Shuvee on the far outside. Straighten out in the stretch now, that's Shuvee on the extreme outside, getting the lead. Along the inside, Seal Verdict. On the far outside, Hey You to Patsy coming on. Coming through the stretch at Shuvee in front. And they're not going to catch this filly today. As they go over the finish line, it's Shuvee the winner by 3 lengths.
Hall of Famer, would win the Triple Tiara, and would twice beat males at the 2-mile Jockey Club Gold Cup. What a career.
She's an all-time great. You know, I've said it before, if you want to find out about the history of racing, just look up, every time we run a stake race here named for a horse, look up something about that horse. For me, I don't think there's any better way to appreciate the game.
You're right. Most of these races here, you'll learn a lot of that history. Stakes races here at Saratoga, name after race, including this one coming up. What a resume.
890,000 back then. It's like winning about 89 million now.
Pretty close.
A lot of horses running 44 races, Tom, in top competition these days. Huh?
Yeah. that's something.
Times have changed, haven't they? This year's edition, Grade 2 Shuvee. 1.1 miles and still 3 to 5 on Raging Sea here. Chad Brown, Alpha Delta Stables, Flavian Pratt, and let's go to Maggie on the favorite.
Greg, as Raging Sea looking to get back to her winning ways here, and kind of reading quotes from Chad Brown saying that maybe, yes, on the surface of things, initially thinking that the slop was her undoing last time out in that Ogden Phipps, which, to be fair, watching her move over, she never looked entirely comfortable, just kind of awkward striding, kind of holding her tail out a bit, which always hints to me at a horse that's not enjoying the going, but also for the fact that she ran so well coming back in the La Troyenne that maybe she reacted negatively to that big performance, second off the bench. And so now coming third with some time to recover and back to a fast track, it all adds up for success for Raging Sea. I will say this, watching her last breeze on July 11th, she was with Pride's Crossing, who we'll see here. She was on the inside, and honestly, they were going kind of tit for tat the whole way around there to cover the 1/2 mile in 48 and 2. So Pride's Crossing at least holding her own. Now maybe she is a good workhorse, and Chad also citing that they want her to be forward to maybe inflect a little bit more speed into this race to set things up for Raging Sea, whom we've seen multiple times kind of more or less need that pace to heat up and come back to her. But now as a 5-year-old, I like what I'm seeing from her. She's finally kind of filling out what can be a somewhat narrow and unfurnished type of frame. She's reached her full physical potential, which I always appreciate seeing, and that she has taken yet again another step forward physically. Moving on to number 3, Leslie's Rose. She's the 4-year-old, and she really doesn't like the slop, to say the least. But I was actually really intrigued by her when she came back for her 4-year-old bout in the Vagrancy, which is going 6.5 furlongs, because she's actually undefeated sprinting. Well, until that race. She was undefeated sprinting until that race, but she ran very well behind 2 repeat winners. And I'm of the mind that now this might be a filly that wants less ground rather than more. And looking at her, she's kind of that more typical into mischief that wants that one-turn mile, which would be her ideal, or just a mile, flat mile, would be her ideal distance. Now, she's full of energy in here, which I like to see. But again, I'm not in love with her at 9 furlongs, to be honest. And I know Todd Pletcher is the master at getting horses to perform well at these distances, but I don't know if it's really her gig, Greg.
And trying to get to the winner's circle.
All right, Maggie, we're going to take a look at the comeback race, and this was just a starting point to get her going. Pretty tough starting point. Grade 3 sprinting in the vagrancy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things to say. I don't want to say she's not a sprinter, because her first 2 races were good, fast races, end of her 2-year-old, early 3-year-old year. So it's not as though she's never run well sprinting again. I almost wonder if Todd Pletcher would consider turning her back for the ballerina, ways and means notwithstanding, after this race if she doesn't run well. But this was a race, I don't care about, say the distance too short. I don't necessarily know that's true. It was a big speed track that day, and she was running behind 2 very fast sprinters, one of them who's in a very good running the Honorable Miss on Sunday, So she was running against good horses that had the advantage of the racetrack.
But she got the right setup.
Yeah.
Those 2 horses challenged each other on the front end. She sat where she's supposed to sit. I mean, that finish and those 4 horses coming to the wire basically together
They were
was not impressive.
I disagree. They were very much with the racetrack, those horses, and she was not.
Meanwhile, Maggie, what a change of fortune it's been for Dazzling Move. An afterthought last summer here in the Wilton. She ran last in that race. Now she's become a graded stakes winner and Grade 1 placed.
Yeah, and her connections, Greg, saying that while she was on the front end in her last 2 starts, that they would prefer to have a target with her. And if you were watching a few races ago, I caught up with Jose Ortiz, and I think he was playing a little coy with me, saying that we'll play the break, and also saying, too, right, truthfully, that she is one that worked. He was aboard her in her last work very sharply. So he's not going to take anything away from her. And boy, is she sharp here in the paddock. Dazzling Move, who, if I'm purely picking horses here for this Shuvee based upon appearances, it would be Dazzling Move. She looks sensational. Now, she's always a filly that has a really great coat on her. She's really well turned out in that respect, but she's really filled out. There is a big engine on Dazzling Move now, which I like to see. So she's another one where I'm not exactly sure. She's run well with 2 second-place finishes, obviously one of them in a Grade 1 at the 9 furlongs. I'm not sure if she gets better with more ground. That's the biggest question mark, where I think is your favorite here, Greg, Raging Sea. She's the one that you feel kind of most confident about handling a 1 1/8 miles.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6-1, Dazzling Move. What do you guys think?
I think with the blinkers off in those last 2 starts, Dazzling Move has become not only a player in any race she runs in, but she's a player in this race. Look, one of 2 speed horses in the race, the outside speed next to her, Malibu Beauty. If one of these horses gets in front, it changes the whole complexion of the race.
It does, but I'm just not as convinced as Maggie had stated that she's going to get this distance. She just doesn't do it for me as far as a router. And yes, you can argue that last time out she set blazing fractions and she held on, but that was, we just mentioned, a track that carried speed. And I just can't get behind her here, especially considering there is an outlier. We can't forget about the 7 Malibu Beauty, because that horse is going to be sent. Kendrick, I don't believe, is just not going to sit on a speed horse and go from the outside. So I think there's going to be some dynamics that are against her here.
Don't we also think the possibility exists that Pride's Crossing, the other Chad Brown horse, who is the longest shot on the board, might inject a little bit of speed in this race? Not that it would benefit the number 5 Raging Sea, but she could be a little forward in here as well. So I wouldn't discount that possibility. And I think Megan made great points about this. We were talking off camera. Yeah. Megan and I were both saying, we understand the horse has legit form. You could say she could win this race. It's something I don't like about her. I think your point about being a wet track last time that was favoring speed, I think it makes her look a little better than she is.
It does, and you made a great point. The number 4 Pride's Crossing, Shad Brown had mentioned, and it had been reported that she hasn't really gotten the trips she's wanted. They're going to look to see her be prominently placed, and I don't think that they're going to be afraid of the other speeds either. So I think it's going to be interesting here. I think there's going to be some speed here, and it sets up perfectly for our 4 to 5 favorite.
There's Flavien Prat. Look at what he did. Record-setting Saratoga last summer. He had 45 wins, and he set single-season marks in stakes wins, graded stakes wins, and Grade 1s. Just remarkable.
That's staggering.
Will we see that again at a meet in Saratoga? That's amazing.
Javier had that great summer where he won like 5 or 6 of the Saturday grade ones, and that in and of itself seemed like an unbelievable achievement. And that's even better. I mean, he was like magic on big races, wasn't he?
7 grade ones, 5 of them for Chad Brown last summer. And then he picks right up where he left off, winning his 3rd straight Diana grade 1 for Chad Brown.
I mean, I would criticize his agent, Brad Pegram. He should have got him on some of those jump races. There were 2 grade 1 jump races. He could certainly make the weight, and I think that would have given him a real chance to win even 8.
I think it was a
Talk
complete
to
disservice,
Brad about that,
for
yeah.
sure. I think we need to look into
Why
that.
Flavia hasn't criticized? Well, Flavia was busy getting ready to ride some harness horses as well.
Right, right.
Oh, don't think he wouldn't mind doing
Oh,
that.
no. I saw him at
That's
Belmont
his
Stakes
passion.
Week, and I said, "You been to the harness track yet?" And he said, "I went
Yep.
Tuesday night."
We saw him
great.
compete in a match
great.
race. What was that, a couple of summers ago? Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with Chad Brown, sending out to obviously the favorite in here, Chad, with Raging Sea. I got to ask you, is Pride's Crossing in here to get the pace hot for her?
No, we thought, the owner Larry Best and I thought she deserved the shot. We tried her in some other races that didn't go a few weeks ago, lounge races and such, so we didn't want to wait anymore to run her. She's training great. It's a big step up for her. I don't even think she can make the lead. If there was no speed, she would be a dangerous loose and elite horse, actually. But I think she can be pretty forward and at a minimum get a piece of it.
Her last breeze with Raging Sea, I thought was very good.
You're seeing what I'm seeing. That's when I thought when I entered her, if she got loose on the lead, when I use her as a workhorse, nobody can pass her, as you accurately saw. But today I think she's going to have some company up front, but we'll see how she handles the step up in class.
How's Raging Sea? I know you said that initially the slot may be reacting to off that La Troyenne win.
A little of both, probably. She seems to be doing good, and this race should tell. I don't see any excuse today for her.
Best of luck with both of them.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown sending out to, obviously, Raging Sea. Formidable, guys.
Still the 4-5 favorite on the board, looking to go back-to-back in this race, and the man who's the overwhelming favorite to win another training title here, Chad Brown. Here is Sidamar from the rail, Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado.
Everybody has been waiting for this filly to run a big race, and it's just never come. Now, to be fair, she lost by a nose to Power Squeeze, who came back and won the Alabama in her next start, so maybe somewhere in there is that improvement.
Here is Gunsong, of course, made a lot of noise last summer, barely missing against Torpedo Anna.
She's declined since then. I'm very much looking for an improvement for her. She's been dull so far.
Here's Leslie's Rose for Todd Pletcher.
I like Leslie's Rose's chances in here, as we talked about, and sort of today is a make-or-break race for her. I think at least she needs to run well.
Here's the other Chad Brown, who is the biggest price on the board.
Christian Torres doesn't team up with Chad Brown often well, but they are on a forwardly placed prominent horse here.
Pratt for Chad Brown, trying to go back-to-back with Raging Sea.
Yeah, listen, her good races are too good for these. She's just not proven yet she's back to that horse, and she's an awfully short price.
Does she become Dazzling Move more intriguing at 6-1 now?
I don't think so. I mean, I still am against as far as a filly that's going to have speed and going to be doled out there on the front end.
Malibu Beauty, more pace outside.
Yeah, she's going to have to step forward a little bit. She did run one of her best races last time. She's part of the pace in theory.
Take a look at this long shot in action last start in a stake at Delaware. And she led every step of the way, beating Gunsong handily.
I thought Speed did pretty well that day at Delaware. It wasn't an extreme bias of any kind, but I don't think it was bad to be in front. It helped her. And I also want to point out, it showed at least there's a little bit of life left in Gunsong. But Gunsong's another horse she was sensational throughout her 3-year-old year. I mean, she almost beats Torpedo Anna in the cotillion. And she's just another horse that, turning 4, she has not been able to get back to that good form.
She hasn't. It's been a bit disappointing. But hey, I mean, she's a handy horse. She gets her trip. She's sneaky, 9-1. She's going to have plenty of speed in front of her. If she turns that light bulb on.
Can't she be forward, too? I mean, she's
she
got an
can.
inside post. You got to think the Giants at least looking to go a little bit for position here. She's not slow, this
No,
horse.
she's not. And you mentioned it, the dullness, I think, can also be coincided and be a thing that you have to say about the number 1, Sidamara. You mentioned it. Bill Mott was mentioned as well. He kind of scratched his head a little bit about her last out effort. And you can argue that was off of the layoff. She gets the blinkers on. Maybe that wakes her up a bit. Progressing forward is definitely going to be her game at 13-1.
We should get to build on a start. Sidamara at a big price. Here was a long time away. Comes back with an equipment change. There she is with Junior Alvarado.
Looks good right there warming up. But, I mean, I think that's a horse that has to step up. Those last 2 starts, when a trainer makes this move of a change of equipment, blinkers on in the case of Sidamar and Bill Mott, he's searching for an answer to get a better performance than what he's been getting from his horse.
And she is second off a layoff. I think an interesting question here. Predict the over-under. What's the over-under for the buyer fig for this race? Because based on these horse and races they're running, it's in the mid to high 80s. So, and I'm not making the big case for Sidamar. I picked her third. I just have a thing for her a little bit. But you could say, well, if you want to be optimistic, she ran some 83s last year. She needed a race off the layoff. How much does she have to improve her best races? I'm not saying I love her, but I'm not sure that I want to be overly confident that this is a race that's going to take a Herculean effort to win.
I don't, and we mentioned it with Raging Sea at number 5, that the La Troyenne was a strange race. I know she ran huge off the layoff, and you look at it visually and you're like, wow. But I just think it was a strange, slow race. And then she comes back in the Ogden Phipps, and that we had mentioned that it just wasn't her day. Everything was against her. So I'm just looking for her to get back in that same form that we saw her last year. There you see her connections, and I think it's very plausible she's the class. But as Andy just mentioned, as far as the figure here, this is kind of level. And you could certainly find value in doing this.
The opposing side of that is that Raging Sea managed to close against a strong speed bias last time and still ran an 84 buyer in a fairly run race on a track that's been playing fairly, especially a little bit of pace. She could easily get back to those mid-90 numbers, Tom.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we're going to start talking speed figures here if that's what you guys want to do. But, I mean, look, the bottom line is we've got a field of 7 horses, and we basically know what their forms are. Speed figures aside, what does it take in terms of style to win this race is just as important as how fast they're going to run in this race. Style, to me, is key. And I think the 6 and the 7 are the pace setters here. I think it's pretty quick up front, and you want someone that can close. A couple of these horses in here haven't really shown that they can close.
I think the only way it's pretty quick up front is if either the 2 or 4 decide to be aggressive in here. Otherwise, there's no chance it's pretty quick up front. We just almost never. If we don't get a quick pace like in the last race, we just never going to get one.
Todd Pletcher, so I'm looking on. This is his filly, Leslie's Rose. She showed huge ability last year as a 3-year-old, actually from her debut as a 2-year-old, but winning that Grade 1 Ashland. Competed in some of the big ones, second in the Acorn. Unfortunately, there was a filly named Torpedo Anna she had to go up against quite a bit last year. And we'll see if she takes that step forward now. First time on a fast track going long now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, Leslie's Rose makes a lot of sense in this race, and you can vouch. Maybe she's a sprinter. Maybe she's still figuring herself out, but I think that she's a tactical horse. She's going to be able to sit in the pocket. She's going to be able to trip out at 4-1. And while I will say this, we'll go back to the favorite, the number 5, Raging Sea. I know we've talked about her a lot. However, as far as the bounce back, she ran a big race, then she kind of was a bit dull. I think this could be the time where she kind of resurfaces in that form.
Now back to one of the quicks outside, and we know Kendrick Carmouche, if he has speed underneath him, he's always going to use it. Let's go to Maggie.
Count on that. The problem is clearing from this outside post position, how much of Malibu Beauty is he going to have to use? As you can see, the gate is right behind me. Scott Jordan and his team looking to send this Shuvee field off perfectly, as they tend to do. And obviously, I love that old adage, last one in, first one out. And can we just give a little bit of love to this Maryland bred? Yes, Andy, you can make fun of me for championing another Maryland bred, but she's 7 years old, 44 career starts, 14 wins, 10 seconds. If she gets a piece of this today, it's going to put her close to the $1 million mark. She has made all of that the proverbial hard way. Looks so healthy, so good shipping in here for Gary Capuano. We'll see what she does. I do think she's going to have some company, or at least a horse that's going to press her just to go maybe a little bit faster than she certainly got away with in the OB Stakes last time out at Delaware, guys.
Glad Maggie brought that up because, look, she has a cool story. And, 7-year-old mare, you mentioned the earnings, but she's in a big spot, Tom, and she's earned her way to be in this race.
Absolutely, she deserves to be in this race. It's the logical spot coming off that last win at Delaware Park.
She's a Buffum, who was a Godolphin horse, obviously standing in Maryland. You don't see a lot of Buffums around here. I can't remember the last time, if ever, I saw one run in New York.
Real quickly, half mile over and under time of 48 seconds. You taking over or under?
Oh, over. It's no chance it'll be under. The only way it's going to be under is if the 4 guns. I know, you think paces are fast around here. You and the one person on the internet that thinks you get the paces right, and they're never fast. And you always say to me after, I'm going to have to start listening to you, Andy. They're never fast, but you don't. But I love your optimism.
Under 48 seconds would be fast, correct?
Not really. I think under 47 seconds would be fast. 47 and 3 is...
that's ridiculous. That'd be super fast.
No, it wouldn't.
Like with a bunch like this, that would be super fast.
3 to 5 favorite. Raging C looking to go back-to-back in the Grade 2 Shuvee for Chad Brown with a man who was aboard last year. There he is, Flavien Prat. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
The last one to load is Malibu Beauty. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Shuvee. And Leslie's Rose bounced out quickly. Malibu Beauty, Pride's Crossing, and Dazzling Move all want a part of the early pace. And Gunsong comes through along the inside, now to be in 4th. The 2 trailers are Sidamara, and Raging Sea is at the back of the field. So it is Dazzling Move and Jose Ortiz to set the tempo, leading it by a length over Malibu Beauty in 2nd. Leslie's Rose, after breaking so sharply, is settled at the rail through a quarter that went in 23 and 3 as they're on to the back stretch. Gunsong is just outside of her. It's another 3 back to Sidamara, Pride's Crossing, and Flavien Prat has the favorite, Raging Sea, 10 lengths off the pace. That 23 and 3 first quarter for Dazzling Move turns into a half that went in 47 and 2. They're coming to the half-mile pole. Dazzling Move carving out these fractions over Malibu Beauty in 2nd. Then Leslie's Rose and Gunsong remaining 3rd and 4th, rounding the far turn. It's another 3 to Pride's Crossing outside Sidamara. Raging Sea called on now, starts to pick up momentum through 3 quarters in 1:11 and 3. Dazzling Move. Leslie's Rose trying to get to her, angling off the rail. Then Gunsong in 3rd. Raging Sea has a lot of ground to make up, angling to the far outside as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Dazzling Move and Leslie's Rose. These 2 are well clear. Leslie's Rose gradually getting to Dazzling Move. 7 lengths back to Raging Sea in 3rd. Leslie's Rose emerges with the lead under Arad Ortiz Jr. A sharp Shuvee victory for Leslie's Rose, who scores by 3. Dazzling Move 2nd, Raging Sea 3rd, Gunsong finished 4th.
Leslie's Rose for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr. with the victory in the Grade 2 Shuvee. There is Pletcher, picture time, and the half was well under 48.
Well under 48. It was fast up front. It's set up for a close. You would have thought Raging Sea would be a big part of that, but she didn't show up today. Leslie's Rose was the one that closed off the pace. Big race from Andy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm and Todd Pletcher.
She was perfect. I mean, pitch perfect trip. She pressed right off of them. And honestly, there for a moment, I was a little worried she was going to hang, but she got the job done. Very proud of her.
You were right about the half, Tom. The fact that we think 47.56 is fast means nobody here remembers racing when they used to actually try for the lead. Having said that, great ride by Irad. He got in position because they knew they wouldn't really go that fast. He got good position in there, and she got it done well. Raging Sea, I agree with you, Tom. She had enough pace in there to at least run better. You knew she was in trouble when Flavien was scrubbing on her less than halfway through the race.
He was, and that's a little, I mean, it's not atypical for her. I mean, she ridden along a little bit of her races, but that was a bit disappointing for her. Hopefully she's able to come back from that. But like, the story of this race has been the trip. The pace was right there for her, and it's a well-executed ride. Again, not out of the norm there for Irad Ortiz.
Tom, well, we're going to go back. I'll ask you in a minute. Let's go back to the start and take a look out of the gate here.
Yeah, so actually the 6 doesn't break very well, Dazzling.
Right.
Move, and she bounces around against the outside horse Malibu Beauty. Then Malibu Beauty doesn't really corner that well in this turn. Stays very wide and gives it back up to the 6, Dazzling Move.
We should give Dazzling Move a little bit of love. You're right. That was not a good start for her, all things considered. And she ran a very solid race, finishing 2nd here.
She did. She's distance compromised, in my opinion. I mean, I wouldn't say overtly distance compromised, but I do think her best is going a bit shorter.
All right, I'm going to ask the $1 million question. Is Leslie's Rose a horse that you think is a chance to take on Torpedo Anna successfully? She obviously couldn't beat her last year, but maybe she's okay this year, and Torpedo Anna has yet to achieve it. Is she a major threat to that one in the Personal Ensign?
In a division that is absolutely wide open, absolutely she needs to take that challenge and give it a shot.
You know, last time Torpedo Anna ran at Churchill Downs, Kenny was so happy with her that he thought about running her against the boys. So there's that, but I think that this filly, though, is certainly on the upward trajectory as far as her target next month.
Last summer, it was warranted. She ran great. I don't think anyone's, maybe outside of Kenny McPeak, is thinking this year that she's going to do that. She's not that in that league.
She has not shown it yet. Listen, who knows? Maybe she will. And we all want her to. I mean, she was as thrilling and exciting a horse as there was in the country last year. In a lot of ways, her participation in the Travers made what was going to be a sensational race a memorable, sensational race. So nothing against her at all. She just hasn't been as good as she was last year. She's still pretty damn good, though.
For the most part, yeah, she just keeps on winning. And again, Personal Ensign next on her calendar. And you would think with this performance, Leslie's Rose is going to take her on in late August. Winner of the Grade 2 Shuvee. And there's a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher, Whisper Hill Farm. Impressive performance here. We'll have the prices from the Shuvee when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Grade 2 Shuvee. It is Leslie's Rose. Last year's Grade 1 Ashland winner. Taking the Grade 2 Shuvee. Impressive performance here in just the third start of her 4-year-old campaign. Todd Pletcher, Rat Ortiz Jr., Whisper Hill Farm. Let's go to Maggie.
Picture perfect day equals a fast track, and that's just what Leslie's Rose wants, Todd.
She does. I mean, unfortunately, she just doesn't care for sloppy track, and we caught a rainstorm on the way literally to the paddock last time, and kind of the same thing in the Kentucky Oaks, but it's good to see her put that behind her and come back with a big effort today.
I thought, too, a really good ride by Arad as well, you know, kind of letting those speed horses go, but not getting too far away and saving all the ground.
Yeah, it actually worked out exactly like we talked about in the paddock before the race. You know, it looked like the 6 and 7 were probably going to show speed. We wanted to break well and put ourselves in a forward position. Worked out great.
How about Manny Pope and Whisper Hill Farm? One that they actually bought, not a homebred per se, but I'm sure extremely rewarding.
Very rewarding. You know, she's been a terrific filly for us, grade 1 winner, and then to win a grade 2 here at Saratoga. She's a special filly, and great to see Mandy and her team do so well.
Where can we see her next?
Maybe back here in the personal intent, I guess.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Leslie's Rose making good on that grade 1 Ashland win. Maybe another grade 1 on the radar. Guys?
Yeah, we'll find out. Basic Tipton Winter Circle lead and brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings. August 4th and 5th. Where will you be? And guys, it's fun to have another hat thrown into the ring now in this division.
Oh, absolutely. And then what a division it is. But I don't agree with the statements about Torpedo Anna not being necessarily as good this year as she was last year. She had a lot of workmanlike wins last year, and she's had a few this year. But a lot of times when it's time to step up to the plate, she really performs.
Yeah, I disagree completely. I think if you look at her races, one of the things that marked her as so good was the way she won in a much better fashion. I don't think they were working like in the Kentucky Oaks. She dueled around the track in 40.
You gonna tell me the cotillion?
Let
wasn't working
Let me just finish.
That was the end of a long year.
Right. At 46 and change,
No,
dueling
the Breeders' Cup was.
dueling with that bum Ways and Means, and she flicked her off like a gnat and won for fun. 46 and change. I know you think 47 and 56 is fast. She went 46 and change. Then in her subsequent start, she got involved in a fast pace with last year's champion, who basically she ended her career, just FYI, dueling with her in another fast pace and buried the field. Then, okay, the Coach she did get left badly in there, but she got left badly and she still dominated. So, and then she almost won the Travers, and I think that sapped her. So, no, I'm going to disagree with you. I think that's unfair to the legacy of Torpedo Anna to say that we're working like victories. I think every race she won into the Travers was better than it actually looked on paper.
So the cotillion was the end of her. She
had a long campaign by that point, and I give her she had an excuse to run a under subpar performance that day,
and
she still gutted it out and won.
Came back quickly off of a.
You feel like that was her at her best?
Which one?
The cotillion.
No, I was saying she has workmanlike wins. Off of that race, she came back and she won the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Well, I will say one thing. I will say one thing, guys. The La Troyenne, I think, after just watching Raging Sea run the way she did in that race, I think Kimberly can be completely scratched out. We know that horses from that race just haven't come back to run very well. The pace was slow. It was a weird race. So I kind of agree. And I will say this. I've been very hard on Torpedo Anna. Her Travers was immaculate, and I think that she's been beating up on horses that I think she's just flat out better than. It hasn't really shown very much in some spots. That cotillion was against Gunsong, who we just saw was dull. So I just want to... Torpedo Anna still is very much a part of a division that I may say is a little dull. She might just be better than these horses.
She might.
The comparison is whether she's as good last year as this year.
She was.
That's what we're
run
we're
from
debating.
Oak Lawn, where she was wide around the field the whole way, where she just buried those horses through. I would say the Travers was one of the best. I mean, she's no Rachel Alexander, but she was not. Rachel Alexander was a once in a lifetime horse as a 3-year-old. Once in maybe 5 lifetimes. So you never want to compare her to after that. After that, she's as good as anyone I'd seen since Go for Wand. Go for Wand's one of the best horses I ever saw.
You look at races differently, but too, looking at figures they run, she's just not run as fast this year as she did last year when she was at her best.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll disagree. Her second place finish against the boys in the Travers was the greatest race she ran in defeat. You know,
no question.
It was
you
unbelievable.
learned more in defeat than victory a lot, and we learned what she could do. And I do think it's fair to say that race sapped her, you know. And I mean, she was fortunate in the Breeders' Cup Distaff that Raging Sea was her main challenge. And listen, she may still end up the champion this year and beat this division, but right now it's just a division that's a little bit wanton.
Well, I think the next race is put up or shut up. I mean, if she's going to be what she was last year, it's this next race that really counts, in my opinion. She won the 2 graded stakes, including a grade 1 at Oak Lawn. She came to Churchill Downs off little rest, traveling all the way up there to do that. I give her an excuse in that race. She got bounced around a little bit as well. I think she has a chance to show us that she's still just every bit as good as she was
I
last
hope she
year.
does. I'm not confident. I hope she does. I know one horse that right now she couldn't beat at her very best. That was that horse very best. Serengeti Empress. Serengeti Empress would have given her all she wanted, Tom, when
Tom's
she was
Kentucky
at top of her
Oaks
game.
winner. I still think the ballerina, one of the greatest performances that I have seen here. Just remarkable what she overcame in that ballerina.
The only tragic thing about the ballerina, which was a great win by Serengeti Empress and a grade 1 at that, it was during COVID. No one was here. And I remember when she came back to the winner's circle, I said, I wish the fans could have seen that performance because I was so proud of her that day.
They were watching.
I was watching.
They were watching.
Don't you
Tom,
worry.
and that
People
was,
were watching.
I mean, I think people forget we showed Latruska winning this to Shuvee.
Yeah.
That was the start of her streak after she got buried by Serengeti Empress.
That's right.
I mean, she was the one who dueled with her in that insane pace. And
Serengeti Empress got left.
Right.
And
got
had to
left,
catch up to her.
Rushed up against Latruska.
Yeah.
I don't think people remember exactly who she was dueling against, and the good Latruska was absolutely brilliant.
It was an incredible performance. We move on. Race 9, mile and 16th on the grass, an allowance optional claiming field. 6-5 favorite. We talked about this run of Chad Brown horses so far. It has not gone his way. Asbury Park, see if it changes here. Dominant winner last time out to break his maiden.
I think of the 3 favorites that he's had in this stretch, this is the horse that I've liked the most out of them. And I think that at Belmont Weekend, he took advantage of that good ground. I think he's a horse that likes that. It'll be interesting to see him get to the firmer course today.
He's got a real rival, though, in King of Ashes, doesn't he?
He does. That horse is nice.
Ran at
I
Churchill.
feel like King of Ashes is the one to beat.
Well, he ran at Churchill. He was clearly better than the horses that ran here.
Here we go. Okay.
Oh,
World beater comes back and wins
the payroll.
second to test score.
We paying
We're
you.
We're gonna head to Maggie right now with Mary McDermott, Naira's social media and content creator.
So pleased to be joined by the Naira social media content creator, Mary McDermott. And Mary, as social media reigns supreme, I feel as though in our world today, talk a little bit about how people can follow Naira on social media and why they should.
So they can find us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok at The Naira. I think most of our social media platforms are important because it's airing things that normal fans can't see. We're offering the behind the scenes in the barns in the morning, people that are in the paddock that can't always have access there, and we're showing you the special moments between trainers, grooms, owners, and stuff that you just can't see every day.
I've seen some of it. It's really cool stuff. What have you put up there on social media so far during this Saratoga meet?
So last week on Thursday, we had Torpedo Anna arrive with Mystic Dan and Gould's Gold on the trailer. So we're excited to see her run this year at Saratoga, and Mystic Dan and his half-brother will be around. And then we also were able to get Cherie DeVoe with Dr. Agnew, which is a very touching story, as we all know. We were able to highlight that win where he broke his maiden, and Dr. Agnew's widowed wife was also on property, so we got to see some tears there as well.
It was such an emotional day. What can we see next? Obviously, you know, these moments come on a whim, but what are you planning to put out there?
So this Sunday we have an ice cream eating contest for National Ice Cream Eating Day. I heard.
Can I be in?
Be a part of it, yeah. So that'll be in the backyard. And a new aspect we've been bringing is the meta glasses. So last ice cream eating contest we had the winner wear them, and it was an awesome video. And then as well as that, next week we have the Jim Dandy with Sandman, and Griffin Johnson will be on property, so we'll be following him around.
Is he the most popular horse on social media?
Oh yeah, Sandman gets on air and anybody and everybody loves him. A great horse, how could you not?
I know. Well, Mary, keep up the excellent work, you and your team. And here's to some more social media posts.
Thank you.
We have breaking news that just came down on the program. Tom Amoss has said he could compete in the ice cream eating contest. You have been entered. You will be part of that contest.
Yes.
Do you think you can win it?
I don't know if I can win it, but I can eat a lot of ice cream. I'm big in ice cream and
Who
pizza.
can tell?
Ice cream and pizza is big in my world.
Don't you I want to just watch it and watch Tom doing it.
We got to get him in this contest now. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the 9th when we return, approaching the 13-minute mark to post here on this Friday from Saratoga.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, DK Horse Acorn Stakes winner LaCara faces Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly winner Immersive in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Fox Saratoga Saturday, join us 5 Eastern.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we are with you on YouTube, and we have an incredibly fascinating race here for race number 9. It's for 3-year-olds traveling the 1.1 miles over the Mellon Turf Course, and we do see a favorite down on the rail, but again, like I said, I thought there are many ways to go, because when it comes to your favorite, and while we did have some rain yesterday, I still firmly believe that these courses are pretty darn firm, as the times would be bearing out as well. And both of Asbury Park's performances, especially last time, were run over courses that did have quite a bit of moisture in them. And I'm only pointing that out based upon what I see with him physically. And furthermore, he has a predominantly, right there on the paper, European pedigree, because he's a bit of a smaller, more effeminate type of looking colt. And for me, I think they just appreciate the give in the ground. So we'll see how he contests this over a firmer course, as we're also dealing with 2 horses that are stretching out off of impressive and well-backed first-time out victories at sprint distances. And it's kind of an interesting side-by-side comparison of number 4, Fawn Farewell, with number 6, Straight Cash. Like I said, both took a lot of money. They both closed from off the pace, but Fawn Farewell facing 10, whereas facing 9, whereas Straight Cash only facing 4 other rivals. And Fawn Farewell, as we'll focus in on him, 3 horses out of 5 came out of that race to win their next starts. And while he was out sprinted early for Will Walden, while being kind of niggled at, he was inside, then he got out mid-stretch and really leveled off nicely. He demonstrated a very nice turn of foot. So do we get to see that now going longer? I'm not sure. Honestly, the horse we'll get to next is a bit more convincing physically getting to this longer distance, whereas number 4, Fawn Farewell, kind of built downhill, more those elevated hindquarters, shorter couple, but he has the right disposition. He's fairly laid back here in the paddock. Now we'll turn our attention to number 6, Straight Cash, who was a private purchase for Twin Brook Stables and Madigat Stables et al. Here for Cherie DeVoe, off the back of a heavily favored 6 furlong turf sprint at Santa Anita, which you always kind of question the turf horses that they're facing out there. Definitely not the same caliber, typically speaking, as the turf horses that we have here in New York and in Kentucky, or even in South Florida during the winter time. But this is a big, beautiful son of Tiz the Law. He is incredibly well built, looks bigger and more impressive than a 3-year-old. So there's no doubt in my mind that he will appreciate this stretch out in distance from the 6 to a 1.16 miles. Feeling himself a little bit in here, Greg. He's got a bit of swagger. He's a little bit high energy too, but boy, does he make an excellent impression.
Maggie, thank you. Winning the beauty pageant here. 2nd-time starter. How tough is that, Tom? one start, sprinting on grass, now stretching out to a mile and 16.
So it's the mindset you've got to change in the horse. That horse, horses are creatures of habit, and they know one thing in a sprint race, and that's, how fast to go. So you've got to be able to change their demeanor to make them interested in slowing down and being able to get the route successfully. Not to mention we have a trainer change in that horse over to Shuvee DeVoe, as mentioned. And so that plays a big part in it, how well Shuvee could do that. Shuvee is a top trainer. So I wouldn't count it out in any stretch of the imagination.
It's also worth mentioning this horse was entered in the Manila earlier and obviously scratched, but you enter a horse like that of a maiden, either the connections or Cherie were high in how he was running. Now, I don't like this horse at all, but who knows, maybe he's a better horse than he seems, because he did beat a very weak field first time out.
Framing up pretty nice there, touting himself in the paddock. 5-1 right now, straight cash. Jose Ortiz will ride for Shuvee DeVoe, but as we talked about earlier, and this is the third of those 3 races where Chad Brown has the one to beat again, Asbury Park. Big maiden win last time out, off the bench, Andy, and now going to tackle winners for the first time, but taking all the play.
He was highly regarded before his first start, and he had a bit of a trip that day and actually ran okay. It took a while to get back to the races. The one thing I would say, he's never been on a turf, of course, as firm as this one, and he was running in the rain last time out, but he was very impressive. The race fell apart, but he was very impressive getting that win, so I think he's one to beat, but I think he's a little overbet. The 7 is a much stronger contender.
He got what he wanted, right? I mean, in the sense of pace up front.
Yep.
But when you can visually see them quicken the last part of the race, as you could with Asbury Park in his last start, that's impressive.
He's good. I just think that, and I picked him, but I think King of Ashes, the gap between these two is not 6-5 and 7-2.
Now, Megan, this horse, King of Ashes, just missed in a stake at Churchill.
He did. It was a picture-perfect trip, though, but he did finish second behind a really nice horse in World Beater.
So here's Asbury Park, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, he was an impressive maiden winner and ran a fast race, and he's the horse to beat.
Baker Street for Antonio Sano coming in from South Florida.
Huge price, but I think he has a shot, mid-range stalker in here.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado with Simulate.
Maybe he needed his last race at Delaware, but he obviously has to improve quite a bit off that effort.
Fond Farewell, one going 5.5 furlongs in the debut. This is start number 2.
I really like this horse for trainer Will Walden, who's been doing fantastic with his Turfmen horses.
I was intrigued by this horse at a huge price, Plensa.
I agree. He's way too big a price in here. His last race was good. I think he's a player.
Now this one caught Maggie's eye. This Tis the Law, second-time starter for Shuvee DeVoe, straight cash.
Gorgeous there on his toes. Looks like he is in form, as mentioned. Entered in a stake and lands here.
King of Ashes just missed in a stake at Churchill. Last starter, Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
And the horse who beat him came back and finished second in the Belmont Derby.
Warlander, Steve Asmussen has Kendrick Carmouche.
Not sure how good he is. He suited Kentucky Downs last fall, but that's unique. He'll have to improve here.
Hands of Time, even bigger number next door, Miguel Clement.
Now, the time form pace projector has this horse in front early. I'm not sure I agree with that, but if he ends up being the speed, he's worth 34. It's better than 34-1.
And last time on the turf for 13 Colonies, maiden breaking win at Keeneland.
Believe this horse has a shot in here. He's not gotten the best of trips. I think he should definitely improve here in this effort.
All right, so let's talk about that trip, Andy, you were mentioning with Asbury Park and then maiden win.
Well, I mean, you got some hitting up front, and you look at the pace, say, what are you talking about? Look at the final time. There was obviously a lot of give in that course. It was raining before it and raining during it, and he really just kind of blitzed the field on the turn, made that early move, kind of ran around the field. This was a very, very impressive win. So to be fair, he's 6-5, and he's meeting some pretty decent horses in this race, certainly better than the ones he ran against.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's when you can see him with the naked eye quicken, which you can definitely see here, and he's not going to be asked for his very best the last part of this race, you get the idea that Asbury Park was born to run.
I mean,
well done. Well done, Bruce Springsteen.
You're working that the whole show.
Band.
You've been sitting keeping that in your back pocket for the whole show. It's pretty good.
And look, that was his second start. It was his first start off a long time away, too. So even though it was a great line, it's true.
It is true.
He could end up being a real top stakes contender, a good player in that division. I mean, he doesn't have to get that much faster.
Well, Megan, back to King of Ashes, so 3-1, and that's slowly starting to come down here on the tote board. But in terms of resumes, certainly more accomplished.
He does, but my problem with this horse is, yes, he ran tremendous at Churchill Downs. World Beater, as mentioned, did come back to run very well in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby, but this horse has gotten really solid trips, and he hasn't been able to get the job done. Now, here he is, 16-1, and he gets closed down by World Beater, who was the better horse on the day. And you could argue maybe being that forwardly placed on the front end for the very first time in his career maybe wasn't what he wanted, but he kind of made an early move. I'm not completely sold on him at 3-1. I gravitated towards more the number 4, Fond Farewell, as far as those horses coming in from Churchill Downs.
Far be it for me to be surprised if Will Walden's horses outrun their odds.
Another horse up there at a big price coming off a maiden win. Jose Lezcano on Plensa with more. Let's go to Maggie.
And another horse coming in from Churchill Downs is Plensa, a horse whom big, robust animal here for Rusty Arnold. And, you know, I think he's run very well in his turf races. Especially the last one. He kind of dropped back on the inside, moved through the field with an eye-catching move around the turn and kept rolling through the stretch. So I like what I'm seeing from him a lot here physically, and considering he's 16-1, I think he makes a good deal of sense if he can get back to that maiden score last time out. Kind of puts him right in the wheelhouse of many of the shorter priced horses as well here is number 3, Simulate. We'll see what we get from him. When he won and broke his maiden second time out, I thought, you know, he beat a field that was okay. And last time it seemed as though it was like he was starting all over again, in that he just didn't show the same amount of speed. He kind of was like, where am I? What's going on here? And I thought he rallied well while going wide around the turn and through the stretch, where the winner that day at Delaware got to go up the inside. He looks great here. He's incredibly fit. And 2, I like the fact that Junior Alvarado took him away from the pony, indicating that there might be a little bit more early foot or try to get him more forwardly placed in here. And he really got on his toes once the saddle was put on him. Incredibly fit. Has mentally matured too, because I thought he was a little bit silly in the prelims as a 2-year-old. Definitely taken that mental step forward. And Hands of Time, that's a massive price on this Miguel Clement trainee, because we don't know what kind of race he's capable of running on the turf, which I think one can say is his preferred surface. Now, as a 3-year-old, he was running, you know, upper 60s to low 70 buyers as a 2-year-old. If he takes a step forward on this surface, now 3rd off the bench, it would put him right in the realm of some of the much shorter priced horses. He looks fantastic. He's a horse I liked as a 2-year-old. He's grown. He's become more athletic and just has a little bit more scope to his frame. He got really on his toes. He was bouncing and moving beautifully in the warm-up. Guys, maybe Asbury Park wins hands down, you know, doing backflips, but I thought this race was way more interesting than just taking even money on him, Greg.
Great point Maggie's bringing up with Hands of Time. To be 40-1 just alone from this barn, it's Miguel Clement. And we know what the Clement barn has had over the years as we look at Chad Brown, who has the even money favorite now, but we've not seen this horse ran a 72 buyer, Tom, as a 2-year-old on the grass with some gradual improvement to 3. He's not far off the favorite here, is he?
No, and the form might be muddied a little bit by the last start, which was not a grass start. I mean, so yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that.
Huge number being forgotten in this race. Several are, because I guess part of it, Megan, all the money on this one here, Asbury Park.
And I don't disagree with the money. It was visually impressive. We saw him perform well. I just think the X factor here is getting to the firm turf, which I don't believe he'll have a huge problem with. He gets the inside rail draw. He's a closer, so that's a trip you have to work out. But he also has Flavien Prat, who I think is a guy that might be able to work that out. But I still gravitate again towards the number 4 Fond Farewell there for the Will Walden barn.
There is Cherie DeVoe. She'll have straight catch, who caught Maggie's eye in the paddock. Looked sensational, strutting around the track too in the lead up to the load, and now it's going to have to try and go long for the first time, Tom.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it was straight cash. Jose Ortiz had his feet outside the stirrups. Horse is a little wound up. It's usually trying to make the horse calm down a little bit. I'm going to be interested in seeing how aggressive he is coming off that one sprint start, the 6 horse.
Even money favorite from the rail, Asbury Park, facing winners for the first time. Short price here for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat. Here's the 9th. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Hands of Time going in. 13 colonies will complete the line. They're in the gate. Baker Street a little restless, settles down. And they're off, and it's Simulate who comes out in stride. Hands of Time is sprinting up now to take the lead, and 13 Colonies is also prominent in the early going as the field moves into the first turn. And so it is Hands of Time, the leader, and he's a little bit keen as well. Opens up a couple of lengths as they round the clubhouse turn. Simulate on the inside of 13 Colonies, second and third. They are followed by Warlander in fourth, and Fond Farewell is fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 to Plensa, Baker Street, and Straight Cash. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. At the back of the field, King of Ashes and Asbury Park in the green silks is about 15 lengths off this pace being set by Hands of Time, who runs toward the half-mile pole through a half that went in 47 seconds flat. It's a 2-length lead. 13 Colonies is racing in second, Simulate on the rail in third. Then Warlander fourth, Fond Farewell is still in fifth, racing right next to Straight Cash with Plensa in between those two. Baker Street is next, has 8 lengths to make up as they take closer order. Then comes King of Ashes. Asbury Park will angle to the outside and have to pass them all. He's got a lot of ground to make up as they reach the top of the stretch. 13 Colonies takes the lead. Warlander on the outside is coming, and in between, Simulate's had a beautiful trip, and he's cutting into the margin of 13 Colonies. 13 Colonies, Simulate on the outside, and Simulate takes over under Junior Alvarado, and he strides out to score by almost 3. 13 Colonies was second. Third went to Plensa, and it's a 3-way photo for fourth among Fond Farewell, Warlander, and Asbury Park.
It's Simulate. Hall of Famer Bill Mott will have Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy next weekend with Junior Alvarado back in the irons, looking on, and this horse has really taken a big move forward.
Big move forward, got the right setup. They went fast up front. You know, look, all the credit goes to Simulate and Junior Alvarado. Big race from 13 Colonies. The horse that finished second, who attained the pace and was part of it early on and was able to hold on for second.
Except nobody made up any ground. So I agree, they appeared to be moving up front, but you know what? This race was dominated near the lead, and all the horses, the 1 and 7, who were the first and second choices, they were last and second to last going around the turn, and they didn't get anything. So I'm going to say the pace looks fast. The reality is we're so used to slow paces, this wasn't really that fast a pace.
3:11.58, a homebred for Claiborne Farm in those legendary silks. And Bill Mott, things are going pretty good for him right now.
Yeah, they are. 16-1. There could be some big prices here. 16-1 over 22-1 over 15-1 in the top 3. Wow.
Well, this was what this kind of race was, right? If Asbury Park didn't run his race, and there was every opportunity for him, unfortunately, not to in this kind of setup, that big prices, and Maggie was exactly right. This horse has taken a step forward. His scope is impressive.
We also have to talk about the time of this race. I mean, they're getting the mile in 1:34, final time 1:40.32. That's fast.
Well, that just shows you that these fractions it isn't that fast a pace when you consider how fast the final time was. Turf's getting very firm.
That's a fast final time.
It is. No, I agree with you, but this Turf's getting very firm, and, you know, this race was basically, take the 9 out of the race. Who in here made up much ground? I mean, these horses were relatively close to attendance. I'm not saying the 3 didn't run well, because he did. So did your horse, the 11, 13 Colonies, no doubt, Tom. But the reality was that this was a race that was dominated up front. Maybe the close weren't as good as we thought. That's always possible. But they did not come close to making the run.
But they were running. They were running from the end.
2 today for Junior Alvarado. And a 16-1 upset here in this 9th from Saratoga for one of the greatest trainers in the history of the sport, who no question right now has the top 3-year-old in the land, who we're going to see a week from tomorrow in the Jim Dandy. Sovereignty on his way to the Travers.
I'm so excited to see that horse back. I think the 3-year-old division, as we touch on it, it's just become an absolute warfare. And as we land on the Haskell tomorrow, Jim Dandy next weekend, the picture is definitely going to be more clear as we march towards the Travers.
It's pretty clear to me. Sovereignty is a dominant 3-year-old in this division. In a division where, in a lot of other years, you know, he would be a Triple Crown winner.
See if it stays that way second half of the year, but he's been incredible. Simulate, what a big move forward for Bill Mott here in the 9th.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
What a gorgeous scene this is, and we get treated to it all summer long. We hope you join us on Saratoga Live. Beautiful Friday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, brought to you where you can play it all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 9th in the books, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and it is Simulate at 16-1 in the legendary Silks, a homebred here for Simulate and Claiborne Farm. Let's go to Maggie.
I was just going to say that the iconic Silks, which I still can't, it doesn't look orange. That's what it says in the form. It's orange, yeah. Anyway, they're still beautiful for Claiborne Farm. Is Junior wearing them proudly here in the winner's circle. Junior, you rode him last time at Delaware, and he just kind of almost looked like a horse that was making his 3-year-old debut, seemed a little lost out there. Today, you warmed him up aggressively, had him in the perfect spot.
Yeah, I just think, he needed last race, and like you say, I think he's still a big guy figuring it out, and I think today, warming up, he was training very well coming into the race, and, I think he broke so sharp and put me in a beautiful spot the whole way, like turning the first turn, I was right where I wanted to be, and when I found the room turning for home, he exploded there.
Explode he did. What a stride on this horse when he gets going.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, nice try. I think actually, we would love to try a little longer with him because, like I said, he can carry that and well, we'll see.
Yeah, I definitely thought that too. Son of Kitten's Joy, they seem to relish the extra ground as well. But Junior, as we get closer to Jim Dandy, I have to ask you about the big horse sovereignty. I know Bill generally doesn't let you breeze him in the mornings, right?
Yeah, no, he got the exercise rider. They've been doing a good job, so we try to keep everything the same way. But, I've been watching him breeze. I've been watching him galloping. It's incredible how, I think 3 or 4 days ago I saw him in the track, and I mean, he looks now even bigger than the last time. I don't know how is that even possible. He looks like very, carrying his weight very well and with a good energy. So I think, we're sitting in a good run with him again.
He was a monster in the 2 legs of the Triple Crown he won. He could be even a bigger monster this time around. We're wishing you the best of luck with him. Congrats on a 2-winner day, too.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado with Simulate here. And, wow, a horse that maybe the future looks quite bright. Greg?
Really does. You see the horse down the straight, reaching out with that stride. Maggie talked about impressive. And Tom, for Sovereignty, we talk about the second half of the year, 3-year-olds, like maybe journalism. We'll see him in the Naira Betts Haskell Monmouth tomorrow. These horses maybe improve and catch up. What if Sovereignty improves?
Right. Look, first of all, Sovereignty in his Triple Crown races, be it the Derby or the Belmont, that finishing kick is very, very impressive. It's as good as I've seen. It's a shame he's not a Triple Crown winner. He deserves to be. But you know what? I don't see anybody in his class, so they're going to have to catch up. And I know that's not fair to journalism because he's a very, very good 3-year-old. Any other year, he might be the Triple Crown winner, but not with Sovereignty around.
I'm not sold yet that he's that much better than journalism. I agree he's been terrific, and I'm not knocking him. But I'd like to see journalism get another crack at him. I think
journalism makes these moves at the head of the stretch they're winning moves. And Sovereignty's there every time to pick him up and go right by him.
Well, there's an argument the last move was the right move in the Derby, not in the Belmont. He just dominated the Belmont. I will agree with that.
See what happens, Megan, second half of the year, but very exciting. Plus, we got some new faces, too. Magnitude looks so impressive. Didn't get to compete in the Triple Crown. Coming back for Steve Asmussen. Ran huge again in his return.
He did, and he's one of those horses that he definitely has to step up and face the big boys. He's ran some really big figures. I saw him over at Fairgrounds, and he ran huge, but he hasn't really been facing the caliber of 3-year-olds that you would obviously want to see. He's certainly run fast enough, but I will say this. I've seen journalism up close and personal as far as the Kentucky Derby Trail was concerned. And this is a generational talent. While Sovereignty is the only hole you can poke in him, I really do feel like this is a horse that's only going to get better as we approach the Travers.
He looks great on the track. When he prepares, he gives you the impression he is ready to roll.
And to be fair, he ran for journalism, ran the Preakness. And Sovereignty sat in his barn and had a little vacation. And so it's not that surprising that Sovereignty was a little more fresh and better. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think Sovereignty has shown, he has to say he's better right now. But I don't know, man. I think it's closer. I'm looking for, listen, I just think we're blessed with having 2 sensationally good 3-year-olds.
Yep.
This is not a hype job. These horses are good.
Let's set up the 10th. We're going to be treated to an incredible summer here in that division. Several others as well, but so excited about this 3-year-old picture. New York Bred's $50,000 maiden claiming mile on the inner turf race to close things out. 9-5 right now on Artistic Success. Joe Sharp, Arad Ortiz Jr., who will stretch out for the first time here, Tom.
Yeah, we talked about it in this very last race. Here's a horse that is obviously very talented on the grass, but is going to have to make the transition from 1 to 2 turns in Artistic Success, the 8-horse. And he's going to have some company in a race that I think is very much got a lot of pace to it.
I think he was helped a little bit by the scratch at Graceful Warrior, a horse who could have been forward. But I agree, doesn't he have to go with other people's money inside of him? And, listen, I scratched in the 8 as my second choice, and he certainly could win. Joe Sharp, who is an exceptional trainer, we've talked about him a lot, he wins a lot of races. His number stretching horses out on the turf are fairly pedestrian. And this horse is the favorite. And in general, we did see one win yesterday that I didn't like at all and won by the length of the stretch. But in general, horses in these maiden races stretching out off a series of sprints, trying to go long, that go off at short prices, they're not very good bets.
Look, Megan, I don't know how you handicap, but the first thing I do is I look at the race and I try to predict how it's going to set up. I looked at this race and I said, this race is a mess. I see a lot of pace in here. I see just anything being possible if you're coming from off the pace and having a chance to finish in here.
It's a wide open race. I mean, this race to me was, I think, the puzzle of the entire card, and this is what anchors a lot of people's tickets. And I wouldn't be brave enough to take an overly short price, but it's kind of, if I were handicapping, at first glance, I think all button. Because it's one of those races that I think a lot of these horses have come out of similar races, similar levels. They're trying to get better and better, and I think that, Tom, you're right. This, as far as a tactical chess match, I think this is a very interesting handicapping puzzle that, I don't know about you guys. I think there's many cases you could be made for each and every one of these horses in this book.
I took the tried and true handicapping method. I picked the horse with my mother's name in it. So that made it very easy for me.
Fair play. Fair play. I would do the same thing.
Argentina.
Graceful
We'll get back
warrior.
to this race in a
Princess
moment.
Summer. I mean, come on, it's
Lucy,
my mom we're
Lucy
talking
Playa.
about. That's right.
She's a player.
Got that right.
Grade 1 main event tomorrow. It is the Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And a look at the field that will line up. 2-year-old champion filly, immersive, second start back. Scottish Lassie, maybe the most impressive 2-year-old performance last year in that Frizette. And of course, Lacara, now a multiple Grade 1 winner. We want to show you what it's like to be an exercise rider. We mic'd up Mary Rose, the exercise rider of Lacara.
I'm Mary Rosette, and I'm going to take you on a ride with Lacara. Easy, mommy. There you go. So we're going to just do a nice straight off gallop. And she's feeling real fresh today. She does that a lot. She's great, like a dang Cadillac. This is a good pace right here. Let's get those leads. There you go. Good girl. Just going for a nice little stroll. Easy, big girl. Easy, big girl. Good girl. Good girl. We're gonna pull up around the 8th polar wire, and then we'll be good to go. Pretty happy like that before a race. You know, I think she's ready to go. Aren't you? Aren't you, big girl?
I'll take you inside there, what it's like to be on board a multiple Grade 1 winner. Her speed is her weapon.
It is, but just like any one-dimensional speed horse, and I don't say that with any disrespect. That's what Serengeti Empress was, a one-dimensional speed horse. Lacara is great, but it makes her vulnerable. If somebody wants to challenge early, or if she doesn't make the lead early, it compromises her completely.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, we talked about Megan too, who's in the race right next door. Dry powder could pose a problem for her.
She's a huge X factor. She's a major threat as far as the pace dynamics are concerned. And I know there's been a lot of discourse about immersive, right? She needs to take a step forward. She was the champion 2-year-old. And I think that as far as her performance off of the layoff last time out, I think she was beat by a horse that I like in Take Charge, My Lady, that had a lot more seasoning and fitness on her. And Brad Cox had mentioned that, yes, she was ready to get back to the races, but as far as workouts were concerned, he maybe was a little bit short on her. I'm very excited to see her come back second off the layoff. I do find her to be a huge threat in this race, especially with her tactical weapon.
6.5 months away. This will be the second start back. She can build off that performance. We will see. I know, Andy, you never loved her in terms of how fast she was running as a 2-year-old, but we'll see if she can take a step forward.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfectly fair.
That is coming up tomorrow. We still have the nightcap to come, though. Our 10th here today. Mile on the grass in this New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming event. Quick look here at the odds. Still favored. Artistic Success. And 8-5 with a Rat Ortiz Jr. For Joe Sharp to stretch out here, and one who was at least been close last time out to a pretty hot pace early, and now stretching out, you would think, wants to be forward.
Wants to be forward. I mean, Joe put blinkers on him in his last start, and you see him putting on the checking the bridle right there. But the blinkers will go on the 8-horse, and you know, that can sometimes make them focus on what's ahead of them, and it can make them a little bit quicker even, and that's maybe contradictory to what you want to do here. There go the blinkers right there, guys.
So putting that blinkers on here for start number 2, a beaten favorite last start. We'll see if going longer gets this one over the hump here in start number 4. Let's look back to when this one did make that equipment change back on June 19th, Belmont at Aqueduct.
Yeah, she could run down the leader, but it was actually a very good race. And I will say, you know, when these horses are making a transition, it's not just the horse, but she's got the pedigree to do it. This is a good race, just couldn't get the lead horse.
Yeah, I mean, this was a day where the inside was probably the best place to be, and she was a little bit off the rail. But I would also say about the winner is she's been a faint-hearted horse her whole career. Now, she's obviously a little bit better on the turf. But you watch this race, Tom, does it really give you confidence that she's going to be better stretching out?
You know, I know you talk about her getting a little weak at the end there, but riders and horses are running to the finish line, so how they position their horse in the race is to go that distance. So you just can't use that as saying, oh, look, she's fading there.
I don't know about what figures you look at, but every figure I look at has her a contender in this race and nothing better. And she's 8-5 trying to do something she's never done before. She can win, and like I said, I end up scratching into her per second. So obviously I think she can win. I think she's a bad gamble at that price.
Andy, that's the smartest thing you've said since we started the show back in the 6th race.
6th race? I was thinking 6 years ago. So, pick one winner today, Tom. Give me some credit.
8-5 here next door. And there in the background, you see Saipan, Tom Morley barn. It's got Junior Alvarado looking for number 3 this afternoon. Megan, what'd you make of that effort getting on the grass for the first time last start?
This horse woke up, and Maggie had noted there that while the sire wasn't great on turf, she had every attribute to get to the lawn last time out, and she really came alive there. You see her kind of pressing off of things and being able to make her run. Now I think she's going to be able to move forward off of this effort. I really liked her here, and guys, like I mentioned, she had a solid trip here. I do think that she's one that will be tactical and handy. She gets along the rail, and like we had mentioned earlier, Tom and I, that this is kind of a race where you want to be tactical and kind of be able to play a race like this.
I think the horse that you want out of this race is the one, Lucy Playa, because she was the one setting what was way too fast a pace for this quality of horse last time. And so I thought that Saipan sort of took advantage of it with his perfect trip coming up the rail. Well, I thought Lucy Playa did all the hard work in that race, so I prefer her. She draws well on the inside. And I think given the other speed in the race, well, I'd like to see Jose be a little bit forward. I don't think you're going to see as aggressive a ride from him, and he gets a good inside post. And while I don't love her, I just think the Lucy Play at 7-1 in this field is a value play.
Yeah, on the rail. Back to Saipan, Tom Morley barn with more. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, just a quick equipment note with regards to Saipan. She went to the rail because Fluffy Pratt couldn't keep her from going there. She was lugging in through the stretch, and he said to Tom after the race, I need a bit of a stronger bit. Well, Junior Alvarado gets the stronger bit today. She will be wearing a ring bit to hopefully prevent her from lugging in. As we'll move on to number 8, Artistic Success, as she'll try to stretch out, and I know Joe Sharp's going to make fun of me when he hears this, but yes, Joe, she looks like a turf sprinter. So I'm not exactly in love with her stretching out, but at least it's a flat mile, which, you know, with these types, especially here at Saratoga on this inner turf course, which is not particularly, you know, playing towards inside speed, you know, as a bias or anything like that. But I do think that horses like this can be dangerous, as she's gotten very sharp since they put an attack on her. We'll see how forwardly placed Arad Ortiz Jr. has her. She could work out to be the main speed in here, at least based upon what she's showing me here in the paddock. Moving on to some long shot, or a long shot I should say, is number 5, Heart Collector. I can't resist talking about this filly because there's some pedigree with her. Now I haven't seen that many heart to hearts, but he was very good on the turf, being by English Channel himself. And while the dam was unraced, this horse is half to Vacation Dance, who is a stakes winner on the turf. And there have been 3 other siblings to try it, with 2 of them winning. So I find this horse very intriguing getting on this surface. Has that real angular hind end to him overall, to her overall. And looks great here coming in from Finger Lakes for Anthony Ferraro. Super coat, and just fits nicely with the cast that she meets here in this finale. Number 6, Fire Agate for Miguel Clement. Typical of Not This Time, they don't possess that much size. Is wearing blinkers first time out. You know, I don't necessarily love to see that, but does also, as a Clement runner first time out typically is, they are fit and they are mentally ready too. Greg?
And taking some money too, first time out, 5-1 on the 6.
I'm not sure. I was thinking about that myself, because she has a $150,000 yearling purchase that's making her debut, actually a weanling purchase, I think, for $50,000. So I think she's just going to naturally get bet. I love the points Maggie was making about the 5. First of all, I love what she said about the 8, because she doesn't think this horse is dubious for stretching out as well. But the 5, she's dead right. I mean, this horse, on a pedigree standpoint in this field, stands out. 3 of 4 foals from the dam one. I mean, Heart to Heart's not a sire you think of that much because you don't see his horse that much, but he was a pretty damn good turf horse for Brian Lynch a few years ago. So Maggie's right. This horse, from a pedigree standpoint, is extremely interesting.
Not only do the brothers and sisters win on the grass, they're 6 for 31 or 32 on the grass. There are multiple winners on there.
Yeah, this horse may run nowhere, but it's great that she brought the horse up because I had kind of passed over it as well. And this horse, I mean,
there she is, the 5. We're talking about Heart Collector, turf debut, and stretching out here in start number 2 after sprinting on the dirt at Finger Lakes first time out.
I mean, how good are you going to have to be to win this race? Let's be honest. It's not
That's a good
exactly
point.
a killer field. And a horse like this is the kind of wise guy horse you say after the race, what an idiot I was. This horse had some turf pedigree and just paid $35.
16-1. Lane Luzzy will be aboard for Anthony Ferraro. Riders up as we're 8 minutes away from our finale here on this Friday card. And our post parade here coming up next. And pace-wise, obviously, you know, the Joe Sharp filly stretching out wants to be involved. Who else goes here, Tom?
Well, I think there's some pace probably from the 1. Lucy Player, I think, shows speed. Maybe the 7, Other People's Money. And I think, 5 or 6 of these are coming out of sprints in their last start. So even if they're not up front, they're going to make it honest right behind the pace setters.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think
you never do.
Well, but Tom, we rarely do see quick paces here, to be fair.
Didn't we just have this conversation?
And I was right. We didn't see fast paces. No. You think that if you want to say that 47 and change is a fast pace, I'm going to say that you've been sort of beaten to death by slow paces.
I gave you the opportunity to bet one way or the other on that.
It's fine. I was wrong. They went under 48. It's
Thank
still
you.
not a fast pace. And you saw the pace last race. You want to say it was fast? It wasn't relative to the final time. We're not seeing blazing paces. And I don't believe that Lucy Play is going to be ridden aggressively again because I think they lost going to lead last time and they're not going to let it happen again. And I think only the 7 going can keep the 8 from controlling up front.
Lucy Play, the 1 horse, is breaking from the 1 hole, has to establish position, blinkers on. All the signs point to they have to go.
I'm hoping she's sitting 3rd here. I don't disagree with it. I'm hoping that nobody goes and she goes 25-50, but the reality is to me, I'll be surprised if they're super aggressive again.
The intention, Tom, and like you said, with where she's drawn.
Yes.
Is to go, right?
Oh, it's important. I mean, if you're in the 1 hole and you're tactically enough, and she's definitely tactical enough, you've got to establish some position out the gate.
I hope she gets position.
The blinkers on are telling you the trainer has that on his mind.
Yeah,
well, here she is. Start number 2 on the grass, and yes, blinkers do go on from the inside.
I like her chances, but I'm doubting that she's on the lead.
7-1 right now. Argentiera, Kevin Bonbarn with Katie Davis.
Closer and hasn't done a whole lot of running. Gets back to the mile where she just hasn't had those responses routing there.
Slowly making their way
exactly.
down Champions
she's
Way
a
here.
Slow.
Here she comes. 3 starts, is yet to hit the board. Princess Summer, we will see next. Ricardo Santana Jr. and Mike Makerbarn missed by just 3/4 of a length at this level last start.
I really like this horse. She's actually my pick here in this race. She will be mid-back, and I think she's going to work out a really good trip. I like her form.
Meanwhile, the one with the big pedigree there in the background, Heart Collector, first time on the lawn.
I think we covered her. You want to take a shot at a price with the horse? Take a shot here.
First time starter, we skip. Let's go to the 7.
Well,
she's a horse that can be a factor in the pace here. Whether or not she can be a factor in the finish is another story. And I want to go back and talk about the race she comes out of after the post parade.
There is the first time starter for Miguel Clement, Fire Agate.
There we go. That not this time certainly stands out on paper as far as pedigree is concerned.
Joe Sharp Barn coming off that Churchill Downs training title. Has a Rat Ortiz Jr. on the favorite.
Likely favorite who has been knocking on the door gets the stretch out. I agree with Maggie. I have distance concerns here.
Tom Morley Barnes, Saipan, Junior Alvarado looking for 3 today.
It only ran well enough in the first race, first turf race, say the horse can win. I'm not a huge fan, but I won't be shocked for Leslie. I think 5-1 is a very fair price.
And outfinished Dancing Jane in that spot, who would have been one of the favorites.
Probably the favorite, or vying for it. You know, I think one thing I want to say about Princess Summer's race, I don't disagree, man. She can absolutely win here. The problem I have with everybody in that race is that the winner back check broke 5 or 6 lengths behind the field. You remember that race? Completely failed to get out of the gate and was still able to win. Now, to be fair, the race still came up reasonably fast. But I just have trouble taking horses at short prices that got beaten by horses that spotted them 6 lengths. And she came back and she didn't run that well in her next start, back check.
You were talking about Princess Summer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, so I mean, I think that horse is a horse that benefits from how this race is going to set up. With the blinkers on her last two, especially her last race, my figures say that pace was slow, and she closed into that slow pace to run very well. She's going to get what she wants today. It's going to be fast up front. Princess Summer is going to have a chance to close against a quick pace.
Except she closed into a pace where a horse that broke 6 lengths behind the field still closed from there to win.
I'm going to trust my figures more than I'm going to trust you, Andy.
Well, that's what happened.
Which won't be the first time.
That's what happened.
What about, look, that was the first start back off making a long time away. Has room to improve off that effort.
Exactly my sentiment. And Backtrack, I agree with Tom as far as figures are concerned. Backtrack ran almost 20 buyer speed figure points faster, while the finish wasn't exactly all that great in her next effort. I still think that it is a substantial improvement.
She ran the same figure the next time she ran, Megan. Yes.
Interesting. But I will say this is a maiden 50 level. I think Princess Summer makes a lot of sense here. And there's a lot of fillies in here that make a lot of sense here.
Let's not forget, Mike Maker knows how to win on the grass, her trainer. That's his forte.
He has made a career of taking horses and turning them into marathoners on the grass and having incredible success.
And those Silks have seen the winner's circle quite a bit, too,
yes,
up
they
here.
have. Michael Dubb, incredible success on this circuit and some of the biggest races in our sport. Let's go to Maggie for more on this one.
Well, between the two short price horses, I do prefer number 4 in here, Princess Summer. As if you were watching the show yesterday, I interviewed Jay Provenzano and Mike Maker and asked them about having mullets. Well, a picture has surfaced of Mike Maker with a mullet. I think we're going to try to get it on the show at some point. But anyway, why would you take a 9-5 on Artistic Success, who has never gone this type of distance, and also just doesn't really strike me as wanting it, whereas Princess Summer at least has shown she's okay. But I agree with Andy. I'm not sure about that back check race because she had everything kind of, well, at least at the start go wrong for her. Manny gave her a great ride after that, and she was still able to beat Princess Summer. But number 1, Lucy Playa, she kind of shocked me going to the lead first in her first start, going longer just for the fact that she kind of looks like a plotter to me. She doesn't look as though she should be fast. And Jimmy Ryerson opts to put, I mean, it's barely a blinker. It's a shortcut blinker with the biggest holes cut out of them I've ever seen. So, like, she's just not seeing right kind of outside of her, if that makes any sort of sense. I respect her for her last effort. We'll see. Jose Lascano has one job to do, and that is protect his inside post position, which very well could lead to success in here. But overall, Greg, I opted towards the horses who had shown an ability at the route distance.
Well, Maggie, talking about the equipment on this one, and she was saying there's a lot of daylight in that blinker. What would be the reason to use equipment like that?
You know, if I'm putting blinkers on, it's going to be what we call a 3/4 cup, which is a traditional blinker, and it basically gives you focus straight ahead. I don't mess around with blinkers that are really cut close like that, what you're seeing on the one. I'm not sure exactly what that does, what the philosophy is of trainers that do it, but a lot of successful trainers do. It's just not my game. You know, but here's the other thing, and we all know this. We don't know what the instructions were in the paddock between Ryerson and Lascano, but if Ryerson says, hey, we're going to break and sit, which we'll know pretty soon, then that's what's going to happen. But as far as the ability to show speed in this race, the one horse has the ability to show speed in this race, and the post position draw tells you that that's more than likely.
Stepping onto the grass to close out this Friday card. 1 mile over the inner turf. And it's still this Joe Sharp filly going beyond 6 furlongs for the first time. There she is, Artistic Success with Arad Ortiz Jr., who is the 2-1 favorite.
And I still can't get over 21-1 on Heart Collector right now. As you dig into that pedigree, we've mentioned it before, and we were taking a look at the favorite, but 20-1 on a horse with this kind of turf pedigree at this level, I think is extremely intriguing in this type of field where I am firmly against the favorite. I mentioned those dubious distance concern, and I do think that this horse is going to be friendly at the route.
Big number there, 21-1, Lane Luzzy for Anthony Ferraro, and the man aboard the favorite, still our leading rider at the meet by a couple of wins over his brother, Jose.
Yeah, he knows how to do it. If anybody's going to make one get a route that's been sprinting, it'll be Irad. I'm really looking for when these horses break to see, you know, not one horse go to the lead by itself, but some real company up there and pushing the pace.
Loading up, close out the card with this one here. Again, Mile over the inner turf. Long shot, the 7 about to step in. Other People's Money, who was forward, going longer last start. Kendrick Carmouche back aboard as that one momentarily backs away from the gate. Oh, he sent it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the finale on our Friday card.
Artistic Success coming up. Saipan to the outside. Going in. All set. And they're off. Argentiera, and here's Artistic Success. Was keen before the gate opened, and Artistic Success is showing it now, sprinting away in the opening furlong. Other People's Money is in third. They are followed by Lucy Playa, who hugs that rail in fourth, 5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Saipan, followed by Princess Summer toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers are Heart Collector and Fire Agate is the trailer. 23 and 4 for Artistic Success and Arad Ortiz Jr. running down the back stretch with a 3-length lead. Other People's Money is in second, just in front of Saipan, who's under a hold in third. Lucy Playa is keen. She's right outside Argenteria, and then comes Princess Summer with 5 to make up. At the back of the field, still Fire Agate and Heart Collector. 46 and 3 for the half mile set by Artistic Success, who's been the controlling speed. Other People's Money 3/4 back in second, and then it's Saipan green colors 3 deep in third. Down at the rail, Argenteria with Lucy Playa and Princess Summer, pink cap, yellow blinkers. 3 lengths clear of Fire Agate and Heart Collector, top of the lane. It's Artistic Success holding on to the lead by 3. In the center, Saipan. Princess Summer is just outside of her. Inside the 8th pole, it's been a dominant performance for Artistic Success. She is all alone. Saipan trying to hold second. Here's Princess Summer outside of her. It will be Artistic Success to score decisively. Saipan barely held second over Princess Summer. Behind them, Argentiera finished 4th.
Arad Ortiz Jr. on the sprinter, stretching out, got to the front and leads every step of the way for the win.
Yeah, he went quick too, but down the backside when the field started to come together, that was Irad saying, let me give my guy a breather, you know, slow it down a little bit so I have something for the finish. They turned for home. There was no doubt. No doubt. Artistic Success, the 8.
Too fast for these horses early, too fast for them late.
Fair enough.
9-5 as the favorite, and Megan, speed kills.
It has.
In the nightcap.
Typically on the turf, we haven't really seen paces this quick, and at a maiden 50 level, I was a little shocked. I thought this horse was going to get closed down, and none of that was happening here today. I was mistaken on this race. It wasn't nearly as wide open as initially perceived.
Joe Sharp, we've talked a lot about, coming off his first ever Churchill Downs training title. Incredibly dominant, and heard from him on the show the other day with Acacia Clement. So rewarding that, you know, most of his team, Tom, has been with him since he went out on his own back in 2014, so it made it feel even that more special.
Oh, yeah, not only Churchill Downs, which is the biggest feather in his cap for sure, but he won the Fairgrounds training title as well this winter. He did it in dominant fashion. He won at a high percentage throughout the year. A bunch of his claims have improved off their last race, and he's been able to take advantage of that when they started for him. He's had a fabulous year.
He's with Maggie.
Carson and Tucker Sharp as well. Joe, congratulations. Is this exactly how you saw it drawing up, considering that she was sharp and she was a sprinter stretching out?
I kind of thought the one horse might go and maybe Kendrick, and she could stop. But when Irad got in the paddock, he sounded pretty confident he was going to go because, yeah, I guess she was a little faster than I realized last time.
And Irad, once he has an idea and he's confident in it, he generally executes.
Yeah, I definitely didn't input my idea once he said his. So no need to tell him how to ride.
Coming off the back of that Churchill Downs meet title, congratulations. Hoping that the momentum continues here.
I mean, it's obviously, we always want to keep doing well and doing well for our owners, and we're just enjoying it, and we love coming up here. So there's no place like Saratoga to win.
Boys, all right, of the family, your mom's like a legendary jockey. Who's the best rider of the four of you?
Me.
I knew it. I knew Carson was going to come with that. Me, my pony racer extraordinaire. Congratulations on your first win.
Thank you.
So cute. Congratulations, Chef.
Thanks, Maggie.
Guys.
And Rosie Napravnik was pretty good in the saddle.
she was better than pretty good. I'll never forget her first year in New Orleans. She came down there, girl against the boys, Cajun, Southern town, and she just owned them. She owned them. She knew pace better than anybody. They got to the point where some of the leading riders would look where Rosie was positioned in a race and figured that's where they needed to be because she was so brilliant on pace.
That is Joe's wife. Team effort here. And that tremendous, as you mentioned, Fairgrounds and Churchill Downs momentum carrying over to a strong start for Joe Sharp here at Saratoga.
He's been absolutely killing it. His momentum there's no room to question it. He's been great, especially at the 2 sprints to a route, which it was effective for him today, and gets the win.
Going to have to take a little look at those fractional times posted because they make no mathematical sense. They went 23 and 4 or something in the first quarter. They're saying they went 22 and change second quarter, and that was a point when the race field started bunching up. And then they're saying they went almost 26 in the third quarter and under 24 the last. I'm going to have those fractional times looked at because they're not logical.
Favorite takes the nightcap. Pick 6 pays over $44,600. And Arad Ortiz Jr. just does not want to relent on the lead here early on through this, week and a half of racing early on.
Doesn't matter what level. He brings his A game every race.
Man has never taken a race off in his entire career. And no knock on the other riders, but there aren't too many people that can say that. The guy rides a $5,000 claimer like it's the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Trying to win a 4th straight riding title here at Saratoga. Obviously a long way to go, but he's the man on top right now. So artistic success closes things out. I know we posed it briefly. Leslie's Rosa, what do you think? Major player potentially in this distaff division?
In this division? Absolutely.
Simply because it's wide open, right?
Yeah.
Completely wide open. I think she has every chance in the world to develop and be able to give Torpedo Anna a challenge later on in the year.
Back with you, 12:30 Eastern start time on our Saturday coverage. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. 2-time Grade 1 winner for Mark Cassidy. Got over the hump. Got number 4,000, so that's out of the way. Now I can just rest easy and move on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I went to congratulate him. He kind of threw a barb at me when I did that.
He did.
Yeah, that was something, huh?
You just a nice welcoming.
That was
welcome
me,
to the club.
Just trying to be kind.
What did he throw at you?
He said, "Look, check the earnings," which he's way ahead of me in the earnings.
Jeez.
I don't know if I got all that.
It wasn't scripted or anything, was it? Yeah. Again, we'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. Vanderbilt as well with the Pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano.